Okie dokie. We do have round number 1 right here. It is going to be Aandroidd 17, the new one, versus Golden Frieza. Literally like the oldest leader in the game versus the newest leader in the game is really neat. I haven't had a lot of experience with Aandroidd 17, so this is going to be a definitely newer matchup for me, so apologies for any learning on the fly for that. But we do have our timer. They do have a pre-side for a minute, and we'll go from there. So we do have that. Let me get the deck list. Yeah, expecting a bunch of red. There's a good chunk of red. There's a good chunk of red today. So, and let me get the names. So we do have on the bottom, we do have Frank Newcomb, who is on Golden Frieza, using the Eggman dice. What a Chad. Versus Adam Rowe, who is on the Aandroidd 17. Not to be confused with Super 17, because that one is bad. There we go. All right, so the Aandroidd 17 leader, in case you guys are like me and you don't remember what it does all the time, it's interesting. It's essentially like an Invoker deck. We haven't had Invoker be relevant in a minute. Let me get both sides here. There we go. All right. Here it is there. All right, it is a Warrior of Universe 7. When this card attacks, you get to draw 1. When you add a red or blue multicolor card to your energy, switch it to one of your energy to active mode and negate the skill for the game, which just essentially means that your first charge you get to do for free. Like you can do energy exhaust negate for the first one. And also awaken when your life is at 4 or less and you have a Universe 7 Z battle card with any cost of 2 or more in play. You can draw 1, untap 1, and add up to 6. So pretty standard for what Modern Awakening is doing. And on the back side here, it is another Warrior of Universe 7. Once you play, when you play, attack with or activate the blocker of a Universe 7. So you battle card, you get to draw a card. So essentially draw on each turn. Then also auto once per turn, you can discard 1 Deadly Clash from your hand. When you use a rival to play a red-blue multicolored battle card, choose it to 1 Universe 7 with a rival against barrier. So in Deadly Clash as well, let me get that card up for you. It is right here. Deadly Clash. Limit 1 if your leader's a red Universe 7 card and you send 1 Universe 7 card in this card from your drop to your warp. When one of your Universe 7 cards would be removed from your battle area by opponent's card or KO'd, you get to draw a card. And then, so you just get like a cycle there. And then also, if your leader is a mono red Universe 7 card, choose to one of your red Universe 7 Aandroidd 17 battle cards, switch to active mode, is plus 1k power, and at the end of turn, switch to 1 of your energies. So kind of nice there too. Yeah, what a DBS themed. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Man, I'm thinking there's like 8 people. Actually, you know what? Give me a second. Okay. I was making sure that people were not on the Stage 0 Discord because there's like 5 people who haven't shown up yet. So that's cool. That's cool. So anyways, on the other side, we do have Golden Frieza, again, one of the oldest leaders in this game. And if you guys are playing any of the simulators this weekend, one of my favorite leaders, it's I was really reminded this past weekend how much I really love Golden Frieza. It's just like the idea of a leader in a lot of ways. So we do have that. well, you saw pretty much all of your. You saw 4 of them. That's very funny. If they play a 5th one, 5th Tacoma, you're in trouble. But just a cycle there. Also, Wiggle Waff, thank you for the 13 months. You got your dice. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it as always. All right, and I think it's time. If you guys are watching here and you don't have an opponent, congratulations. You have won round 1. It's crazy. All right. Well, we do have. I could be wrong. I don't think Android 17 used their leader effect. Okay, so attacking. The effect to get the energy back, unless they used it last turn, but I think they kept it that way. Which, I mean, if you're playing in something as moderately slow as Frieza, it kind of makes sense from that way. All right, so attack to charge the Z energy, and let's see what we get out of there. All right, looks like it's the Gohan. Let me get that pulled up for you guys too. All right, so Z stack 2 has deflect for 1 red. Yeah, so you put 2 underneath it, so which we do. If your leader's a red universe 7, which it is, and your opponent has 2 more energy at the start of your opponent's main phase, play up to 1 red universe 7 card, and it costs 3 or less from underneath this, and place this card underneath the card plate. So you get to do like the swap thing. And honestly, like one really cool thing about Z stack is like the mileage may vary on some of the cards, but man, it's a really kind of cool thing where you kind of like swap through cards, and you're able to kind of say like, oh, this is like Super 17. As much as the deck sucks, like it's really really neat from like a way of like, oh, this is how the deck works and stuff. But like you can swap through the forms. It's really really neat. It's a really cool mechanic. So being able to do kind of the same thing with Gohan. So Gohan gets played, and then you get to choose which one of the Z stack battle cards you want underneath it. So there's an Android 17 as well as a, let me make sure, Android 17 as well as the Goku. I think the Android 17 is like the slightly better one. It has barrier blocker. Can't be KO'd for the turn when it's played, which I believe works for the Z stack. Yeah, because it says play up to 1, and then you put the card underneath it. And I think the Goku stays underneath it, right? If it's still under there. This card's in rest mode. You discard 1 card in your hand. Yeah. It's fine. And so yeah, but yeah, if your leader just switches res mode, play. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's active switches res mode. Play. You get to play 1 and then remove this, but it's not from underneath it. Activate battle with your opponent. Yeah, this is a double barrier blocker that can't be KO'd for the first battle. That's kind of good. That's pretty solid. Yeah, Super 17 is just, it's just rough. I've said this a couple times, but in case you haven't seen it, right? For the longest time, I thought that the barrier that the Union Battle cards got was for until the end of your opponent's turn, because most of the effects that do that, like give you like the full like round of protection, it's only during your turn, which is super bad. And all the most of the testing I did for it was with the assumption that was not even assumption. I just didn't read the card right, but it was until the end of your opponent's turn, and the deck's still bad. It's really like, for all the things they give barrier willy-nilly to, it's just a big blocker. That's it. It doesn't even have like dual, like everything's just for the turn. It just stinks. It's just rough. I'm just really upset about it. Clearly. Clearly upset about it, but it's fine. Oh man. That's what it is. Yeah, we can't. You can't be green be real for sure. Yeah, I bought like essentially like a max playset of the max rarity playset of the stuff from uh for Super 17. Not incredibly so, but pretty close. Not collector's edition for like $30. And I thought I was coming out ahead on it, and I did not. All right, and George, you're the worst. By the way, I'm looking at these judge calls. Man, I two things for BSS stuff. I'm really trying. I'm not trying to be max rarity in that game. But also, people aren't buying stuff, so most of the stuff I still have. All right. Well, here's the good thing in the modern metagame compared to the simulator is that Frieza can awaken on turn 3 pretty consistently all by itself. So we do see that. We have 2 energy open there and like a dozen cards in hand. All right, so comboing with the Frieza. And this is a pretty solid card for what it is. It's pretty old. Shout outs to a local. I won't mention their name, but I will say they had literally a max rarity version of this deck. They had like the world's leader. They had like all the collector's edition, and they're like, hey, I don't have this Frieza friendly rivals. Like it's like a 10-cent card. Actually, it's been bought out a little bit. All right. It's not, but he's like he just didn't have the card and like that. It's super funny. Like if all the like, you have like the whole deck. And then it's just like, yeah, this common from a star deck I don't have. Like, woof. But you just get to, when your lyric card's red, when you combo with this card, choose 1 red extra card from your deck, place in your drop area, shuffle your deck for free. It's really solid. Like, it's a little stupid. Like, it's a little overtuned for what it is. Let's see. Frieza's the best blue leader now? Maybe. So, like, right now, there's like this power struggle of what is good for like what's the best leader since Super Saiyan God Crimson is now gone, and I see a lot of people on like Soul Striker. I've seen like a lot of like starter deck Trunks as well today, which is really interesting since it does get like a double draw and have like some good like effects as well. So I'm really curious. Yeah, George is on Soul Striker. Yeah. Because you don't have any current cards. I'm surprised you actually had those Gohans, those Gohan rares. But I'm guessing you had that for the superhero Gohan. Yeah, Nats. Okay. There's a couple other blue leaders. There's one in particular, but I have a friend who wants to keep their spice, so I'll abide by the spice for now. But I think there's gonna be a power struggle to see which one's the best. Let's see. You have Invoker from Monday, ordered from Core. Well, if you didn't order from Core, you could definitely order from Zulu Games. Today's sponsor would not be able to do this tournament without them. So thank you very much, Zulu Games. They've been helping me out a lot with pretty much all the card games I do. So a lot of tournaments this month will be helped prize and stuff, and especially. It's really, really nice when I don't like charging money for tournaments and stuff. I want to keep these as free as long as possible to keep them sustainable and just have a thing for people to do who don't have locals otherwise. So there we go. Yeah, you should probably go there. Now that you've outed yourself as going to the man for cards, not your friendly local game shop. All right. Well, so 5 life to 4. We did get the Frieza on that. what do you all think? Do you think Golden Frieza still is tier 1 right now? I know Yellow's does have like a lot of new tricks to run. I've seen a lot of people with the Star deck. Vegeta is really interesting as a deck, like a yellow aggro deck. We haven't had yellow aggro really in a minute. Trunks Vegeta is always going to be very good. Golden Frieza is just really flexible for what it is. Just being able to have extra energy is really good. And let's see, any Android 18? I didn't see anyone with Android 18. Vegeta is silly. Yeah, Vegeta is a silly card. Yeah, Android 18 is neat. It just seems like there's a lot of hoops you got to jump through to get to your play, to get to where a lot of other decks only need to jump through like one hoop. You have to get through like 3 hoops, but once you get through those hoops, you're good. So that's kind of just always the power struggle for it. From what I've heard, Vegito can't stop Super Saiyan 4 Triple Strike. I'm unsure on that. We'll see if it comes up today. Yeah, how many floodgates do we have to give Yellow before it becomes meta? Give me just a minute. Give me 1 second. Here, give me 1 second on this. Sorry, guys. All right. All right. Sorry about the there. All right, I am back. Yeah, game went poof. Yeah. I had to check something on Discord real quick. I had a player say that all the links went to a different Discord, but I need to make sure before I did that. So my apologies for the second out. Yeah, I understand. Like I do a lot of events on Stage 0, but strictly all the links to this event were for were for this one, so I'm not sure. I understand the confusion, but yeah. The easiest thing about running free tournaments is that refunds are incredibly easy to give out. That's my favorite thing about running these events. Yeah, but it looks like Frieza's doing what it does best, just slowly generating a lot of advantage, generating a board. Like 4 energy open for Yellow is pretty dang good in a lot of ways, and it's just crazy. Like again, someone said in chat too. Frieza's like one of the best blue decks. Like having a yellow deck that still can consistently gain energy back is pretty silly, because a lot of yellow is balanced around the idea that you have like 1 or 2 energy open every turn to kind of do your counterplay stuff. But if you can consistently get more than that, and especially since you can play Frieza on your opponent's turn, and then if it lives, you're able to get a 2 free extra energy this next turn. That's great. And yeah, here we go with the Gohan package. This is one of my favorite packages in the game. So you play the Gohan Z battle card, you use the pan for the Z energy, and then you pay 1 to use it from the drop to be played for free, and then you get some effects there. So it's just like a really splashable package for a deck like this, which is nice. And you don't really lose anything. It's just a bunch of 5Ks you need to combo, charge and combo with. So let me get those up for you guys. You don't need to know much about the Gohan, except for it's just a Z battle card, essentially. That has dual attack in this lead. Actually, I don't even remember if it has dual attack in this leader, but this pan right here, pretty solid for what it does. It pretty much replaces itself, which is really nice. Well, so let me get up that big bad boy Super Air Android 17 as well. I love the name of this card too. It's Android 17, the move that turns the tide. Because if anything in the Dragon Ball Super universe I've learned is that tide just keeps on turning. So it's if your leader's a Red Warrior of your 7 card, it gains Invoker, a rival for Red-Blue, double strike. When this card is played, look at top 5, add up to 1 Red-Blue multicolor card with energy cost 6 or less to it, and then choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards energy cost 4 or less to KO it. Activate battle, discard 1 card from your hand. Choose up to 2 red or blue cards, both 5k, Universe 7 from your drop in a combo with skills negated. So pretty nice there. And just the fact that it has Invoker is really strong too. Yeah. All right. Pulse check in chat. How do we feel about the new ban list? And let me bring up this Gohan that was just played as well. Luckily I got that one ready. Let's see. So this is a deflect, dual attack, double strike barrier essentially. So yeah, it was interesting. Like, okay, honestly, I feel like it was like, hey, let's ban Champa and see what happens, right? Let's just see what happens. Oh, we got hit by the Sleepy Boy technique. All right, solid there. Again, it looks like Android 17 is moderately healthy. You're still at 5 life. Okay, you're at 4 life. Yeah, hurt Bojack in the crossfire. Yeah, I know. Bojack's always being hurt in the crossfire. They got their 8-drop ban. They have their Majin Buu ban. Like, yeah. Bojack, honestly, like, Bojack has like 3 ban cards on the tier list. Or not on the tier list, on the ban list, but none of them are his fault. It's all just other decks and leaders like using his stuff better, which is really, really funny. They're like, we really need to get Bojack to be strong. Let's give it this, and then they make it too generic, and then other decks just use it better, which is really funny. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd want to get hit in red, honestly. I think the Vegeta rush attack is probably like a limit 1, honestly, but yeah, and yeah, 6-drop SS4 Vegeta being around still is pretty stupid. Also, let me bring up that card because I still don't remember what it does off the top of my head. The Universe 7's powers combined. And this is just learning. If I was playing as Super 17 or Android 17 on camera, I'd just be in a bad spot because like there's a lot. The words per card is pretty big, and not having a lot of inherent. So if you lead energy exhaust, or yeah, so it's a activate main battle. Choose up 20 opponents. One of your cards gets plus 5k for the turn, then choose up 20 of your opponents non-leader gets minus 30k. So it's like a bean for one kind of thing with Invoker. Also, if your leader's a red and you place 1 universe 7 from your energy and its energy drop at the end of turn, add this card for your drop to your energy with its energy exhaust negated. Okay. Neat. So you get like a little cycle. All right, we're playing cards. So that is... Let's see. This is the Super Saiyan Gohan defeating the demon promo. I think it comes out of these TP packs. I could be wrong on that. It says counterplay if your leader is red, play this card for each Z energy for each Z energy and the cost of your Z cards in your leader in battle. You get to reduce this by 1. Yeah, you don't have. Did you get for each card in your Z energy? Oh, okay, yeah, that's that part. Okay, this card's played, choose 20 of your opponent's battle cards minus 20k power. All right, yeah. So again, just like a staple for Z decks that we get as a promo. Solid card. Well, we do have we have 1 red energy open, which is kind of bad because you can't use Invoker with red. It has to be specifically a red blue. Ah, I see. Secret rare. That is a good card still. All right, and we'll have to see their play there. Yeah, it looks like it's just a pass. Okay, so yeah, okay, so they didn't do the limit one, all right, because I already saw one in energy. So, all right, so they have a red blue up, which is nice. They still have Invoker. That's assuming that Aandroidd 17 is able to live. And obviously you have like Beerus super combos in this deck too. So even if you are hard tapped out, that can help you get out of that too. You can't run Dimension Magic because you are a red leader. Actually, wait, yeah, because Dimension Magic needs a mono blue leader, right? Yeah, you can run Bean, but not Dimension Magic. All right, well, attacking with the secret rare, yeah, get the card draw. Honestly, I still think Frieza's been like out advantaging the entire game, but it's nothing like immediately scary for this deck. You do have like a lot of power in just what you're able to do. And what's like the win condition for this deck? Yeah. You can run. Honestly, like it's interesting. Like this deck doesn't like seem to run like a lot of top end, like big ways to win. so I think it gave the -30 there. All right, so empowering into the Gohan Unison, which you do have one Unison in there, so you do get the pop of something. Yep, you do get it on the Aandroidd 17. Ooh. All right. So you still have 2 energy open because you did use the leader effect as well. Down to 3 life on the Aandroidd 17 side. Let's see. Brent, hello. How are you doing? Hope you're well. All right. So again, using the Frieza again, getting, let's see, cycling through your deck to get out of probably another one of those red-blue event extra cards. Pretty good there. Let's see, figuring out what deck you want to play. I'm in the same boat. Where, like, I can't be bothered to make a deck. Let's see what other people are playing and go from there. Let's host an event. It will cost me 1 box to give away, but we'll go from there. Play red win games. I know, right? It seems to be the case. Fun fact. There's one green deck today that I know of, and it's Expert Deck Cell, which has been out for almost a year at this point. Actually, you know what? There's 2. There's 2 green decks. You're right. There is a green Gogeta. I forgot. I did forget about that. I've been working on GT Goku, built Android 18, working on Goku and Majin. Nice. Honestly, Majin Vegeta looks really interesting. It might be a little bit too aggressive for my taste, but it has like 7 cards that say pay 1 and I get a 25k double strike. That's stupid. Yeah, wake up. It's April Fool's, Eggman. Green doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I know. Also, I think Dane just messaged me that his power's back. Yo. I just couldn't find it. Honestly, I got hit by something this week that pretty much took up an entire day. But I was going to make a video for April Fools announcing that I'm starting my own card game, and then it's just like a bunch of like crudely drawn like this is Grumgroblin. He's a 2/4. He's very good. I think people will really like it. I've already got a plushie line set up for Grumgoblin. There's some solid for it. Yeah, exactly, right? Like nothing too original, but enough. I would like have like 2 minutes being like, I've been in the card game community for a long time. It's a big part of my life, and I really want to think about giving back. And it's just like this like poorly drawn thing. So, well, maybe next year. Maybe if I remember and have time for it. Client is great, by the way. It is almost, I would say it's too good. It's too good for us just to have a taste and then just take it away for who knows how long. Yeah. We don't lose our life to the client. We trade our life for the client. We gain. We gain with the client. Oh yeah, Dragon Ball Z abridged card game. That'd be fun. That'd be very funny. The ticket system of the client. I mean, the client was great. I had no qualms about it. Besides like the first first hour and stuff. I only got to play it on Sunday. So I didn't have to play with all of the not being able to log in for an hour as much, but that's what it is. All right. Well, we're giving Frieza 6 energy, so that's fun. We have 2.5 left in the round too, so kind of getting there. And you also let the secret rare live another turn, which is kind of rough too. Yeah, and I do like that extra card, just being able to slowly like get all your energy back. And so you go into your Aandroidd 17 off the go hunt as well. I don't really have any hot takes for this format. It doesn't really seem to be much different. I haven't seen Android 21 being played as much. That might be next round. My dad just linked me the Pro ZD. He's like, "Have you seen this guy? He seems very funny." I'm like, yeah, I definitely have. We have 30 today. We have 30 today. Android 21 is overrepresented, but a lot of people are probably bad. I think that is like the hottest and most, but I super agree with that take. I think that's pretty solid for what it is. Also, shout outs to everyone stopping by for the stream. It's only round 1, but I do appreciate everyone hanging out and having a good time. And hopefully this tournament goes well. Honestly, there's just been a lack of Dragon Ball stuff. I mean, maybe not a lot. Like I've just had like after Battle Hour and everything else, like there just needs to be more tournaments. It's been a month already, so I wanted to help provide for that, provide some content, provide some tournaments for a website called Eggman Events kind of thing, which people keep telling me that Norden thinks it's a phishing scam, so that's fun. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. All right, and we are also in time. So this is turn 0. You're down to 1 life as the Aandroidd 18 as well. Doesn't seem to have any floodgates for him either. Yeah, enter shame. It's literally on my own channel. Like it's not shameless. It is a simple plug. Imagining being Invoker not running Apex. I don't know what best secret rare in deck for this game for best secret rare for the format for this deck is. Oh man, I love that Vegeta. That Vegeta is like the best, one of the best Z battle cards I've ever seen. It's so good. Like why? Like yellow has a tough time with barrier at times, but I don't know if it needed this guy. But I'm all right. I'm all right with it. It's solid. So this card's play choose between one of your opponent's battle cards, ignore and barrier KO him, and this if it's in rest, you get critical for the turn, which critical doesn't really matter for this, but all right, so you did get the removal for something, which does mean you get to proc the Beerus, which is an old but a goodie, an oldie but a goodie. Beer says, if you have 3 more energy when one of your red or blue, whoops, super tiny, there he is, because it's an older card. You can play this and for the free. You get a free play. It's kind of like the Bunny Girl Bulma kind of thing, but for red or blue cards. And you get to cycle it at the end. All right. Ooh, and there's an Emperor's Death Beam. Oh, it also has Invoker, which is really strong. Which is really important as well. Okay, you are playing your Gamma. And let me it's like Gamma's like always in my Z deck, but I've never played it. It's like one of the first times I've actually seen Gamma on the board. For the record, Bandai has no standardized size for their card images, so I have to readjust it every time it's something from a different set. Place 1 card from your hand bomb and remove this. You get to draw 1 counter skills. Ooh, okay, and then you are playing your big boy Goku. This is a really sweet card. Like, there's a lot of like really cool flavor text cards for this. Sometimes they're like they're really bold cards as well. But deflect when you get to you don't have yellow, but you pretty much get to play this Goku. You get to KO something or switch it to rest mode, which is cool. And then if everything is tapped out, you get to go again. Essentially, you get to restand. It's a hard limit one, but yeah, it looks like not having the gas you need, and we did have Frank win that one there. So congrats to Frank on that round 1 win. I'm going to set up the stream for Dane real quick. So we might have like a little bit of an extended break. So just give me 1 second there. Okie doke. We do have table 6 for us here. It is undefeated. We do have we were talking about Wang Po, and he is playing against an Aandroidd 21. So I'm super duper down for that matchup here. So, what is your quick thoughts on Android 21, Dane?
Yeah, so Android 21 is like the hot new control deck, right? It
Mm-hmm.
really takes advantage of a whole new mechanic almost, where you get to use your opponent's cards to pay your energy costs. I think that as a deck, it does have weaknesses to aggro, as control should, right? Kind of
Mm-hmm.
part of the triangle.
Yeah.
Um, but if you really get to stabilize, even like one turn is all it takes, and then like full power counter, the new floodgate for her, as well as like a dimension magic, really just buys you an entire turn. Because hitting a card is really difficult, but hitting a Z energy as well is also hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I did figure out, right, because I've played this matchup locally with Javier, that in fact you cannot use the Dragon Balls as cost for full power counter.
Oh,
They can
interesting.
only leave your Z energy by the skills or for the cost of a Shadow Dragon card. And so he's going to have to not only build that Z energy, but additional Z energy to even be able to continue to swing through.
Mm-hmm.
The dice roll is going to make a big difference here.
Yeah, and it's kind of the game in general.
True.
Which is a real shame. And honestly, like the difference between I feel like a good deck and a bad deck in this game strictly is that a bad deck has to go first to have a shot. A good deck can do either, right? That's more or less my feelings on it.
And typically, as a deck that gets to control its own life pretty well, right? Android 21 has both a Self Awaken on the front side, and the Z Battle card can Self Awaken. It's normally one that doesn't really mind first or second, but against specifically a deck that can put out, these double and triple strikes this quickly, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Immediately, we can see Sin's doing its thing, right? Drawing a card right off the bat by getting the first ball away, checking life. I imagine that there's no balls in life, but they're probably going to try to check the deck anyhow.
Yeah.
That's usually the first bad sign against blue. If Sin picks up like 2 balls out of life,
Mm-hmm.
you know you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, just because like that's like card advantage that you don't get otherwise, and since blue really wants to try to like keep you from that a lot of the time, it's pretty rough.
And Android 21 doesn't need to attack to draw either.
No.
On either side.
Nope.
And he's got the Oceanus. This is a big turn here. That's all 4 right there. So now a guaranteed turn to awaken.
Yeah, very
really
strong.
Be huge.
Very, very, very strong.
Although, did he just add the ball to his hand?
Yeah. I think he did. Does it put into the energy and then you draw one?
It does. Yeah, it draws one naturally and then puts one into the energy.
All right, we got our judge heading in there. Should be good.
But yeah, so honestly, I see immediately, right? We've got some of the new silver foilings here while they take care of the judge call here. The silver foiling effects of, I believe that's going to be Unstoppable Technique, is that it's almost D-Magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a call where, or a card where they will tap 1 blue and restand a card in their energy. But if they're at 4 or less, they can activate it for free. And they have a multicolor, right? So they don't necessarily need to have the Sparking 5 that's normally kind of difficult in the early games to get an energy back up.
Yeah.
Which, if that means that they can just trade a Sin Shenron 8 attack for 1 life, that's going to be huge.
Yeah. And let me get these names here.
As we all just saw as well, we are doing kind of the blue Android turn 1, the search and shuffle. You will develop arthritis if you play these decks over long enough periods of time.
Yes.
Measureless strength, you can just discard. It's the ultimate consistency tool. Top 5 for blue Android, 5 or less. The leader does not specify what kind of Android you need aside from blue. So the 8-drop was what we saw him grab a moment ago, which is a 0-10K just for the fact that you're an Android 21 leader. You can grab the secret rare with it. There are a lot of options that you have, whereas Android 18's measureless strength does still say 5 and less, so no secret rares, no boss monsters. Speedy sub, also no limitation, just blue or green Android.
Mm-hmm. All right, and yeah, just the 1-drop again, doing more cycle there, looking top 5.
This is an
super
interesting
combo.
choice too. They are making the executive decision to go for Speedy Sub over, say, the new mandatory Gathering. I imagine to prevent Koitsukai and Black Mass Saiyan from ruining their day.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, you know, having those clone tokens is important, especially more so in those control matchups. In these aggro matchups, they're going to have cards on board. They're trying to kill you. But in control ones especially, they really do struggle sometimes for you to give you cards which effectively become your energy.
Yeah, and real quick too. First, thank you very much to Riddlebox and Brandon for the subscriptions on Twitch. Really do appreciate that. Also, Judge said that he chose 0 from Oceania, so which is why that was the interaction. It was there.
Got it.
Yeah, and yeah, the fact that Sin can't run Koits or Black Mass Saiyan is nice for the deck, but you know, it did get like when the Z deck was new, it did get like the buff that Z deck doesn't count towards deck construction, so that's powerful there too. But yeah, it does end up getting the 6 balls there anyways. So going to play your best friend 4-drop Sin on turn 2. Man, this kind of also just reminds me of like all the like aggressive yellow decks, because yellow has so many ways to just play a double striker for 1 right now.
Yellow meaning red or yellow meaning yellow?
Yellow meaning yellow, because like we do have like the Goku Vegeta, and like also like just the servant, the new Boo, the new V, like all that stuff is like, it's such a power creep. It feels like, just to like, oh, it technically costs 4, but you can play it for 1, just meet the conditions, and like that are really easy to meet. And what are your thoughts about how easy it is to get double strike on something now, despite Champa being out of the meta?
You know, it is a really interesting spot, because we all thought that thwarting was the greatest card in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That card could probably come back to 4 right now and have no issues.
Yeah.
So like, it is really interesting. Oh, we just saw him combo out, which honestly, if you have a super combo and a card on board against Sin, yeah, you know what? That's very fair, and you need to protect that double strike. I think the largest issue for those double strikes really is going to be the fact that a lot of them don't have opponent energy restrictions. We see the new yellow one, like you said, right? The ultimate duo does have the restriction of your opponent having 2 energy, but Sin here does not. And back before the crit was done, this would have been a 30 double crit or a 25 double crit. It just would have been. And on turn 1, when you are, you've tapped out because you dared to play a cantrip rather than hold up to -1 for a D magic on turn 1, it was a little punishing. So as long as we can kind of make sure that they aren't, how do I put this? That they all maintain limit 1.
Mm-hmm.
They're extremely leader locked, and that they can't gain critical, right? I think
critical is usually what tends to it tends to be the better keyword, which is rare. But we also do see the new red Sin from the promo set, so which is nice. Being able to take cards from your own life, being able to be a blocker, and being able to switch to active at the end of turn, all very good stuff.
Well, and truly the biggest combo with this, and we can see there, leader can pick up secret rare.
That is a good card.
I'll let you know, against Sin, that card is the true haymaker. It will cost him 2 energy to board wipe and regen 2.
Yeah.
Which is really wild. So I think one thing, though, back to this new Sin TP, is the extreme defense and draw power added with, the Nova, right? You play the Nova for 1. When it leaves, you get to draw 1 and it comes back. This guy lets you do that on your opponent's turn. Cards that say once per turn don't mean once per turn cycle. They mean once per turn. When you're thinking about the defense here that the Android 21 player Andrew is going to have to be putting up, guys, we're looking at, he's going to get a 1 awaken, right? He does get 1 energy back, 1 draw. He already did his leader skill to grab a card. And then he's going to probably try to set up either the ramp with the Z battle card, or he's going to try to set up for like Android 17, right? There's a couple. I don't know what to tell you. That was just the way that it works out. Sometimes you call it and he shall appear. So when you have a card that's searchable and that establishable, right? All you need to do is have a Z battle card or a couple Z energy. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I would say like Android is now like probably the second best trait in the game, right? Saiyans have been really good for a long time, but there's just been like such incremental support for androids, and there are just so many cards I think that you look back in time that just generically say for that trait that might get get in some trouble if they're not careful in the next little bit. But just
I mean, the set 2 Aandroidd 21
mhm.
is searchable
Yeah.
for the secret rare. You can literally go, I'll play this card for 2 and I'll find my secret rare.
Yes, yeah, it's that's very very solid for a lot of decks. So you do have to be very, very careful on. This game's been out for 5+ years, right? There's a lot of like quote unquote legacy support on purpose and sometimes coincidentally, right? So with just a lot of like half the cards we see in this deck are just cards for other Android decks that are just generic enough that you can still use them.
So we see here, I believe, an attack on Sin Shenron, the 4-drop there. The leader's power maintenance is going to be in effect, right? You only lose keyword skills and gained effects,
Yeah.
but power changes will retain. So when you get that awakening turn, you get to swing at 20, comboing off the Aandroidd 18. And look, I think we're right. I think we are setting up here for, there's the pass, setting up for a super combo out of one attack, and then Aandroidd 17's online.
Yeah.
However, we saw a turn 1 charge from Wang Po, Broly Crown.
Which means that there's probably like 3 others in hand, right? So
there's a pay 1.
Okay.
But it's for Ice,
Ice
who I think
Shenron.
gains critical when it comes back, right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Normally, I like the other one because you get like the card draw, and that's usually a little bit more impactful. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, it gets critical when it comes back. And not to spoil deck list, but yeah, he definitely runs more of the other one. It just happens to be the one you get, which I think is standard for most lists.
Especially when, again, with the new TP, right? There's so much synergy there just to be filling your hand on your opponent's turn while getting a blocker back.
Yeah.
So he does combo, and there's 1 clone token. That's mandatory gathering there. So now the clone token is on his opponent's board.
Which you can use to pay for cost, right?
Yep. So it doesn't have any combo power, so you'll never really be able to remove it on your own unless you have some weird self-board wipe effects. And so it does both. It enables another attack if he's low on resources, but if he's not, we're fine. And there's the 3rd Z energy into an Aandroidd 17. It's an unbelievable play. I mean, his turn it's not over, but if you commit a card to the bottom of the deck and then they go D-Magic or they just super combo out of it for nothing, there's just so little you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, you still do like leader swing because it cycles a card, right? You don't like inherently lose anything for it, but
the leader doesn't actually
that's
have the
right.
bottom deck.
That's right. Yeah.
Cards.
That's right.
So there's 20.
Yeah, and I think most Sin Shenrons don't run unisons anymore, right?
Yeah, I think that the TP was simply too much of a change. I mean, the list was already getting kind of tight, right? Once you included the unison, because now you've got to include Pilaf Missile or Omen of Awakening, and then a bunch of one. Now you got to include 1-drops, right? Because you basically got to include Nataron to make sure that you're getting value off of him.
Yeah.
But this TP, he just picks up life. Here's this huge swing. If he goes to side, he can. That's another neutral swing, actually. If he attacks with the 4-drop, he bottom decks 1. Did he just pass?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Also, Brian, head judge Brian in chat. I was thinking about this card exactly the same. Do you know the 1-drop red baby card?
Yeah. I forgot about that because that's how they used to beat Aandroidd 18 mill.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like I forgot the wording. Let me see if I can find it. But it's just like it's not a hard once per turn, and it's just like look through. Yeah, put a card underneath it. If it's and then if it happens to be a Vegeta,
Yeah, the cost is to put the card underneath, not if your leader is that.
Yeah.
Just the consequence of being a slightly older card, right?
Yeah.
So he's restanding some cards here. It looks like he's putting up the 4-drop, just the 1. So realistically, he does have access to his secret rare here if he'd like to. But is he going for it? Right off the bat, he is. All right, so this is going to be a full board wipe. Aandroidd 21 will transcendental Man, it's early.
Yeah, it is super early.
Transcendental Predator chooses all cards on your opponent's board and places them under her, both battle and unison, ignoring barrier. And then for every card chosen, there's the keyword chosen, you get back life.
Yeah.
And so if you're choosing just clone tokens, you still get back life even if there's no cards under her.
Yeah. So very solid. So definitely, as you're saying, like a way for this deck to survive against aggro in the sense that you do get the life back, and you like recovery effects in this game are very, very rare. And most of the time, they're not worth it, I'll be honest. There have been few, besides like a leader awakening that gives you the life back, like it's by and large not worth it, right?
Yeah. The best instances would be like occasionally a red King Piccolo has nothing to do, or green Slug does it once to awaken.
Yeah.
But Transcendental Predator is such a huge comeback mechanic, a full board wipe, setting up, additional life in these blue decks that have to take damage quickly. I mean, I think, is he back to 6 life now?
I believe so. It's setup's a little rough, but I mean, I think it's easy if you could just ask. But yeah, and he's got like a second deck over there with all the cards that just happen to be underneath that Aandroidd 21. It's such a mean card.
Yeah, and it's going to provide itself protection too, right? Unlike most secret rares that are honestly pretty vulnerable. Really, any removal gets rid of them, but Aandroidd 21 is going to cost 2 pieces. Is that 4? For
Vegeta, probably. It is. All right. Well, that will do it, right?
Well, in theory, so Vegeta is going to attack. But Vegeta, here's the thing, is that Vegeta will not remove Transcendental Predator because she'll get rid of the cards from underneath her. So the hardest part is that there's actually a way that Andrew could get rid of Vegeta right now.
Yeah. Just negate.
So one thing that is really interesting about Vegeta there is truly that, I mean, it doesn't have any protection mid-battle, right? That's why most Vegetas are just play and rip immediately. But look at that. There's the Sensu Bean. If he had double Sensu Bean, super combo Aandroidd 18, measureless strength, you can remove Vegeta mid-battle and keep all the advantage gained.
And so also something about this Aandroidd 21 is that it's usable in any blue or green leader, right? Is there any leaders that you think that exist right now that could benefit from using this card, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, interesting you ask. The other day we were having a conversation because I do think there are a lot of green decks that could really benefit from including some number of Aandroidd 18 super combos and or Sensu Beans alongside the Angel Energies from set Divine Multiverse, the Draft Box 5. Which really allows you to gain back life. And in green especially, a lot of times when you're dormanting, you're just like taking that hit as well. But then you just go, okay, now I'll homicidal, or now I'll block, or now I'll shocking death ball. But that first hit you can't really prevent. But if you could get 2 life back and a full board wipe and then a dual attack big lady that keeps going,
Yeah, there's something there.
25 duel into 10k, but that 0-10 Aandroidd 21 Ceaseless Despair and a Aandroidd 18 Bionic Blitz will get him out of that situation.
Man,
this is really tough for Wang.
I keep forgetting how much they want people to play Sin. I keep how did he Z awaken? He didn't have an energy open. He's like, I don't worry about it. You don't. He's just, it's fine. It's fine. You're at 3. You're not 4 lives.
1 to 2, not even like the others are all there.
Man, maybe Aandroidd 21 Secret Rare is what could make Super 17 good, because you can run it in that deck, and like you get to, if you're at 4 life, you get to heal up as a 20k leader with 6 life. That's kind of nice. Probably not good, but like
probably not good enough.
No.
It cannot save green yet.
No,
right?
yeah,
but over time, we get a decent green deck, or when they finally make multicolor blue that isn't blue based better, then.
Don't raise my hopes.
Yeah. This is looking really bad for Wang Po. This is now effective. He could dump whenever. And if he's got 10Ks, 5Ks, whatever, he can just kind of sit on it. So the hard part is that he is a 20K base. And thanks to cards like Shadow Dragon Thunder, you know which one I'm talking about? The yellow one?
Yes. Yeah.
Make yourself a base 25K for free as long as you have 3 or more cards in rest mode. Or energy in rest mode?
You sure do. You have 4. Oh, past the turn, though. Okay. All right.
But now he is sitting on a full power energy floodgate, which is going to cost a Z energy and a card in hand to attack, and I only see 2 Z energies, so notably does not negate the attack, so the leader swing here can still go through.
And I think, I could be wrong, I think Andrew has 5 life.
That would make sense if he... No, because he didn't take the lead swing. Oh, you know what it was? It was at 6, and then Vegeta struck.
Okay, that's right. Okay. So this could be a double strike plus a triple strike could end game. I'm going to say unlikely, but...
There might be a negate or 2 in the blue deck.
Nah. I think you've used all your negates already. I think you're fine.
Starting with a Broly Crown, perhaps? Nope.
I wonder how much he's kicking himself for charging that Broly Crown as soon as he did, because I feel like it could do a lot in this matchup.
I mean, even just the base hand knowledge, right? Going, all right, well, how many dead cards do you have? Can really do a whole lot here. So we have a counterplay, a Kusu, I imagine. Yep, there she is. And that's going to further hand control and board control here. Very difficult to deal with.
I love that Kuzu card. I think I still have a couple SBRs left of it. I might. I don't have the Aandroidd 21 deck. Yeah. It's
I honestly, this is the first time I've seen Kusu played in this Aandroidd 21 deck, because generally it isn't a hand control deck, right? It is just playing its natural game.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you have a stronger Vegeta the Cruel, shout outs to the mid game joiners, that was me. I mean, right? It's you remove a 6 or less for 2, and then a card out of hand, and then you could also just combo it and still get the hand rip.
Yeah.
Very strong card.
All right. Well, double strike still is a good card. You're gonna go into leader 20k.
He won't be able to remove anything because he has no Shadow Dragons to KO. So that Kusu is still going to remain there, and the secret rare is still a 40k.
Yeah, but the Kusu... I mean, what? If you combo with it, you get to make them discard 1, right? But that's
only from hand.
Only from hand, yeah. So it doesn't do anything anyway. It's not a blocker.
Yeah. It's mostly... Oh, I suppose, yeah. Now he's a 20k, so it really doesn't make all too big of a difference. It looks like 6 cards or so in Andrew's hand, getting quite low. So I think Wang Po is going to be looking to try to make any amount of damage go through here and then force some information out.
Yeah, well, Bean is one of those cards, so down to 5. And needs another 5k, which we do get there as well.
10.
Or 10. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wang Po, yep. So small tip for anybody who's a little bit newer might be watching. We saw there Wang Po goes from 20 to 25. If you want to get out of your opponent's attacks or force damage through, match a super combo and a card. Everyone will give up a super combo to get out of an attack, but a super combo and a card is going to be tough. And there is another immediate counterplay.
Man, a second Kuzu. Good thing I didn't. I was going to change the card on the thing. I'm like, nah, I believe another Kuzu's coming out.
The Gohan was strong, though. I mean, for one, you get to, minus 20 the Kusu that was on board, produce a blocker or double striker. I think this game is looking really, really downhill for Wang Po, especially that secret rare is still out there. That is a 40 dual attack into 1 life.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that you could you still have double strike on leader, and you can use leader activate main to play your triple striker. So there's still technically a way, but I've yet to be sold on it myself.
So I mean, Andrew's hand is low, so right, if he's running a bit low on actual negates, totally possible. Double and a triple, call it a day, right? And you could remove the secret rare in this time too if you use the leader's minus 20. And then that'll remove the secret rare, and then followed by the minus 30 from being a Z leader on the 8 drop. Then you're fine.
You could also Defender of Life, put them down to assumedly 4. We're hard assuming there's 5 over there, and then you have 2 double strike attacks, so that's also a way. But again, any one more negate would probably seal the deal for Wang Po here, I think.
We do just see right there the. And a deluge. That's pretty huge. But we did see the rage in Wang Po's hand there. So that is at least 1 negate here if he doesn't manage to pull off the kill. But there's the 8 drop as well. I mean, he's just got to go for it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, again, this is hard assuming he has the what?
If
Yeah,
he makes, yep, if he makes it to the battle step, he can remove the secret rare just with the A drop now, because now he has the 4th Z energy.
all right. So attacking there, do we see battle?
He's got no unstoppables, no
No, he's got
D
D-Magic.
magic.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so strictly down to 2. I don't know if I
Most
agree with going down to
alive.
2. Yeah. A little unless you have like a counterplay with like, that you can play.
Kusu.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
Kusu.
Why not, right? But again, like this could be okay. Interesting. I would have done like a rush attack Vegeta or something, right? Because like that at least would give you a double striker on board. But okay, all right, you're prioritizing 2 attacks instead of 1. Champa doesn't exist in the game anymore, so you do have to be careful.
Yeah, I think that demagicking from life might have been a huge miscalculation here, because Gohan being double strike now puts this in danger of outright winning.
Yeah, yep. So that's the new. Yeah, I keep forgetting this thing has double strike.
So he's going for full power counter. He's going to remove the Gohan mid battle, as well as then tapping the Goku one hit wonder. So that alone, playing the one hit wonder, might have sealed an otherwise good fate there. So now he's got one more. He's got to have another Gohan, right? Because limit 1 on the Aandroidd set on the 4-drop in.
Yeah, let me bring this up. There's the Android 21 full power.
And Andrew just drew, so that might be a charge. Did he pass?
Let's see. Yeah, we have the limit 1 is on. Yeah, there's no limit 1. Yeah, on the Gohan. It's just unique.
On Sin, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so but we've now passed back. This is looking really tough here for Wang Po.
Yeah.
Going for a measureless strength, probably trying to find a super combo to apply a little bit of pressure. Maybe looking for a bad omen. Bad omen that you can just pay for 5.
Yeah. Well, another 5K. So again, like, just being able to say I can fix my hand to make it a 5K or whatever else I need is just solid.
So I mean, yeah, I think he might be digging for the bad omen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you find the bad omen, it's almost an uninteractable, and for red, it actually I think might just be straight uninteractable. But otherwise he would have windmill slammed it if he found it.
Yeah.
The 8-drop is definitely posing an issue. Ceaseless Despair now has tapped 2. Actually, does not even have a second green to play the Ceaseless Despair, so that's that first issue. This is looking kind of tough.
All right, yeah, deciding he has to just go the old-fashioned way.
Yep, the 40 is going to die to the 8-drop. Because, right, it can choose to -12 and then -30.
Yeah, I can choose to minus. Yeah, so comboing with the Aandroidd 18, because it would get. You do lose it as well, so that does get rid of 1 attack. And I guess technically 2, right?
2, yeah, 2 huge ones, no less. So that's 45. I mean, he could also go for a Beerus here, right? A Beerus is probably gonna.
Yeah, and I think he chose both effects for the
secret rare. Yeah, which makes sense, just to remove it.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to split the difference just to like make it so like even if they do attack, they have to combo more. But yeah, not a lot of cards in that Aandroidd 21 hand.
Yeah, thankfully, right, the Ceaseless Despair is still 0-10K.
Mm-hmm.
Now the issue is really going to be pushing through period. So there's another blocker produced on board. So the choice here, man. I mean, honestly, I think with that last turn, the play might have instead been to just like make the ramp lady straight out of the Z deck,
Mm-hmm.
you know? get rid of the 8-drop, and then go forward with your dual attack.
Yeah, I almost like never see this Rage Center play, but everyone's like, I gotta run 2 or 3. Like it feels bad if you don't, but like in this spot, it's solid. Being able to be a blocker and then also being able to get that free negate just means that there's still that 1 energy open, and it's I've been playing a lot of One Piece, so I'm always like, oh, if he's got 4 energy open, or it's Dawn immediately enters like more power and stuff, but
yeah.
Digging there does not spark confidence for me.
So he can give his opponent Pan. Pan in this deck, effectively, even the turn Pan is played, effectively reduces itself to be a +1 in energy advantage. You pay 1 blue, and then you get 2 instances of blue energy by having her on your opponent's board.
Yeah, I haven't seen that interaction, but yeah, that makes it's. I don't even think they're just like, oh shoot, we probably forgot that we gave Pan that ability. Oh well.
It's funny between Piccolo and this interaction. Do we have to ban the
yeah
cantrip?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's also like a blue Vegex, right? That gives itself to your opponent, I think, right?
Vaku, yeah.
Vaku, yeah.
So he is going to pay 2 total audacity. He pays 2 blue, 1 blue, and 1. Gets to draw 2, makes a clone token at the end of Wong Po's next turn. And this, he's probably going to try to push, but I think we saw after images in Wong Po's kind of early hand. I don't know if he's still got them or what he's done with them at this point.
See, you've used it in Cooler for a draw 2, mill 2. That's really funny. That's another little fun little. If they don't give stuff that you can give minus power to, oh, there you go. Take this Pan. Let me get my draw. Let's see.
The second voice might sound familiar. I've been around with Eggman here a couple of times.
Yeah, once or twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Dane, fresh from the blizzards of Minnesota, to make an appearance here.
Oh man, this is so did he just pass?
Yeah, he did pass, yeah.
Oh no. He's got 1 energy up?
1 energy up, about 6 cards in hand, and you've keep every turn you're like, man, this is tough.
Yeah, I mean it's gone back and forth. So he's giving Pan back.
Yeah.
So now that's 1 less blue energy for him to work with. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that I really expected the game to be over like 3 turns ago, but I think it's actually because of the lack of resources, not even because like the other person has them. Yeah.
No, I'm also laughing at. I've never thought about giving Pan back as also like a thing you do to do. Like,
yeah,
like it's I can't. I've got plans tonight. Like, can you actually babysit her now? Like, what's the
your turn?
Please. Your turn, please. Like, yeah, dibs on not this.
So and it does produce this interesting spot now because now it's back on his board, right? There's presumably no real way for Sin to get rid of her at this point. Whereas if you had left her on your board and they don't have a way to immediately like use her, you get to combo her off and make sure she's gone. Going for a rush attack while he doesn't have any energy up. Can't get Kusu'd at that point, perhaps. Or is he just going to start big man?
Start big man. Why not? Get the negate that you know that they wanted to play anyways, right?
So he's got 1. The question is he going for?
Yeah. Oh, down to 1.
That was exactly my thought. Because now, right, he can full power counter, paying 1 of Wong Po's cards,
which can be energy, which is solid.
Yep. I think right there, though, what Wong Po might have done instead is he could have maybe swung leader. And then full power counter doesn't do anything because she doesn't negate the attack inherently. She just kills something ignoring barrier.
All right. So
30.
Red Beerus can give them -5 to a leader, right?
Only if it's in rest mode, which the Under 21 leader is not in rest mode.
Interesting. Okay.
I think you can. I don't know about this. I feel like he can save the activate battle. up until he like plays another full power counter or something, because then he doesn't get the instance of the 10k.
Yep. All right. So Bean's a good start. You have now 4 energy open. Also, you can use the leader effect to rest your opponent's leader, right? For Android 21.
No, you cannot use your opponent's leader to pick costs.
Gotcha.
Only battle in unisons.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I'm definitely lacking on some of this hard knowledge for this, so I appreciate you having that.
I spent a decent amount of time playing the game.
Yeah, you've played a game once or twice.
1,000 times, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I was thinking about that if we had yet passed truly 1,000 games was something that I had really thought about for a moment there, because certainly several hundred.
Yeah, but
I
wonder. I'm pretty sure I've played more Dragon Ball than Digimon. It's hard to know because Digimon games go a lot quicker, but I think I've probably there's been how many days has Dragon Ball Super been a card game? 1,500.
Yeah, over the summer we'll hit 6 years.
Yeah, so almost 2,000 years. I'll just say 1,500 days that I've been in the game, right? I think I've played a game of Dragon Ball on average for the last 5 years, right? So like, if you think of it that way, once per day. Yeah. If you go to a tournament, you're good for a week, right? And so I think I've passed 1,000 games of Dragon Ball Super.
I think it's a very fair statement. I joined in set 7, so I was 2 years late to the party, but this is really looking, that's a 10k on top of the base 20. Still, he's only got like 2 cards in hand. Ceaseless Despair is going to get him out. Ceaseless Despair and a Gohan.
Mm-hmm.
Chooses not to have Gohan, and at this point, I mean, now he's a 20k with 2 cards in hand, but the rush attack onslaught starts.
Yeah.
Comboing the Gohan there. Oh, is that a Kusu?
Dirty Burst just for cycle.
Yep.
Which could have been, a negate instead. But
that was my same exact thought, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he has to find specifically a floodgate there.
He did.
Oh, wow. Wait a second.
Wait.
Wong Po's got what? Like
2 cards in hand?
2? But he does have leader swing still.
Yeah.
The back and forth has really gone on.
You'll have this swing, you'll have leader swing, and Dimension Man. Yeah. Oh. Narrowly sneaks it out. Okay, once every once in a while, someone plays Sin Xeno, and I'm down. I want to learn this deck again. I want to play it. It's super fun, and then I never do, and it goes away. And then another 3 months, and I see it again. Like, oh yeah, this deck's awesome. And then I forget about it all again. I've never committed to sleeving up the deck, but it always seems really neat. And then on the other side, Trunks, quite a few people are eyeing it as the replacer for Crimson right now. I feel like. It's solid. The fact that this deck coincidentally never takes crit damage is kind of funny, and it's just solid for
great awaken conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
3 Z energy from either player or life.
Yeah.
So we can talk about some of these new buffs too. I don't know if the Future Trunks player has the new Trunks that triggers out of life from this rounds of regionals.
Sure,
but he might. And that card is, just another life trigger, except on a much better body than we've ever had on the life triggers before. Sin Xeno, if people are unaware, right, the Z deck is not really in the same. There's no restrictions on what you can include in the deck. But because of the way your draw power works, you're technically limited, right?
Yeah.
But the Z deck is not. And Pan is a 1-cost removal because all your cards have Xeno in them.
Mm-hmm.
And Boo is also a 1-cost removal.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I never recognized that Pan is such a silly buff for this deck, coincidentally.
Just, it's a 1-cost. Oh, I have 2 other Xenos out. Bye.
Yeah. When I first saw that card, I'm like, there's going to be unintended interactions with just Xeno is such a wide name for this.
Yep. Certainly right. These are some good decks, man. I think these are both decks piloted by Mr. Legends himself too, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
he likes both these decks a lot. The one thing that is going to be the most interesting, right? I think Sin Xeno is really more pilot dependent. I think the lists are all pretty solidified just because, again, of how the deck works. But Future Trunks could be blue dot deck. It could be a couple pieces with the engine, hoping that you kind of high roll. It could be full committed to the engine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And which unison you pick entirely changes how consistent your ramp is, right? Are you willing to play Supreme Kai of Time and go for the slower ramp, but it's more consistent that you're going to be at like 7 energy on, in a couple turns?
Yeah.
Or do you go the other way where you're playing Vegeta, you're taking a couple losses to hand, but man, you're gonna get like 2 ramps immediately.
Yeah. And real quick, just for some tournament stuff. One, it is Andrew Trinidad. Two, also just shout outs to all the Arizona homies. It's a really great community down here, and especially for Dragon Ball. I always feel like I have support here, which is great. But also, deck list for top 8 for this event will be posted on my YouTube tomorrow morning, as well as on my website as well. Again, the only reason I made this tournament was so I can steal other people's decks, so I can have decks for myself. That's the I will pay $1 to get a little bit of insight of knowledge for that kind of stuff.
What's happening here? So we can see here Trunks has decided to swing and immediately combo the pan off to build his Z energy, but Trunks does have one of the best top 4 searches in the game.
Yeah.
Or top 5 just for a 4 or less blue Saiyan. Or the 2-cost unison. Can you guys think of any good blue Saiyans?
Yeah, one or two. Again, if you can find Pan that can like do Piccolo stuff, like it's all good. It's all solid.
And so far, we've just seen the good basic blue shell, right? Is he choosing to reveal? Didn't look like it. Because you do have to announce the reveal prior to taking damage with Trunks. But regardless, he's just taken the life. The Sin Xeno player has drawn some cards. I think the leader actually restands, right? Am I crazy?
Leader restands, I think, on the
just on the backside, do you think?
Oh, the Sin, the Sin on the backside, I think only.
He has charged a super combo.
No, it's both sides, yeah.
That is a super combo in energy. He's going for Pan here off of the Piccolo. 2 energy for a dual attack. Draw 1, produce a 5k body. More than good enough, especially here against Sin. You're looking to be the aggressive player. So if you give Sin, a turn to now play their uninteractable secret rare, thanks to the God Sealing ban.
That's true. That is true. Like, that's like one of the. I mean, Godseal's been banned for 3 months now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's still decks that are just like, I forgot this deck was literally only invalidated because Godseal existed, right?
Yep. And
so like, there's still just a bunch of space to going back. Obviously, we're a new format. Like we're twice over in a new format, and I would say when we looked at those Zenkai reboot leaders, Trunks was probably like the worst out the gate. At least I think all other 3 of them saw play and have seen tops, but I think it might be Trunks' time to shine for what it is.
I mean, here we can see the awaken, like the quickness of it, right? He just comboed these extra cards off because it's either players at 4 or less or have 3 or more Z energy. Like, is that not when a leader already has when players is at 4 or less, that is a pretty good leader.
Yeah.
And then they were like, and also 3 Z energy. So Sin Shenron, immediate. There's a lot of different opportunities there. And look at that. He's just back to 2 energy. Actually, how is he back to 2 energy?
At the end of turn, you get
turn. He passed. I thought it was still his turn, and I'm like, wait a second, hold on.
Also, if we got any DBS Deck Planet devs, can you fix the Trunks leader in the client? Thank you very much. He's broken.
Is it still?
He doesn't have any keyword text. It's just like raw text for it.
Gotcha.
Nothing terrible, but like it does make it a little disorienting to read.
Mm-hmm.
But when you essentially have, you can draw like so many like blue decks love draw ape, right? Because like it, like just having like a draw ape on your leader,
It's huge.
It's pretty good.
With more upside, right? You
Yeah.
remove a card,
Mm-hmm.
and then if you happen to have exactly Vegeta as of now
Yeah.
in play, or I suppose, right, it you can use it with Krillin and Android 17 now as well.
You sure could.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
Not going to, but
that
you
is
could.
a legal target.
So he is going 30, I believe, into Piccolo because you get plus 15k when you activate the extra card.
Yeah.
And notable, that should still trigger the mill effect, from the leader. Because one thing that a lot of people are a little less aware of is that the leader only gets the mill effect if you are activating the activate main / battle, not the counter attack. So if you go for this, or you go for, say, the new negate, right, the Shadow Dragon, you're not going to be able to force a mill while negating. It does have to be the activate main / battle.
For sure. And I'm looking at the deck. It's too bad Black Smoke Dragon doesn't actually be part of this. Yeah, Shadow Dragon. Yeah,
and neither does the new one. Yeah, it's a little
a little wonky. Yeah, the new one could definitely have it. I don't know.
So he's saving Piccolo there with a UI Kamehameha, 15k combo power for one card. So they both traded a card for a card, and that's going to end up costing quite a bit more there for Sin here. And so we saw that he grabbed an Oceanus. So if he doesn't have an answer, I mean, the unfortunate truth is that Oceanus reads pass.
Yeah, it does
most of the times. Like it's when you first read it, you're like, oh, 4 cards is a lot, but like you could swing through that. No, you cannot. Not even once, dude.
Yeah, and honestly, like, we're really set up for like a good mill deck to be very good all of a sudden, because there's just so many decks are so greedy with their card draw right now without willing like SS4, cycle 2, or like the Piccolo played a pan from deck that also like that cycle 2, right? Like,
yep, that's just 2 gone. And you know, everybody's also been at least during like the peak of Crimson, people were and there's the desperate measures. They called it. So yep, still goes back to hand. It's because it's reduced in hand. Yep. So you. Oh my gosh, what was I about to say? Oh, people were running 50 card decks again. So Oceanus still is Oceanus discard is part of the cost, so he does immediately cycle a card. And so we're gonna see here dual attack from Piccolo, and then probably another Piccolo duel.
Sure.
So this just looks like a good blue stuff deck, which is totally fine.
Yeah,
right?
that's solid. I mean, that's that is a good blue stuff card.
So, is he dead?
Maybe. I still can't believe it's a you if you have 3 or more energy.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he did go second. So
still, man, come on, don't give me that.
So because like here's the thing is that Shadow Dragons it's a Shadow Dragon deck, right? Like,
yeah.
He doesn't have a Unison out, so he doesn't have access to Spirit Boost or anything like that.
No.
He is going to get rid of a life, and he effectively has 5 attacks here, dual crit, and then another leader and 2 20Ks.
And one of them is going to be crit. Oh, he's got 4 Oceanus in hand.
I think he's effectively scooping here because I mean you're just not running the support of the Dark Empire, right? Like you're just not running that, if any, not many off Shadow Dragon cards. And there's restands that. Is he going to restand an energy or the leader? Probably the leader, right? Yeah. Without Champa, the energy doesn't do a whole lot.
Is the leader once per turn, by the way, for the draw? I'm going to guess
probably not.
Yeah, why would it be?
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like they just forget to put that tag on stuff.
Well, because they just don't need it, right? Because how are you going to restand the lead? I mean...
There's so many bad cards though that also have it, like that would super benefit, like it would be like even thematic for it to have it, and they're like, no, I'd be busted. And they're like, all right, cool, we'll give it to the Trunks that doesn't have it.
Super combo. There he's gonna go again. Second attack. So now the question is he going to let the resources? Okay, so he's just draining resources. He's not even going for his own dump. Restanding 1 and passing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like 6 cards in his hand. Honestly, he might not have any combo power, right? Like if he was tapped out there and he's got UIs and 10Ks and super combos.
Yeah, boohoo. He's at 6 life. Like
that is literally how it is. Oh man, his hand is so small.
Oh man, there's just nothing. And then
he's
has
got to remove this Gohan. Did he just pass?
No, he used leader. He used secret rare effect. Yeah, there's unbreakable.
Goodness.
Cool. Again, boohoo. Like,
because the Sin Shenron I think does gain 5k on attack, so I think he's swinging into Piccolo there. I imagine.
Yeah, still, man.
Because you would take that damage, right? To get closer to. 4.
Yeah, yeah. You get to draw, get plus 5k, and then you do get to block the secret rare attack with your face. That's something. That is something.
Man, what so he warps that, he finds the Shadow Dragon, the ultimate Shadow Tackle or whatever.
Yeah.
And he needs to find Quaking right now, right? He needs to get rid of the secret rare because if it's out for another turn, that's definitely game.
He needs to disconnect his opponent's webcam for a minute. That is what he needs to do. If he can hack into it, find out the mainframe password to turn that webcam off just for long enough, he has a shot.
Yeah. I usually honeypot my opponent's partners, significant others, right?
That does help. Yeah. That's a good end.
Man, this is. I mean, I don't know. You know, he played Gohan on turn 3, and then like he took literally 3 crit damage that is just gone. 1 to the bottom, 2 to the drop.
But we know he's got like 3 Oceanus in hand, so that could be the mill.
Yeah, he has passed. He is literally just going to rely on Oceanus, which I mean, honestly, he might not have an answer for, right? Another Desperate Measures, like maybe, but he really needs to just push the damage through with a Golden Ape next turn.
That's true. I mean, again, he passed with 4 open, right? Like this is
double Oceanus time.
You might live this next turn, but you're not advancing game state unless he's just literally like maybe he's gonna get so much value off his draws that I can get it there.
Truth be told, I'm really surprised he didn't just like.
Can you show me the name of that card real quick?
No shot.
Cool, that card.
Meki Cabra, Oceanus, Xeno 5. Oh my goodness. Meki Cabra, Broken Sealed, perhaps the most underutilized. We all accept it as a broken card in the game.
It is.
Wow.
It always just sneaks in. Like, man, I guess that is the card.
What I was gonna say about Gohan, right, is that I'm surprised that the Sin Xeno player didn't go for like Boo out of the Z deck or something, just to remove it. But he really thought that he was gonna get to Oceanus twice.
I would have thought so too. Oh, that's so rough. Yeah,
we can't do our man Maverick dirty like that. He did get, he's got a winner Meki on there.
Yeah.
Also, did he just scoop it?
I think he either scooped or punched the camera from frustration. Like that is very, very rough to see that. Yeah. All right, continue.
I played green. I was just trying to win favor points, brownie points with you. I played Xeno.
Nice.
And I mean, the first one came down, and there was just nothing I could do. If you're not playing blue or have yellow's draw power, it just
you can't.
It feels insurmountable as a card, and so I hope that Bandai deals with that card in some way. There's so many ways to do it. Even like a limit to 1 would be useful, but also like I want them to have other Union Fusions. I want them to have like a 2 cost that's just like a it's 25 dual or like a 3 cost that's 30 double crits, but it removes 1 card ignoring barrier. But that's just not how it is. It's board wipe or Vegeta onslaught, and so it really feels really samey. But in this game, though, Remember earlier, guys, if anyone was around, we were talking about Trunks' alternate awakening conditions of either players at 4 life or a player has 3 or more Z energy. Trunks can awaken on turn 1 right now.
Yeah,
He
right
is
now.
already in awakened conditions.
Yeah. It's really really weird kind of polarizing thing in a matchup like this, and I think the only thing I don't like about Dragon Ball is sometimes like just coincidentally you run into these things where like I've had a lot of times where like Chilai I just can't play against, like when Vegeta was a deck, right? With the army, they'd give me stuff and like half my cards say if you have no battle cards in your battle area, right? Like I guess I just lose. Like it just stinks. So those just feel really bad for a lot of times, but sometimes you get some like really unique kind of interactions and plays too.
And so we see that he's choosing not to turn 1 awaken. I imagine one because there might not be a lot of uses for this energy yet.
Yeah.
But realistically, the top 5 search is also really huge, right? If you're playing against a deck like Sin Shenron, the difference between seeing 2 super combos and 4 super combos is more than enough to win and lose games. And so hopefully being able to push here, he's going to be able to stall for 1 more turn, right? Especially if he's planning to be taking this first double strike and potentially this first leader swing, then he should be okay. Just 1 more. Did he have number 6? Nope. He's got to dump and find it. So that'll be the 6th one. Now he can awaken. He can play a double striker. He can play a card that picks up a life. Or he can play the... it looks like he charged a Nova this game, so he's probably got one, right?
Yeah, I would believe so. Yeah, because that's definitely the better of the 2 in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I'm surprised he didn't awaken here. Maybe he's just trying to
maybe he'll do it. No, yeah. Hear me out, right?
Okay,
One was going to play the double striker. Shocker.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to swing with the double striker, leave it at 20, and that's when he awakens and goes Beerus Destroys, gets out of the attack, draws a card, and removes an Oceanus.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
A super high value play if he doesn't combo on it, right? Like, I don't know if he's got Beerus Destroys in his deck. I have literally no idea. We saw UIs, but the last game did not get to a point where Beerus Destroys was around. Oh, please drop this Beerus Destroys. Oh, so close. But a very similar play.
Yeah.
I really thought that was the one.
All right, and there is the Gohan. Man, that Gohan's so good.
Why is it reduced by both? I thought that I feel like the reduction of Z cost on Z battle cards in battle area was enough. They're like, nah, actually, Z energy too.
Yeah, because when I'll be frank with you. Like I read that card for the first time today, actually, and I read the first one. I'm like, he's got no Z things out. How can he do that? And then I read the second permanent. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, I didn't think that was needed.
And then it's also still a double striker. And
you wrote that specifically for me, huh? To get.
It was a fun little surprise.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let's see where he's kind of swinging here. I mean, realistically, he could swing into either of the 20Ks, combo the pan, and then pay 2 to remove the other one, right? Like that's comboing out the Oceanus. Yep, makes sense. So, I mean, he's just in survival mode. Like that's the unfortunate thing about blue here is that blue, it's not like blue can really mount any sort of turn 2 offense that's going to be meaningful to Sin.
Mm-hmm.
So you just go leader skill draw and remove. Well, Sin draws, but Gohan has uses outside of that, so I think that might be the right play too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he just picked up Vegeta. I think we just saw a hand flash there. He's got the Saiyan Cobbs in the main. How do you feel about like that much self-awaken in Sin? Do you feel that might be excessive?
Nah, I think it's, I don't know. I think one is really cool that you're playing a set 1 card still. That's not Senzu Bean. Like, anytime you like older cards get to see play, I think is really neat. And Cobb is just solid still. Like sometimes you do need to get down to that, and we are seeing a lot of other decks play, you know, one energy double strikes. They're usually 20Ks, but they also usually draw you a card, and Kaba essentially draws you a card, so I think it's fine. Kaba
So
wasn't in the thing though, right? Wasn't in the digital client.
No, he was not. He was very conspicuously missing. I really felt like a red blue deck would have been a lot stronger had we had Kaba. Likewise, yellow didn't get one either.
Yeah,
they were just like,
it was a Doria, which you could use for Frieza, but
it was very weird that Golden was by far the worst deck in the client.
That's the one I played the most, and it's just stunk that they only had 2 1-drops that for the effect. Like they really didn't want that, and it was very easy for. I was playing against George. He just like stalled me at 8 life for the entire game.
They didn't include Avenging Frieza. That is a set 1 card.
Yeah. And half the time it says look top 3 and then put it to the bottom of your deck. Like it's
like it's not even a consistent one, but like it would have been something.
Yeah. It was really weird.
He's gonna produce this 15K double or dual attack. So one thing that is going to be solid here is like beam defense against modern Sin is very powerful.
Yeah,
because now they're kind of more built on these effects like these 15Ks, as well as now the new tournament pack card that's a 19,000.
Yeah.
So we're looking at maybe like 10 cards in hand for blue. Wong Pose is probably in like the 12 range, maybe in the 10 range as well if he's at 5 life still. He's choosing to swing lead, drawing. He's still got 2 energy up here, so he still is representing both an 8-drop, a rush attack Vegeta,
a Mafuba.
I was referring to red, but yeah, I mean, yes, you can Mafuba any of those cards.
I mean, hey,
that's true theme. Oh my goodness, why didn't you have that a second ago, man? I was trying to be crazy.
I think he did it because he dimension magic to have one open, and then Beers to.
Well, the turn 1 call. When I was like, get rid of the Oceanus.
Oh, I see.
And here comes a rush attack. He has now seen a Beerus Destroys gone, which means he's less likely to have another one. Blue decks are not really on 4 Beerus Destroys these days. But he is just going to lead. He's just going to do the skill right away. I mean, you got to have a D Magic here or something. You are now at 4, so like you do have access to super combos, but if Wang Po puts a super combo or a Trunks Deluge on this is going to be, again, speaking of the devil, they shall return.
Yeah.
And man, this is just what, like 40 double strike?
It's I believe so. It's 30 by itself and then 2 5K combos.
Man, but giving up like 3 super combos here, or 2 super combos and a 110K, because we know his turn's done now, right? Thankfully, Sin does not have access to overwhelms or anything of that sort, and they've banned cards like Mercenary Tau, so his turn is now officially like done. But I mean, this is just so much combo power to try to get out of his hand for nothing.
Yeah. It's Sin just gets so much power right now, even though it's like it's neutered to compare it was like. I think both the Gohan and the new Sin from the TP pack, like both those cards just are straight gas for the deck. Just even seeing it today, that Gohan has no business being as good as it is.
And it's even defensive too, right? Because it's a counterplay, and it's just really like, why is that how this works?
I don't know why I gave it double strike. Like that's the card that's the part like. Okay, so it's also technically not.
It's not like a defensive only card.
And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw Wong Po like use his Sin Shenron effect to give it that card minus 30K. And then you get it off the board, and then you can play another one because it's unique.
You can just pick a card.
Yeah.
Wow. Why would you say that out loud to me?
Yeah. The chill is going down your back.
Okay, so he's going to go probably into Vegeta. We're going to see a testing maybe. No? I guess he already drew, so think that's a negative. He goes that, he removes Gohan.
Yeah. This means I get to play another one, baby. Easy.
But it means he's probably foregoing the leader skill, right? If he's just going to swing into the cards. I don't know. Vegeta dies. And then he's going to go double to lead. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, can you even afford to give him this life here?
No, because for Sin, you want to hit them from 4 to 2.
Yeah, and so, like, I don't... This 5K might literally be more valuable, but I guess he's going for it. He's going to hit him to 3, which...
Does not want to be at 3.
Interesting. Okay. Is he going to do leader skill to draw? Nope. He does not.
Nope.
So he's got to have some kind of defense in his hand. Maybe he's got an Aandroidd 17. That seems pretty likely here to try to buy the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he pays 1 Broly Crown. Yeah.
Yep.
Hit Deadly Vanguard. Hit Deadly Vanguard. Oh, but there's the Dirty Burst.
Okay. All right.
Which is
a play.
This is... Yeah, it's like the concession. Like, I guess I'll do this so that way I don't do it. But now he has announced to Wang Po, "Hey, like, just don't commit to it."
I have a really good card in my hand that I don't want you to see. So, please don't.
And there's a decent chance, right? If Wang Po isn't ready for Gohan Secret Rare, actually, you know what? That might have been what he was going for last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Is that if the double strike goes through, then he goes Gohan Secret Rare game.
Sure. I think, for the record, like, not Wang Po's been pretty hot lately. Like, but not that he hasn't at all. But like, currently, like these last couple of months, I've personally seen him just deep in the Dragon Ball Super soup, and he's just got so much brewing on like what the counterplays are, what I can be attacked for. He's very consistent right now.
Not attacking with the Beerus at Worlds was really wild.
Yeah,
and looks like Trunks doesn't have the UI just to get out of the 25K. That is going to cost quite a few cards here. A super combo and an extra 5K. He's still representing a rush attack Vegeta. Really scary stuff here.
Yeah, but I don't think I have as much to be afraid of as Sin right now, but could be wrong.
There's a black smoke gone, and I think he is going to go for the rush attack. Yep. So now the question is always the balance for blue. He's now seen 2 Beerus Destroys gone, although there are Goku Blacks now in the game. So, yeah, I actually definitely agree with just ripping it right away.
Yeah.
And he's,
again to 40.
UI. Okay, so now he's got that. So 30
to 40 right now.
You got another one?
Yeah, 2 would be great. You got like 1.5.
I mean, this actually makes more sense from a energy perspective because, again, right, no overwhelms. We know his turn's over. So if he can combo another 5K, he can get more use out of a UI that might be at a different point. Yeah.
That gets up to 45.
He's only on turn 4, too. Going second here was really pivotal.
Yep.
He's like, normally this is the spot where he could establish Vegeta and kind of start this this comeback, but he's still a turn behind. He has to spend his leader swing and removal really to clear a board just to not deal with these cards again.
Yeah, and I think like the big thing too is like luckily with Sin, like you don't have to be worried about overwhelm because of how the leader works. So you don't have to be always like, oh, is there one more attack that I'm not used to? And like the King Piccolo also is banned now too. So even if you're running like a unison build, you'd be fine. But I think that's a big thing. Like most of the stuff that Sin does is really overcost or like overstated a little bit, but also you don't get as much for free as other decks could.
So he is going to force out a card here. Okay. Now he has to make a decision between lead skill remove Vegeta or Gohan, which in my opinion is obvious you pick Vegeta, but you know, it depends on board state and everything here.
Yeah.
I mean, really, what he played. I mean, he could go for Secret Rare here, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be the right call right now, but he could.
Yeah, and if like yeah,
Because like I don't think it wins the game alone here.
mm-hmm.
I guess he could go for Cell, right?
Sign just
Piccolo.
go for Piccolo and using effect to find a pan. If there is one, okay, there is.
So what he puts 20 into Gohan, and then if that doesn't kill it, he goes 25 into Vegeta.
Yeah, another rant. Why is the Gohan a 20, not a 15? Like that's like
Great question.
yeah, it you play it for 1 on counterplay time. The reductions both turns. It has blocker, it has double strike. It minuses 20 to something.
20, not 15.
Which
20.
Is also
it kills real cards, not just
it gets around indestructible. Like it's missing very little.
Wow. Highest value secret ID I've seen in quite some time.
It's back.
I can't believe they let that. I can't believe they let that card come back.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I like what the reason they got rid of it was because it hard countered like what the Toa deck, right?
Yeah, but like it hard counters every token based strategy from now on ever. Yeah. But it's not even that. Like just 6 is so much to get for free.
Yeah, I think what I honestly like maybe they're just like, oh, it was too. You could also use it in Crimson. Too good. That's it. Crimson's gone. We'll give him something back. And I always it's 25K, right? It's a 25K body.
Yeah.
That's also
25. Remove probably 2 cards, potentially a token.
Yeah.
So I think he's now thinking about Secret Rare here.
Yeah, because right? you have the setup. Your opponent's down to 3 life. You have 2 open yourself. It's moderately easy, and honestly too, like you have no worry about Red Sin popping your Secret Rare mid swing, right?
Yeah. Z Awaken A drop, right? But no, he's just choosing.
But sorry, like in the battle phase,
yeah. Oh yeah. I see what you're like offensively.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. And so he's got Pan here. At least 1 5K, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hand. I think Wang Po is probably very similar, maybe 1 or 2 less, or more.
Just means there's probably a floodgate in hand too.
So this is really just no engine cards here for Trunks. It looks like it's just all good blue stuff. So. It goes for Nova right away.
It's interesting that he did like decide to put Wang Po down to 3 because like that's where you get a lot for yourself. But man, if you got a bean in hand too and you're feeling confident, like I wouldn't be too afraid personally.
-15 to Piccolo, presumably. You swing lead to bait nothing, and then because the draw is going to be the same, you can Z Awaken mid battle.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't negate, then you can really get him, so to say.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's just thinking of like wanting to, use your Z energy for while you can, so you can do another rush attack, the 3rd one of this game for the record.
My favorite card.
Rush attack to 1. Crazy thing to campaign for, or.
Just limit 1 on the auto or activate main, and activate main would be
limit it to once per game because there's only 1 copy of it against easy. Yeah, we're on the same page.
That's a double. He doesn't have a negate for this. This is 35.
That's actually pretty terrifying if he can't get out of it. But we've been seeing like a lot of 10K combos that draw 4 energy ups a lot, and you are a 20K leader right now, so this is 40 to 20 right now. So you just need 25 to get out of it.
Not even 40. It's only 35.
Oh, yep.
But he decides to take it. We know that he is down to at least 2 Vegeta super combos and a Xeno, I think. Then he's used 2 or 3 Unbreakables, and he's used 3 total Beerus Destroys.
Yep. So attacking at the leader. does not look like there's a negate, but I wonder if this is just bait to say, you know what, I have a lot of oh, is he down to? Did we look
Wait,
at
that's the guy said he's at 20. He
yeah.
definitely did not combo on that.
Yeah, sure did not.
Well,
All
except
right.
a game state.
Except a game state, yeah.
So he's going to Z Awaken here. He's going to get to free play an 8-drop if he can get a Shadow Dragon out.
Yeah, and he's at 2 life now. I thought he was at 2 life last for a bit, but
oh wait, yeah. So why did he take a life here?
maybe he only took 1 from the double strike. Because I swear he was at 4. So I think
But
that's
he's now he just comboed that card, so I think they were still mid battle.
yeah. What I think happened was that he took the double strike, but he only took 1 for it.
Oh, from Vegeta.
Yeah, from Vegeta. I think that's probably what happened because I was pretty confident that he had he's at 4 life left. I'm pretty sure that was the play.
I don't think Wang Po can commit here to that. I think he needs to go for the Shadow Dragon plays.
Oh, is he passing? Oh.
Sitting
No.
with 2 up, maybe for a paid testing.
Maybe.
He is at 3. 20k base, really solid. So I mean, this is really it's going to come down to right here, right? Does
Blue have secret rare? Yes, cool.
does Maverick have secret rare?
Congratulations.
Can he do something with it? Did he just skip charge?
I think he did. Which is not
Swing lead, combo
silly.
pan. Right? Oh, I guess you don't combo pan. You give it to them, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think you give pan in this matchup. Right? Why would you want?
Well, you give pan and then you secret rare.
Oh, I see.
And then it goes back to your hand, and then you can play it again.
I see.
Another, yeah.
Yeah, but if that's the play, then I mean it's combo power too. But it seems like they do not have secret rare, and or if they are, they're trying to burn it out. All right, so testing opposition for free, going down to 2.
I mean, I think if he's got it, you gotta. I mean, you get rid of this token here.
Mm-hmm.
You burn a damage, and then he's at 1, and then any attack that goes through should be game.
Well, hold on. How many? This could be relevant. How many cards are in each player's hand? Right. I'm thinking Trunks has more cards in hand at this point.
Well, Gohan is a -3, right? There's no way he's got that many more cards, right? In theory.
That's true because you have to bomb deck too. I'm not sure. It just doesn't look like Wang Po's hand is as healthy as Mr. Draw 20 from Uno.
He has been using a lot of he used 2 1-hit wonders.
Mm-hmm.
Last turn he used something else. Oh, that's
interesting.
Different.
It gets double strike for the turn, right? So if you restand it, you can use its effect again to take another.
He baits the block. He chooses not to do anything.
Yeah.
I think he's at 2 life though. I don't think he can.
Yeah. Yep. Which I mean, that would have happened anyways.
And then 2 cards to the bottom. Yeah, I'm sure he's got more. He would. I don't think he would commit unless his opponent's got less.
Yeah, 5 in hand versus way more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just using the effect, I guess, to -20 to the secret rare. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
That's pretty huge, actually.
Yeah, because for 2 swings, yeah, I think it's worth it. And then if they play something else, you can do it again because it's not a limit. It's just unique.
So he plays Gohan, goes down. Secret Rare is a 20k.
Yeah,
honestly, that Gohan might have done it. Pulling the Secret Rare down by power is everything.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
If he's got an after image,
that's 2 stops right there too. So they have 2 more attacks, right? They have you untap 2 things, which can be leader and the Gohan itself, right?
Yeah. But do you even untap the leader? I think
leader gets you another card draw unless you want to go Vegeta and just like Vegeta still just be 15k. It's just 1 life left for Wangpo.
Yeah. So, I mean, it depends on how many dead cards, right? If he draws a dead card here, then the 15k leader doesn't even matter because he can't even deal with 20.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah, it's a 20 card. It's a 20k base. So, meaning that, yeah, the Gohan secret rare itself is just 20k to 20k, which is, man, that Gohan just, it is no longer a red Sin deck. It is just this defeating the demon turbo. Like, it is so... It seems to have fixed everything that Wangpo has needed to happen for this entire game.
And just how flexible it is, too, is really shown off right here. Because, right, he just got rid of that. And now, right, if somehow Maverick has another Overwhelm, he goes, okay, I'll Gohan again, and then your secret rare is gone.
Yeah.
You have to get rid of that. Resend that.
All right, attacking 15k to 20 right now. After image technique. Interesting.
Man. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Huge plus to his leader. Minus 10 to the secret. The secret is now only a 10k.
Okay, I could just be a dummy. After image is for the turn, right? Or is it just for the battle?
The 10 is for the turn. The 40 is for the battle.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. I'm so surprised they didn't just decide to do the block there just while you still had it, but
well, because I mean, he's not going to combo up to 60.
Yeah, and no, it's 10 to 15 right now. So he's got a combo just to kill the blocker too, which is really funny.
I mean, he might have to combo like 2 or 3 cards to get the Overwhelm off, right? Like that might have to be his. He's asking how cards in hand.
4. Yeah.
He just looked at cards in his drop area. I think he is just going to give him 3 cards to be able to facilitate.
I mean, this could be a discard 1. 2 life left for Maverick as well. Comboing, sure. Yeah, you're not taking your life with that card anymore. You're safe. Oh, he's got like the 4th Gohan in hand. We already knew that because he bounced it back.
I mean, he's got 5 in hand versus like what 3 or 4 on Wangpo's side.
Yeah.
But like we're all aware. I mean, when we all watched him grab the big man himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he's
got that in his hand, and you just, yeah.
Welcome to my secret rare. And then, you do it now just to get the removal of everything, which means that they don't get the minus 10 anymore, or like they don't get like the 2 free energy untap in case they need it from the Gohan. And he's just using. Is he attacking?
No shot. Really?
No. He's just using the effect. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea what he's doing. Because attacking with it, gives them 2 energy, which is pretty deadly.
Leader skill unused. He has a Shadow Dragon now. Rips a life. He is waiting to finalize it. Smart on Maverick's part. Goes for it. Oh man. I don't know how he gets out of this. I mean, if he has like exactly like 3 D magics, D magic into Aandroidd 17 would go crazy here. Waiting to draw. No response. I mean, I don't think he can dunk here because of the threat of Aandroidd 17 and such, but we'll see.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, this deck in general, you do have like a lot of good stuff in your Z deck that potentially can help you, but so this is 30k. All right, so this is okay. Yeah, you're definitely.
Hold on. That's pretty big. Picks up Goku Black, puts down something else. Goku Black represents a draw of 5k, and
I think he's reading to make sure he has to put something back down because there's a universe where you just rather have that extra 5k in hand, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of them. I've had to recheck that a million times. That's how I know, unfortunately. mandatory put down. But because like now he gets rid of that, he gets a 5K combo. The 15K attack is gone. He draws a new card. Man, remember Tapion?
Yeah.
Challenger?
Yeah. That was a fun week. Nationals. Everyone was running it, and then they're just like,
oh
right.
no, I'm talking about the Spirit Boost for 1 blue double strike 20K.
Oh yeah,
blue card, and we went, how does a card get better than this in blue? They were like, hold on, Goku Black, Beam, yeah. $10K. He's got 2 in hand. I mean, if he has an Aandroidd 17, I'm pretty sure he wins.
Yeah, I agree.
But he has to have the Aandroidd 17, and we watched one get crit out of life a moment ago. 15K is not big enough to go into his 20. Although last time he also forgot about the.
Well, is he beamed now?
He is beamed. He just beamed a second ago. He says no negates. That was a really defeated looking hand down, unless he is a master of the physical manipulation.
If he had beamed, he totally forgot about it because he definitely just comboed.
And then 2 for a rush attack.
I don't think he's beamed because he usually puts the marker when he's beamed, right?
But he definitely used it because he restood an extra energy. That's why he's at 3.
Oh.
Because he had 1 up, and then he went Xeno. Oh my goodness, he is so much better than us. Yeah. He is so much better than us. This is. He's got 1 in hand. He wins.
Well, wait. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. You just play something from your Z deck and you win.
He wins.
Unless that is strictly a what have you?
A rage.
Yeah, unless it's another Rage Shenron, and the card you just drew is just like a dimension.
But I mean, you just go for Beerus instead, right?
Yeah, but like you just see the importance of not skipping your charge step that last turn gave you 1 more card. Okay, yeah, you got it. What a close match.
20, 25, yeah. And then play Cell.
I guess because you can't. Cell. Oh, Beerus, sure. Something with barrier, just in case.
1 post scoops it.
Yeah. Man, that was super. Oh, did you factor in the -5? That's.
Oh, yep.
That's probably. Oh, so they evened it out. They evened it out. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's. Yeah, I always forget he does that too. Like it's just like the afterthought most of the time. What, Commander Red?
Yep. So he'll start with. Okay, he actually is playing the extra card. He's gonna go play 1 out of his deck. I can't remember if it's in rest mode or not, though. I think you play a 1 cost or a 2 cost with 10,000 power or less. Yep. Commander General Blue draws 1 or plays a blue skillless. Gonna play the violet.
Yeah.
I think he's playing a rush down, like an extreme aggro version of this, I suppose.
Yeah, versus again Aandroidd 21, which is not as susceptible to it. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it can be if it wasn't blue. Mm-hmm. But now he basically. So one of the most powerful cards in Aandroidd 21 is Wavering Eyes. Mm-hmm. Or Wavering Will, sorry, not Wavering Eyes. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Wavering Will basically costs 4 total, 3 of which are blue. It's a counterplay. And when you play during your opponent's turn, you draw 1. And that's it. It's literally just a 20K crit block. Draw 1 on your opponent's turn. On your turn, you bottom deck a battle card. Yeah. But like against blue, they have to commit to an attack or a play right at the beginning of their turn. And so once they attack, then you go, all right, full power counter using your whole board. Or they commit to a play to try to make sure that the attack that goes through is really powerful. And they go, okay, Wavering Eyes, tap the whole, or Wavering Will, tap the whole thing.
Here, I'm gonna. Stream's gonna cut off for just a second. Not like cut off, but like the. All right, there's the deck.
So, so I'll just read out the leaders so everyone is both aware if you're just kind of listening as well as for Egg, who is currently doing stuff. Basically, when you attack, you can place a Red Ribbon Army card with an energy cost 2 or less in the drop. If you do, you'll draw 1 and then shift to 1 mono blue energy, switch to active mode.
Sure.
And then auto, when a Commander Red specifically is placed in the drop, you get to pick down to, I think it says 6, 6 life lefts, and flip over.
And I've kind of, it's like going Frieza, right? Like it technically reads that with a self-awakening that's better.
Kind of. So he is gonna. So the Commander Red does get to play this guy. He gets to play a 2 or less command thing out of the top 3. So he's gonna bounce back the speedy sub, choosing not to probably. He does get to draw 1, and then he gains 10k, so he's at 20k. So he's going for the super combo. Got to defend this life early because of the rush down that he can already see coming. Totally fine and fair. Swings Commander Red. You pop this guy who had unique 2. Draw 1, restand 1, flip over. Down to 6. And then I'm sure Hayden here will go ahead and flip over the...
Oh, yeah. With
because then you become the robot.
You do become the robot. Yeah, it's really weird that this got it. My kind of understanding, which I'm not sure if this is just fake or not, is that because this came at the same time as Gamma, right?
Yes, same exact set, Ultimate Squad.
The designers we're told, Red Ribbon's coming back in the movie, and there's going to be some Aandroidd stuff in it. And they were told, cool, do we get anything else? No. Okay, I guess we're making a reboot like old Red Ribbon deck, and I guess a Gamma deck that's supposed to like synergize with Aandroids. And so if you're thinking about why these cards were designed the way they were, or like why Gamma has all this synergy with Aandroids when in the movie there's nothing like that.
Yeah,
and vice versa. Like Commander Red's just like mentioned that he's dead. Like that is why there might be that.
We see the picture of Violet and Red on the thing, and then of course if you mix Violet and Red, you get about magenta, not actual magenta. You get about magenta.
Yeah.
So you can see there on the backside, it's when the battle card attacks at the end of the battle. So the Violet there swings, goes 10 damage, and then gets to restand another. So now he basically has access to a 20k, and then he still has 2 more energy. So what he can do here is play another Commander Red. Nope, he's got a Piccolo. Okay. I mean, he's in the Red Ribbon Army, right? That's what the outfit says?
Yeah.
See, if this was the Naruto trading card game, he would have that trait.
That's true. Yeah.
Because if there's even a chance for a card to have a trait, they will give it to it.
And and so it looks like they've stolen Pan. So okay, we're getting a little bit more into the lore though. So we're sneaking our way into it.
Comboing Pan 25. I mean, you just combo the Pan.
Yeah.
Chaotic Cipher, like the Pan. Dual attack Piccolo is just unreal. Just draw 1, 25, and 20k. Is he about to give him 15k combo power? He sure is. All right. Well,
weird flex, but we got here.
So I do think that.
Also, is Aandroidd 21 technically in the Red Ribbon Army as well? I forgot if that was the lore.
She was married to Dr. Giro.
That's
right. the thing, right? In the one clip that we get in the movie.
Yeah, because I think her lab coat has the Red Ribbon Army on it, right?
I think so. But of course, right? We're not in the Naruto card game, so not every card has every trait.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So she is Red Ribbon. Yeah.
Because like otherwise, man, could you imagine if every Goku was U7 and every Vegeta is U7 and every Piccolo and every all of a sudden, you end up with all these extra traits. And that is the secret rare that is found. And, I can't help but notice that Andrew has not once I think this is like our 3rd time watching him here. Maybe, after whatever, he has not yet done the Z Awaken, or not the Z Awaken, the Z Battle card. No one has gone for the ramp of the Z Battle card.
Yeah, I agree. Like we haven't seen any of the Android 21s.
Also, is he at 4? Because that's not what that life would indicate or look like, unless he's at 3.
Yeah, 3 and 1, which is the new wave way to do it nowadays. It seems I'm out here doing even numbers. We're like, nah, let's
So he
Fibonacci
taps.
sequence this.
Yeah. So you can see here, this is where the perfect example where basically you can pay 1 for pan, tap the pan for like a free cantrip, and then just restand it and get the blue back. Less relevant in blue matchups where he already had 3 blue cards for him to tap, but certainly in the other matchups, it's very, very relevant. I think one standard we might see is like 2 or 3 pans in the main, and then additional copies in the side for when you're not playing against blue.
Yeah.
And there's Android 18.
I will say, like, one strong thing about like blue's always kind of been weak in the sense of not having like a lot of cards in hand. Like it generally, like you do have the potential for it, but most of like these control decks really do run thin very often, and that seems to be one of the key differences with Android 20. There's not as much, beneficial cycle to the point where you plus on hand advantage.
Yeah, I think he might be playing a Total Audacity for free here.
Yeah, that would be it's okay. So we do see the ramp into the Z Battle card, right?
That's wow.
Yeah,
just insane. Literally just an outright free ramp here.
Yeah,
and he can choose dual attack on Piccolo. Oh my goodness.
Yuck.
Ooh, wow. Oh man.
And remember this game we were playing a second ago? We are no longer playing it. This is Android 21's game. We're just living in it.
And then removing the 2-drop. Yeah, wow. Whew. Okay. You get to gain dual attack, so he gets a 20, and then it's still a blocker. Going in again. Oh.
This is Android 21, so what? Z stack 2, but you can choose your opponent's cards for doing that, which is
only when playing from the Z deck, though.
Yeah. And when this card's played, place top card of your deck in energy and rest mode, then choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, place at the bottom of your deck. So again, like it removes 2, and then gain the dual attack because you got that from underneath. So it's fine.
Pretty okay. Pretty all right. Also, not restricted to leaders in any way.
Any way, yeah. The only it's restricted in the sense that Android 21 specifically gets the to cheat it out, but like, yeah, it's rough.
I think like Blue Vegeta eventually could make really good use of this card and such. So, so we're seeing here we've got to start the onslaught. On the backside, he will just get to draw 1 for swinging. And he is starting with Android 17. He has the Z energy for it and the Z battle card out. This is already really tough. Yeah. Like what world, right? So Alex has to play a card, go hand neutral because that card probably draws.
Yeah.
And then -1 in hand to swing.
No, I think he can get rid of the Android 21 for 1, right? You can activate main to choose something 4 or less, which that Android 21 is, and bottom deck it, right?
Yeah, I think if you pop 1, right?
I think it's just choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and it costs 4 or less bottom. The other one is the auto one's return at the end of battle with one of your red ribbons that 2 or less. You may place that card to owner's drop to draw 1.
Pretty good.
I remember maybe it's just the worst gold Frieza, and
it is a little bit worse. It does have some still high end stuff though, so everything is still searchable. I don't know if he's playing it quite yet because I haven't looked or anything like that, but you can always run the blue green twins,
sure,
and then sell.
Sure.
as a top end, right? So you can play a really low to the ground game and then suddenly go turn 4. Here's my cell.
Yeah, that's true. You also do like get the thing with Frieza is that like you get the benefit of like 5 years worth of cards of just incidental support. With Frieza army is like a pretty okay.
Which we're
trait.
getting more, by the way.
Yes.
Next set is Yellow Frieza.
Yeah. So, but but I don't know. This itself does not get it.
Yeah.
Do you think? Could you ever see Golden Frieza getting rebooted to just essentially? I think all
No.
it needs. Yeah, you don't think so?
No shot. No shot. There's a world like I think one day we'll start seeing just about everybody get a Z leader eventually.
Yeah.
Except for like balance specific purposes. But like even then, there's some leaders that they stand the test of time if they play with their energy.
Yeah.
The number of cards you draw can kind of really hinder leaders, but if you restand energy in any way, you've always got a shot at being playable.
The only I could see like them having like a Z battle card that's like a Frieza's army, and it has like an effect that like Frieza's draw 1 and tap 1. It says like it'd have to be worded correctly because it's weird in how it does it, but it says like if this is KO'd by like you don't even have to like it just says flip your leader over. Like it doesn't have to like draw 1 or something, but that could just be like you can if you use you make the Z battle card, you can awaken and just be on the opposite side for free because like the front side just sucks because you don't draw from attacking. That's the only thing that's bad about it.
And no life.
Yeah, no life.
Manipulation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I 100% agree. That's just like the way that they did like the Majin Buu for AOD and Vegeta. Because that's definitely I think that's one of the best ways to like save some of these old archetypes. Like we can see really quickly that like the backside of the leaders are oftentimes just fine. It's just that like you have to get there and the aggro as an old leader, the aggro decks that are strong enough to get you there immediately are just going to kill you.
Yeah.
But then the control decks don't have to attack you, so they don't.
Yeah, that's why Vegito needs to have a Z battle card to say that you can awaken, so you can go into your Z leader. Like it's it's really funny when you really think about like because you can't just have a Z leader by itself if the issue of the deck is that it didn't awaken until like turn 4 naturally.
True. So, I mean, stuff has been happening this whole time while we're talking, and did he just combo 3 mandatory gatherings, 2 of which were from board, so they don't create tokens, but he creates at least 1.
It looks like there's 2 tokens, unless one's pan and 1 is a token.
Another mandatory gathering. Ayo, is that a Zamasu token? Big fan, big fan.
And it definitely looks like Alexander has like the
Vegeta Saiyan army tokens.
Yeah.
Print members on cards, yeah.
That's fun.
We should do that. Make Eggman tokens.
I've thought about
Aandroidd tokens, Espira tokens.
Mm-hmm. You know, the best way to make sure that someone leaves your team is to make tokens. and then you're just like, oh man, or make like a T-shirt with all 3 of you on it. You know what I mean? Like, all the tokens are pictures of him defeating our friends. LeMayo. That's funny.
So I mean, he's got a lot of stuff to do here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not getting any energy back, but he could. Man, Aandroidd 17 is so good.
It is. Yeah. He is.
So he has passed. He has 2 additional tokens incoming, I believe, from the played mandatory gatherings.
Additionally, you can tap energy with Aandroidd 21, right?
What? Your opponent's energy?
Yeah.
No, just their battle cards in unison.
Oh, that's right, because it's cards and. I have to reread it. Okay, yeah, but for some reason I thought there was a discussion when it first got revealed that it can touch like energy as well. But is it just cards in battle areas in unison?
So I think it specifically says you can choose your opponent's battle cards in unison when paying costs for Aandroidd 21 Z cards and your Aandroidd 21 and Aandroidd 21 Z battle cards.
All right. Well, let me bring it back on up then.
And so you can't play cards with skills during your turn. So you are not allowed to Arrival, you can't Overwhelm, you can't Bad Omen, can't Hellfighter 17 or Super Hell's whatever.
Yeah.
The Super 17 that plays a bunch of them.
Yeah.
That Rohit just keeps doing stuff with.
Yeah, continues to keep alive and need balancing around.
Rohit's eaten. Is there a good website where you can make tokens? There are a couple different like people you can talk to that have access to card printing pieces. A lot of tokens that are these kind of more simplistic ones are just like people who print. They literally print out about the size of a card and effectively just make proxy tokens.
Yeah.
You know, I have a fun one. I think you've seen him before. Oh my goodness, is he? How many is this? Total Audacity. Yep. So 1 blue and 2, and then he has to pay 1 of his own blue.
You know, it seems like to me the counter to this deck is to stop playing battle cards. And then, so you just
Dude, that's crazy. So how do you win? Into blue with just your leader swing?
You play the Gohan, or you play the Goku deck that just says double strike. All the time.
Yeah,
and then you feed Kamehameha him, and then you just have...
and when those get negated?
Okay, well... Why is my opponent playing negates? Are they bad or something? That doesn't make sense.
I'd say so. That's why I play blue. It's because I'm terrible.
You know, and for the record, like this is actually like with Red Ribbon, you can attack and then you can pop your guys, and you're like, aha, I've solved it. Or you just play, what, Overrealm only, and then it just warps away, easy again. It's like 7 checkmates right there.
Yeah. All have 0 possible answers. So he just restood that all, and now he can just like play. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some really strong stuff that you can do against blue as Aandroidd 21.
Yeah.
Now he basically can't swing anymore. I think he should have swung with his leader prior to restanding Pan, because now he can combo off Pan if he goes in again. He has to spend. But Tex in the chat, again, making out a very good point about Koitsukai and BMS. BMS is respondable because of cards like Kusu and Absolute Release Ball, but Koitsukai is uninteractable for all intents and purposes, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, he's going for the Z Battle card. Costs only 2 blues specific, so he's paying Pan and 1. He is ramping again, just outright, not using the low-cost card.
I mean, why not?
He is going to Z-stack a card. I don't know what he's getting specifically. I think that might just be like a token of some sort.
Yeah, probably for one of the tokens that... Because you can Z-stack tokens, right?
They'll leave.
Okay.
So you could pick Pan. No, because Pan's got barrier. I don't know what he's... Oh, no, that's right. That's the championship Vegeta, because you can Z-stack the 5-drop Vegeta.
That's right. And again, triple. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you can use your own stuff. Yeah.
Yep. That's like the intended mechanic of Z-stack or something like that.
Yeah, sure. I'll believe it.
And then we'll go 15. Takes it. Yeah, this is looking really tough here for their blue deck.
Yeah, for Commander Red.
I'm going to quick check out how Table 1 is doing, just to kind of update where we're at in the game.
Table 2 finished, and Wongpo won, so he's definitely in the top 8.
So Trunks wins the dice roll, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, maybe not. He went second, so Trunks lost the dice roll. He has a unison established, and he's going into a pretty solid turn here. To be able to push on, and he's going Black Smoke, hitting a unison. Wow, not bad. So they are at 4 and 5 life respectively, so the game probably still has another turn or two before it gets to that point. Whereas I think if Alexander here gets floodgated again, I think that's probably the end of the game.
Yeah.
So we can see there he's literally going for full power counter for 2 of his energy. Yeah, he's paying 2 for one of the strongest floodgates. He is going to get rid of a token. And then that attack is not negated. Going to pay 1 for Borgo, so you cannot D-magic. Okay, that's pretty solid. You just got to deal 3.
That's a step, but like again.
Yeah.
Like
what is? Are we just on the honor system that the players can't hear us, so we shouldn't talk about deck lists, basically?
Yeah.
Got it. I mean, there are a couple different ways, right, that Alexander could. All right, cool. He's got it. I'm glad I didn't have to say it out loud. I was going to say, with combination of Borgos and a secret rare here, specifically Gohan, there's totally a world where he can clutch out and win this.
Man, Beast Gohan. One of the things, like I don't. People think I talk to developers all the time, and it's strictly as I at Bow Wow and overhear it. Like, man is like, it stinks that the superhero stuff didn't sell, but like Beast Gohan being good is nice. Like just the fact that like it's such a good card that obviously is like, if you haven't seen the movie by now, it's on you. Like spoilers, it's the new form, right? And so like, oh, we can sell it, and we have a card that's powerful enough to convey that. Like imagine if it was just like a card that was neat looking but never got any wins or anything. Like the fact that
Alex has like 3 or 4 Z energy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Powerful enough to really convey everything. It doesn't go to the bottom of the deck; it goes to drop though.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I completely agree. Having a card like that to just sell your game, it goes crazy. Like, I mean, I think you might have missed it. There's a channel that has like 800,000 subscribers or something like that. That Steve had shared with us. Who's like, this person made a video on the beta, and they were like hyping it up and talking about how cool it is. And it was like, man, if this is how if we can get like 1 or 2 more of these types of players, like we just need eyes on the cards. The cards sell themselves.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah,
truly. So. Wait, did you just? He's not passing there, right?
No, I think he's mid-attack, giving itself crit, right?
Oh, thank goodness. He did like the U gesture.
Yeah. I think he's just saying I pass combo step. Yeah.
25, 35. If he had a ceaseless despair, he would probably.
And he just knows he can't get out of 2 crit attacks because of
wow.
The hand.
Unexpected. Right there.
No, Beast Gohan just wins, man. It's what it is. And now you're 4-1 with Red Ribbon out of nowhere.
All right. He's in Top Cut.
Nice. Got my thumbnail ready. Perfect.
Red Ribbon Army did what?
And then it's just like April Fool's Day was yesterday, Eggman. What are you doing? All right. We have 70 minutes for this one. So should be ample enough time for game 1. And then from there. Well, looks like they have a judge call as well. We do have our judge there too. All right. Dane's eating food, which I've barely had any today. So I might get some munchies and crunchies in between turns here, but we'll see how we got. But we have, again, on the top, we have Alexander Lawrence, who's playing the Commander Red. Commander Red. And then we have Jared Lopez, who's on Trunksgeta. Alexander, why's your name always gotta be so long? All right.
I don't know if we have any place to talk about how long our names are.
Yeah, fair. I'm I'm just not. This is a good day off stream. Thankfully this is my own tournament, so I can just be like, man, Eggman's really off his game today, but at least it's just he's only representing himself today. That is fine for that. Man, if I told people that we're at top 8 with Commander Red, people are like, all right, Eggman's memeing. It's April Fool's. Like, no way am I going to click on this and expect a good game or something. Man, that is a bad picture of me, but it's the one we got, baby. Woo! That is a bad angle. You are happy. You're a good guy. You're a happy guy.
That might, in fact, be the greatest breakfast sandwich I've ever eaten. Mostly because I haven't eaten some of those along. And do we roll? No, it should be based on seating, right?
Yeah. Seating. No, wait.
Do you have a way to tell them that?
Yeah, it's Alexander just going first for this. Or no, I had the picture.
He's 4-1, and I think Jared is.
Jared was also 4-1.
Oh, is he also 4-1?
Yeah.
Well, that's right. He won the last game. I don't know why I thought he lost.
Yeah. Jared. Yeah, this is the 4th-5th match. So yeah, Jared goes first because of that.
Real close though.
Let me make sure. High seed. Sorry, just seeing this. All right, yeah, this high seed goes first. That is my rule today. I think that's what they're doing moving forward.
I think it's a pretty good system. Like, it removes variance for the top most competitive level, which is really still tough. It's not perfect, but like you do what you can.
For sure. And you said breakfast sandwich. I wasn't really hungry.
And then
yeah.
My bad. I literally threw three pieces of bread in, made some eggs, and then was like, all right.
Whoa.
Yeah, because I had one as a piece of toast.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm on bachelor time this weekend with Yomi at town. So I got Whataburger last night, which is delicacy. And I gotta figure out what the follow up is, the natural follow up on that.
I mean, do you want to stick with Southern foods, or do you want to?
I don't know.
Just say get whatever you want.
I
would recommend a good old Arby's sandwich.
Okay.
I love Arby's.
Thank you. I'm no longer hungry. Thank you for evening it out.
Well, I'm glad just doing my part. So, Jared is doing the natural Trunksgeta thing. I am still here, Junaid. Thanks for asking. Trunksgeta is going to place a Vegeta from its battle area underneath its leader, draw one card, flip over, pick down to 6, and immediately get the train rolling. Just having this high consistency is probably one of the reasons that the leader is extremely playable. You're just going to flip like every turn 2, maybe like in a best of 3, 10 round of, or not 8 or 9 round event, maybe once on turn 2.
Yeah.
You will not flip. But right, if you're running Bulmas to find them, and then you have both 1-drops, and then if you're playing the new Vegito package at all, right, that's another Goku and a Vegeta is still a Vegeta. A lot of options there. Choosing to swing with the Commander Red. The Commander Red also has an effect, right? You can pay 1 to just play a Red Ribbon Army 2 or less.
I thought you had some kind of way to self pop. I thought, right?
Yeah. He's gonna pop this guy right here with the leader. I'm surprised that he didn't go for the 2-drop that's in his energy twice. That's generally considered the best card, though it doesn't have barrier, which would immediately trigger Trunks. Therefore, man, Alexander is just better than us, huh?
I think that just tends to be the case nowadays. Like it's what it is. Yeah, and I remember when this deck came out, it's just like, so I have to play and stick a 2-cost without any protection to maybe awaken, and then that's my turn.
Don't forget, it also has to stick through the attack.
That's true.
Because then your leader has to attack to kill it.
That is how this deck works.
And so now he's got one more energy here. Sack off. Yep.
It has an active main limit 1 for Spirit Boost 1 of playing a 2-cost.
I forgot about the Spirit Boost part. I do not know what the villainous card does. I have not played the deck that recently.
Well, let me bring it on up. So that card says 1, it's a newer card, so it's way bigger than the rest of the cards in this archetype. But 2, if it's your turn when one of your villainous or red ribbons is removed by a battle, you get to play this card from your hand. You get to place 1 of your cards in your starting shop against critical. Okay, so you have to go -2 on board to play a 25k crit.
I'll say it's kind of neutral, right? Like because you want to remove your cards.
Yeah.
But the activate main is a little suspect.
I mean, like, honestly, like there's we are so used to a lot of these cards like God Sealing Trunks and a lot of this interaction early game, which I don't think exists as much anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like these early floodgates to stop decks from going off or doing like their setup plays. And so because of that, you still get to do them. You got to get yourself out of the cage, right? The lock is open, you can get out of it, but you're just so used to being in the cage of like, oh, having to depend on a 2-block without deflect is just bad. Like,
yeah, just impossible. And it has no barrier, so it's going to die to Frieza, even though green is green.
Yeah.
So Mighty Kuga, to answer your question, they would have rested something. But the
barrier.
only card they played had barrier. It's not a choosing thing. It's the second a card is played, it chooses that card.
Correct.
Which, if you can't choose a barrier card, you can't choose it. So,
yeah, Jared traditionally likes blue and green cards, but he knows the occasional yellow card.
There was one match I watched him play with like Eddie St. Hilaire. So that triggers Trunks. Yep. Where he played Aandroidd 16 into like the Unison Goku, drip coup, as Chris wants to call it, as if like it was relevant enough to get its own name.
Sure,
but
it has
more tops than Age Goku. I can't even see it.
It had 2 good events. All right, I know what you're talking about.
More tops than Age Goku. Got it. I understand.
Yeah.
So he'll go ahead and use his skill to pop the Aandroidd 16, the Aandroidd 8. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, swing leader first. Gonna block. Maybe no block. He did top with Cell previously. We just know that Jared likes the androids.
Yeah.
And yet here he is playing a Saiyan-based deck.
Yeah, when there is a new Premier Android deck on the block. Also, for people just joining in, I did do it. So our top 8, we did have a super. I think it's all 8 unique leaders, which is really fun. A Super Saiyan 2 Trunks, an SS4 Gogeta. 2 Red Sins. All right, that's the 2 of this Commander Red, an Aandroidd 21, and 2 Aandroidd 21s. All right, I don't know what I'm talking about. So there's 2 Aandroidd 21s, 2 Red Sins, and then SS2 Trunks. SS4 Gogeta, Trunksgeta, and a Commander Red.
Just look at it like this. 2 is only 1 off from 1.
That's true. Which means that 0 greens in top are almost like 1 green in top, right? It's only 1 away?
Yeah. Yeah, one of them is a green deck and one of them is a blue deck.
That's true, because the Aandroidd 21, they split half and half, right?
Exactly right.
Green cards exist in the meta, just mix them with blue.
Yeah. So we're seeing Jared still kind of on the defensive here, but he's just in such control.
Like, so look, he gets this energy back, which is great. But now, because he's been reposted, he can't really play any 2-cost cards.
Mm-hmm.
He could play the general blue that pays for 1 blue, becomes a 20k draw one.
Mm-hmm.
Because it triggered, right, the leaving. So he's using his leader skill to remove, repost, and probably just passing here. He's respecting you are number 1.
Yeah, you gotta.
I'm pretty sure. Can they see deck lists?
No, they cannot.
Oh, players still can't see deck lists. What is this? Not a regional?
That's true.
That being said, I did not get to see the deck lists at round 1 of top 4 at the in Kansas.
Oh yeah, that's the. Oh,
literally,
top 4. Does that mean like you did 2 rounds of top 16 to get to top 4?
Yeah, that's how it went. But yeah, literally before my first round, I go, so yeah, we can see deck lists, right? He goes, yep. And then we just started without either of us looking at deck lists.
Oh, I thought that the story ended with you being denied. Like, no, we don't have time for that. Like, we're gonna get kicked out of the venue if you guys don't end quick enough.
I mean, I was playing against green, man. I was scared.
As SS3 reboot, yeah, I think you're fair on
that. But looks like the offense is really gonna start coming out here from Jared. I feel like one of the things that Trunksgeta does especially better than the other yellow decks is that because it has such a sticky inherent battle card, it can really defend hits even when kind of like out of energy, right? When you see a golden, if they actually tap out, they're probably going to lose. Whereas something like Trunksgeta is also going to have these 2 barrier blockers that tap a card, or right, a lot of times there's going to be a unison in place, so there may be access to like release removal or something similar.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing the blue violet play. I mean, it's nice that like you do just get like a weenie to be able to pop for free. It just thinks that it has to survive.
Now, one thing I think that's really tough here is that I think Alexander is not learning that Jared can actually tap Violet because all of his autos resolve first. Will occur, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a checkpoint that happens at the same time. So all of those, Jared would have the decision for that, which means he'd be able to tap both.
Violet and not both. Oh, actually, you're right because there's 2 of them.
There's 2 of them, right? It's not a limit 1. It's just a once per turn.
Yeah, true. Jared could tap both of these. Now, do they know and recognize that? Who knows? But
yeah, because it's more of additionally a because it's choose, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Jared chose that, because you have to judge. You can't coach, right? That's the thin line of like, like even though the play is technically possible, you're not supposed to tell them that there's a better player. Let them know because that is influencing it in another way, right? So if Jared said, "Yeah, I'll tap down your Commander Blue," then that's him verbally agreeing that you can. That's the one he does, right?
And of course, right, he would really have to like ask specifically about the timings too. He'd be like, so I would be able to use this to choose this and then use this to choose this. And the judge still might not be able to answer in a way that feels like you get an answer.
Sure.
Because like you said, that thin line is really tough. If a judge, tells you in the right spot, then now the question is they've been kind of on this for a while, so they might be asking about it.
Yeah. But it looks like, regardless, using the effect and the pop.
So I don't think anyone was playing Invoker today, unfortunately, Jermaine. There were 30 players you said?
There's definitely a Warriors of Universe 7 deck, like the red Aandroidd 17, but
so there is one.
There was someone on it, but they did not get in top 8. Oh, again, just why not?
Just start it right away. I mean, he's going to remove both these Trunkses, going to get rid of the Unison, big board tempo reset. But I mean, one thing that's kind of tough here is that like I think Jared's still at a pretty high life total, right? Like 4 or more. And without access to something like Champa, I don't know that Gohan alone is going to be able to finish the game, but we'll kind of have to see, especially through a riposte. That's going to be tough. This first attack is now negated. It'll restand that. Maybe an energy.
Yeah, and I honestly don't know how many cards are in Jared's life. It could be 4, it could be 6, it could be 2. It's really hard to tell with the setup.
Especially with black mat and in a shadowy area.
The shadow is really what gets it.
So he's going. No, he's still thinking about it. I'm a little surprised he isn't just like going leader swing to get like 2 draws here, because his hand is like 7, 8 cards. It is not very large. Whereas we just watched him give back Jared, 3 or 4 more. So he goes for an energy, and Gohan is kind of his ultimate decision here. Gohan can really do a lot of damage, but I mean, he's going to have to tap out to be able to get a Gohan swing and his leader swing off. And that's really damaging for, the crackback. Because now we're going into Jared's turn 5, which is just about when Yellow finally feels comfortable to like play a cooler at the appropriate time,
Yeah, agreed.
He's deciding to go leader swing. Jared will combo the riposte off, so he doesn't feel he needs the riposte here. So Gohan, notably being in active mode, does make it kind of hard for Yellow to remove it. He's going to have to get it in rest mode first, and then probably spend some removal on it. Oh, man, this is really interesting. Did he just skip charge, or did he do it and I just wasn't paying attention? No, he didn't.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
thank goodness.
He charged.
Ooh. How do we feel about these Nationals Final Flashes? Not a fan, personally. The OG is classic.
Yeah, the OG is just so iconic to me. I think it's hard to better it,
I mean, at least he's not playing the History of Vegeta ones. That is for sure the worst one.
The collector's editions, yeah?
Yeah. The History of Goku and Vegeta.
Yeah, those are. There's a reason those ones are more readily available.
Yeah. So he's swinging now 25. This is really interesting because I don't know what Jared's exact purpose is right now. Like, I feel that there's not really a line to lethal if you're going to spend 3 on a Trunks.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Gohan is going to stick around and get an insane amount of value next turn. Okay, solid. And then -3. Boom.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
We survived the bigger hurdle.
I am a little shocked that Alexander decided to restand extra energy on his turn rather than getting the Commander Blue back up just for potential combo power. Just because, like, if you're going to have 4 up, right, you have to have defensive options to do with those things. And if you're just like, actually, I'll just have, and like it got passed back to him with 4 up. Like, would 3 blue have not been more than enough at that point,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No Bardock swing is interesting too. I guess he was Sensu Beam, so it was 20. So I don't know. Alexander is kind of low on bomb material here, right? Like, Gohan's gone. We have not yet seen the twins plus a cell combination yet.
Yeah.
A lot of his attacks are going to start being 15Ks. And 15K beatdown does not really work against Yellow that has access to riposte.
Yeah. But deciding to go into Beerus, which is, getting hit by the new Vegito. So
I think Vegito is only reduced in hand. So if Beerus does decide to swing here, it will remove Vegito. But I mean, realistically, again, that basically means you tap out to swing once with Beerus. He is being put in a threshold. Trunks's low to the ground 3-drop is too powerful for a deck that plays non-barrier cards once per turn. And then the 15k doesn't really do a whole lot if you just get blocked by a 19, and then you just kind of let them run themselves out of energy and resources using Vegeta and Riposte. Like, the answer might even just be like Beerus pay 2, remove, put Trunks at the bottom, and then pass, and then Vegeta goes to the warp. Like, that's a really simple play line, but that's what Vegeta has forced, right?
Yeah, and just deciding, you know what, I can't even afford to pay the 2 energies to do a pass right there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, you run the risk of like Bergamo or something like that to really tap you out. And, or, now he does Secret is not online. It's only 3 energy, so he does have to pay 2. That could be at the top of his mind.
All right, going into the Trunks.
Draw 2. Very good.
Good card.
He has, I think, 2 or 3 Z energy now, so he does have access to his Z Awaken, though he's not going to use it until after he's used his leader skill, right? Unless he already did it and I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I don't think he had. Maybe I'm wrong.
So, either way, right, he does have access to Z Awaken, which could turn on various different effects, right? Like, it would prevent strikes with Vegito. It would allow you to use Meta Cooler, negate for free if he's running any of those. Paying 3 again.
No unison.
Wow, he's all right. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just 20k duel into leader, and Blue's main floodgate is not unison defensive.
Yeah, and I think Jared's trying to realize that there's definitely not a lot of gas left in this Red Ribbon Army robot machine here. So the Pincho just forcing him down, and again, I think Jared's at like 4 life. It's really tough for us to tell, but if that's the case, like you kind of have the life lead, and like if you're being like aggressive like this, I would also assume like Jared probably has Secret Rare in hand for the emergency defense if needed. Or just a mecha, whatever.
I mean, it's tough. Like, right? How do you?
How do you beat this card? You do
like, it's gonna lose. Riposte is kind of weak to tall attacks if they have to tap out.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's not what Red Ribbon Army is. Red Ribbon Army is like, oh, I'll go ahead and I'll pay 2 for this 15k attacker. It might like go hand neutral, and then I'll get 1 energy back. But 1-drop 15k draw card is not that good anymore.
No, it is not. And I don't recall exactly. I'd be really surprised if Alexander plays Turning the Tide, though. I would say that he would expect to be done by turn 4 or 5, not get all the way up to 7.
And certainly not in the main board, right? Like, it might be something where if he recognizes that the matchup is a stall match, then, well, all of a sudden you got some options.
Yeah.
And I mean, realistically, Blue has plenty of bombs, but you just can't afford to play them in a deck that has to run X number of Red Ribbon Army cards.
Yeah.
I mean, potentially maybe he could try to do something with the Z deck if he's running any number of Cells or Vegetos in there. That's probably a decent option, right? Vegito is still a triple strike, guys. Although in a yellow, it is probably not the best when they got a unison out.
And then paying 1. Yeah, to do the EX Evolve. Yeah.
Just drawing cards, playing things.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Is he running Shield's Army? Is that going to be relevant offensively?
Probably not. But like just the cycle and what you get to do with it. I think like what I learned from Worlds is that like sure Trunks is good already, but just in the fact like it just generates so much advantage if the game goes long. So like you can really outpace your opponent and not give them anything and do that kind of stuff. So let's see what kind of event. This is just a free community event that I've been hosting. Thanks to Zulu Board Game Cafe as well for sponsoring us. But just a box tournament. We got some TP prizes for top 8 and just a primer for BT20. So. And top
low
8
amount of events, so we really appreciate you putting on really any kind of show for us here.
Yeah. It's the joke, but like there's a little bit of it where like I need to know what decks I want to play for this set, and I'm a little bit busy. It's weird. I'm too busy to build decks, but I'm too busy to make tournaments. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Privilege, but yeah. But in this top 8, we did have 5 rounds of Swiss to determine our top 8, and then I'm pretty sure we're going to game 2 with Jared getting game 1, by the way.
Yep, he played Boo and then Coolered Chilled's army, and then that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, realistically, this top 8's got it has both some usual suspects, and then we've got a guy here. So we have 2 Sin Shenron, 2 Aandroidd 21s, 1 Trunksgeta, 1 Commander Red, Red Ribbon Army.
All right.
I think he said there is one future Trunks, and then what's the last one?
Yeah, so the blue SS2 Trunks, just to clarify, and then
the Reboot.
Then an SS4 Gogeta as well. So
and an SS4 Gogeta. Yep. So a lot of usual suspects. Blue Trunks is maybe not in and of himself. A usual suspect, but being a blue Saiyan as a whole is something that people kind of expect, right? Like people don't. It's a blue good stuff, and so you have to be able to be prepared for every sort of half decent generic blue card, and then the biggest shock is Commander Red here. Pulling through, went 4-1 in Swiss. Gohan Secret Rare has done a lot of work.
A lot of work, yeah.
We both thought that his last round of Swiss was going to go really poorly, and it really was for a long time, and then Gohan came down, and Aandroidd 21 and Borgos specifically too. Aandroidd 21 just really had no answer for. All right, Gohan Secret Rare, your whole hand's dead.
Your hand's full of 10Ks, which really stinks. Because it's a blue green deck, you have to do that. That's the cost for that most of the time. But in general, it's just really interesting to see what it is. I think there's obviously a spot where there's a bit of a power struggle for best blue deck after Crimson got banned. So it's a lot of people are on SS2 Trunks today. It looks like it's doing pretty good. And what else is there?
Well, so I mean, when you're thinking about blue, right? There's still the leftovers from the previous meta. So there's Gamma, which kind of went untouched, right? A lot of people upset that SS4 Vegeta Rise of a Super Warrior was unhit. You have decks like Gamma, of course, right? Literally, I mean, I can't say it won the world championship, but let's say barring exactly 1.5 plays, would have won world championship. So second at Worlds with Gamma. I think there's a lot of hangover still of just the blue Saiyan stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like we've been talking about, 7-Ku has always been kind of fine, and of course Vegeta got support in the anniversary box and now has more ramp with Aandroidd 21. And so now we just get to add 2 new Aandroidd 21 decks with both the new version and the expert deck. I'm going to pilot that until the day I die, I feel, with the new tournament pack. And so Aandroidd 16 fell off. Bojack kind of lost its groove with whatever it had left.
Yeah. That one one little maneuver it had left. Yeah, it's gone. Cool.
Yeah. You can play Gotenks, right? That Gotenks is still a pretty solid unison, but relative to just every turn 3 I'll stick Boo is just a lot worse.
Yeah.
Commander Red is in fact, this is top 8 here. So Alexander went 4-1 in Swiss again. He beat an Aandroidd 21 we watched in the last round, starting off strong immediately. Going first is probably going to be huge for Alexander because he will get at least 2 turns of setup prior to a Trunks being out, and that's going to be huge.
Yeah, and I will say so. There is also a little bit of a vacuum for like a more aggressive blue deck. Right? Most of them are just kind of more tempo and value based, right? Which is very fair for what blue gets to do. But finding there's room for blue to be very aggressive, and like it or not, it looks like this deck has potential to be a good aggressive blue deck just based on what it is. But we'll have to keep
Gohan,
seeing.
kind of the
Gohan,
right.
yeah.
I wonder if that if people have really just stopped experimenting with superhero just because I do believe that both superhero and Teen Gohan, the skillless one.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever played against anyone who has like a seasoned player for that deck, knows that you on turn 2 you pay 2 and then you just produce like 3 20Ks for like nothing. So we are going to see immediately Commander Red, the super rare, coming out on attack. It'll search the top 3 cards of your deck for a Red Ribbon Army and play one. It has to be 2 or less. And so he's going to play the General Blue, who draws a card and becomes a 20K. So right off the bat, we can see this turn is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, so a bunch of just attacks on board, and then you can use your leader ability to pop something, which you can use to help use the effect. Now, does it have to be Commander Red for the front side?
Nope, the front side you can pop any card to get the draw and restand. However, to awaken, you have to pop a Commander Red specifically.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so we just see what he does there. But now on the back side, it doesn't say when the leader attacks. It says when a card attacks. So here, Violet's going to attack. Violet's going to, potentially deal damage. Probably just eat like this Trunks on board here or something.
Sure. Yeah.
But then Violet gets removed, and he restands another energy, putting himself back to 2.
Sure. Yeah.
Very solid. And look at that.
That's what it is.
I wish I could have predicted that better.
No, you did very good. Very solid. It's almost as if this is a pre-recorded April Fool's joke. It's not, I promise.
So we now know what this villainous card does, thanks to the magic of editing on this April Fool's joke here, that this card can come down for 1 when a Red Ribbon Army or villainous is removed, and then you can pop a Red Ribbon Army to gain critical. And so it'll be a 25K crit. He's went through. It looks like that got taken, and then he swung 20K.
Yeah,
there is a whole lot of damage that just went through
for sure. And like I'm the crazy guy with too much time on his hands sometimes. But I'm not about to just host a whole tournament just to like as an April Fool's. Like that's 8 hours of like on call commitment. I gotta hire judges. I gotta hire fake commentators.
I'm just a simulation. I'm actually Chat GPT.
Yeah.
The recording of Joe Biden and Trump. It's just me and Chat
you guys just think the internet quality is bad, but no, it's how we get you.
So, I mean, Trunksgeta, does its Trunksgeta thing. It awakens on turn 2, putting a Vegeta under the leader. But now, I mean, truthfully, this is, especially if he has to tap out here. Oh man, that's not good here, right? So, I'll be real, if Alexander has Gohan,
he probably
there's
wins.
a very decent chance he wins.
Agreed.
This game.
Solid.
Now, if he doesn't play it right, he could be walking into a secret rare on his secret rare, right? But if he just does this correctly, so he's going to do Aandroidd 8, it gets tapped, but he tops 3. And now he goes, give my guy critical, right?
Yeah. No, that doesn't cost energy. Yeah.
No, you just pop the Aandroidd 8, give it crit.
Yep.
He's just going for it. Wow.
Yep.
All right. I mean, hey, if you just draw it every game, then like you're a better player. And
to be fair, you're playing a deck that traditionally plays a lot from deck too, right? So it's not unheard of that your cycle game is above average.
Deck thinning.
Yeah.
Something about deck thinning and winning, Also, I'm pretty sure is this 3 crit damage?
You are facing 3 crit damage, correct? So that's a 25 and 30 with the broken seal there.
Leads good, yeah. Cool.
Oh, but then you get to restand.
Yeah, both
that
of them.
as well. Yeah.
So 4 crit damage, but I was referring to the...
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then you restand that and the critical, yeah. You go 25 crits. He probably says no negates on that one.
Yeah, and at
right?
this point, if I had a suit of the Piccolo, I'd do it now, right? So,
although it's a Red Ribbon army, and he can
actually,
pop it with his
you can't even Piccolo because there's 4 cards. Okay, attack him with leader first. That's the issue. Now you can Piccolo the Gohan down because you only have 3 cards that were or 4 cards that were rested. Now, if you have Piccolo, it's free and you can rest down the Gohan. So.
And if he's got it, then again, better player alert. Both of them just have their secret rares this early.
But tends to not be the case. I mean, probably attacking with Gohan is going to get eaten by this block, but again, a lot of pressure from this deck already. Being able to do so many crit swings, and I could imagine like this being really hard for SS2, for the SS2 matchup because these crit swings mean nothing, which is very, very funny.
This was really, and now it's a showcase, right? So
yeah.
Truthfully, against Yellow, what do you care if they have this 10k up? Yep, see, he makes the executive decision. He's like, all right, well, if Gohan's not in rest mode, it's going to be hard for him to remove it. He has to have the Bardock, the power of a Super Saiyan. He has to have something that actually taps it down.
Yeah.
And then also remove it in some way.
Yeah, I agree. It just means that your opponent has to play it like a 10k with no combo on my opponent's board. Sure, I'll give you a clone token. You can use it for the rest of the game, but it's going to probably be worse than having a free way to get your Gohan rested.
Jared has to reestablish his Trunks just to get back in the game of defense.
Yeah, I will say Rising Phoenix, unfortunately, I'd say that the Gohan is a mandatory card based on how this is going. It just lets you extend to the win.
That is we never want secret rares to be like the only way you win, but so far it has seemed like Gohaning at the right time has been his win condition, which is you can play to it.
Yeah.
And this deck has facilitated it well by Alexander knowing how and when to attack early game. But at some point he has to recognize that if you don't see Gohan, 25k crit is his top end.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you have the opportunity to throw this deck together, it's a lot of fun, but it does kind of struggle into some of these other matchups. Swinging with leader first, probably expecting the riposte. He wants to make sure that he gets
the crit pressure,
critical damage through.
Yeah, but you don't have crit anymore, right? Because you have to pop something. Yeah.
He's probably looking for another Red Ribbon cantrip here.
And that is one.
Yeah. Top 3.
Man, I always something I always underestimate on a card when I see it for the first time is just the word critical. Like when you see a card reveal, it's nothing flashy, but when you get hit by a critical, you're like, oh man, this is the worst.
And the earlier it is, dude, those turn 2 crits, and did he just Vegeta as well?
Yeah, it feels so bad.
Okay, so taps that. He has access to a blocker, and now every attack here costs 2 cards. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, with Gohan out, it's not too scary. At least, you can probably do, 1 pressure to get rid of... I mean, it doesn't even matter, because they'll block with the Gogeta that you're going to lose anyways. It's the same thing as, having the token negate. I think, so you're restanding an energy. You can attack with leader again just to get a card draw, which is fine. You only have to...
The leader only... only requires 1 tap, not 2. This still feels really tough. I mean, you could block with Trunks there to try to prevent this damage, but if he feels comfortable just comboing a card, Jared's in a really good spot.
Yeah. I mean,
having Vegeta to back it up was really... Combos out. Still looking at... realistically, just 1 swing left here from Alexander, and it gets blocked by Vegeta most of the time.
Yeah, and
So you pay 1 to remove that, and then Vegeta goes away at the end of the turn.
Yeah. And we're
All
just
right.
under 30 minutes left in this round, too. So they gotta, if they're going to get into game 3, Alexander's really going to have to hustle and kind of end it soon. All right, and yeah, I guess the attack. We'll have to see if Jared's able to get rid of the Gohan, because so far the Gohan has untapped 8 energy so far, 8 cards.
6 cards, yeah.
Yeah,
That would be
cards.
8
Yeah,
right there.
8. Yeah, yeah. Which is very, very good. In this
Again,
game.
I really feel like he should be comboing the Aandroidd 8 there, but looks like he just swung into 8er. Oh, that's why you wouldn't untap because he swung into it.
Yeah,
Sure.
untap it, combo with it. You're supposed to not be in the combo area right now. you're in the battle. Come on. Can't support yourself.
Draw 2. And see, this is where now there's no answer to these Trunkses except for really expensive Beerus's. And he's just Jared's just passing again, I think, is that 2 up, 3 up?
Yeah.
So, right, you sit behind another riposte here, potentially another Vegito, and it's it doesn't matter how long this Gohan's been out. This Gohan might actually be the longest lasting Gohan of all time.
Yeah.
We're about to see a 9th and 10th card get untapped.
I've seen him resolve Gohan more in this game than I have my entire life. It's crazy.
So he starts with the Gohan swing into the most shocking card of all time. He warps 2 cards, including an unexpected turn.
Mm-hmm.
Against Red Urban Army, that's not too shabby.
That's a good gut.
So I think that there's, what do you... Again, riposte is just, it limits you to 2 or 3 attacks here, maybe. And really the hard part is that his attacks are just not big. There's no keyword, there's no strikes anywhere on his cards. And any of them that do get through, he just can do block. Yeah. He just lets a Trunks die. That's totally fine. He's still got 1 on board. Just to get the swings that he already has on board, he has to go down to 2 energy. So he would not even have played anything yet. Paying his cost, tapping an energy. And here is 20k. I imagine Jared's got to have a super combo for this, right?
I think we've already seen 1 super combo, 1 or 2 from Jared this game, but we'll see if he has any more in stock.
Choosing to block 19 to 20. I think the Trunks is probably worth saving here, though, right? Because it's just less cards than... Well, see, but if you were going to use a super combo anyway, he could have let that go to his leader, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, not loving this play.
And there's just another energy gone. Yeah. He doesn't even need to negate. He probably just combos out or takes it if he's at 2, it looks like 2 to 3, somewhere in that range. Combos the riposte. Now his leader doesn't even get to just pay 1 to remove it. That's pretty smart.
He could pay 1 to get rid of that token, though. It's funny,
is it 1? Isn't it 4 or less, though, you said?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because it's yeah. It's funny just how long that token and Gohan have been staring down at each other. Yeah.
Dude, is this Gohan gonna get the 12th energy?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
2 sides of the same coin.
And they've really done the same amount of work here, right?
Yeah,
the board presence.
But I gotta have that token. Well, you got 5 energy to work with? Jared's weird too, because he just has that 1 energy always sticking out from the rest. Just this is what I can never tap. I gotta always have options to play.
Gotta represent Final Flash at all moments. So Vegeta's gonna take out Gohan finally. Oh wait, hold on. Hang on.
Okay.
For Trunks, draw 1.
Now we're going.
So, yeah, and I think we're seeing here, if we look at Alexander's hand, it's like 6-ish cards, 7.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like to me like this deck you don't cycle a lot compared to a lot of others. You get like that early game pressure, but additionally, if you just don't see like your early game, like you're just never going to see it because you have no draw.
There's another Koitsukai gone, so I think he's really going to try to make his last push here next turn. That's kind of all he's got left in him, I think.
Yeah, being able to turn off like another one of like a Frieza, or like not turn off, but just make it really expensive for a Frieza or a Vegeta. But we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. And this is where, maybe Jared's got the secret sideboard tech of playing Nimbuses and Forbidden Powers on the side. I think that's what a lot of yellow decks have started to kind of adapt to. Everybody's got a counterplay, so.
All right, and just passing there, 2 energy up. I think Jared's at like 3 life, and I think 6 life over there for Alexander.
Paying 1 immediately for Koitsukai. Choosing not to bottom deck anything specific, so Jared's got to make the tough choice here. Does he floodgate or fight?
That nature's old response mechanic, right? Man, I'm so tired. I just.
Me too.
I don't know if I had like a handful of chips and salsa. Like this will help wade me over.
Energize you.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Lots of water.
I've been drinking a lot of water. I got a little bit of sugar from some tea. I got an emergency Dr. Pepper. Like I could break the glass and like, but that lasts like an hour, and then I'm like super dead after that. So I gotta like chug it right before finals.
Jared has really chosen to fight this one through. But I mean, realistically here now, if any solid Z battle card or really just any battle card comes down, like a Piccolo there, gain barrier would do a lot of work here.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope he's got another one.
Yeah, I would hope so. If just comboing it willy-nilly.
Paying 2.
Another one.
Gain barrier. Yep.
So yeah, it uses both the
Turn
effects of the
as the turn player. Yep.
Man, how crazy would it be if that Piccolo had red ribbon army just because he was wearing the suit, and then you could pop it and get the.
Sorry, we aren't playing Naruto. He doesn't have.
Yeah.
He doesn't have red ribbon army plus superhero plus. Let's see. Piccolo is one of the smart people, so mental power 3.
Yeah, honestly, like
for
that card game, they got away with a lot of like what if cards, like you know what I mean,
Puppet
like
Dance Sakura. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're just like, yeah, sure, why not? Like it fills the void in our card design. Let's just do it. And like Dragon Ball's like. Guest
Goku
character Pan.
Directly in. Yeah, that was so funny. We're all waiting for like Naruto in the Goku outfit, rare.
Mm-hmm.
the Digimon crossover, and it goes, yeah, it's Pan Xeno, guest character.
Yeah.
I had forgotten about that.
That is, I'm pretty sure it's just another translation issue where it's like, oh, it's the first time debut, perhaps, but is that even true? I think it was.
It was.
Yeah,
at the time,
and now we have quite a few guest character Pan.
All right, we gotta. One day, people are gonna recognize that if it goes into the other battle area, you take the stack. But so he's going 25 crit, basically 25 duel here. So okay, here's the thing: is that if he riposts now, the turn is over.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just say that, right? Like, he has no more cards to tap.
However, he did not, or I just didn't find the need for it.
And then he's just choosing. I think this is. I mean, you just dump here, right? Like, you don't really have a. I guess you're on 30.
I mean, do you have Piccolo's secret rare?
I mean, it's starting. I was gonna say it's starting to feel like that moment.
Which means you should have done it
on the first attack instead.
Because because the active main and how that works.
Oh, That's a game turner. Wait a second. That's 30.
That is a chunky guy.
Wait a second. Is that going to do it? I mean, he might just have to riposte and be like, yeah, I'll just lose my whole hand.
Yeah, it is. Oh, man, that sucks. He should have done it. He didn't get the I mean, I wouldn't have played around this card, but yeah, it's strictly just a free overwhelm that gets removal, right? And it's a 5K, unlike Broly.
Better Dark Broly.
Yeah, better Dark Broly.
In non-black decks, I think people really undervalue the ability to play him again.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Jimmy Jared's hand is like, what, 5 cards?
Yeah. And there's a lot of cards. There's 2 cards, though, in the hand of Alexander there. So if you're able to stabilize and remove board here, you're probably in a really good spot. But you really love to see that Piccolo just hang around, right?
I mean, he's got barrier, so can't even like pay 3 and just be done.
Mm-hmm.
Goku?
Yeah, probably? sorry. The secret. You would have loved. Oh, okay. Well.
Oh.
I forgot. We got good cards again in yellow.
All right. So what? You kill Piccolo or Cell?
You get critical.
Critical. So you can go crit to lead twice. D-Magic. You don't have 5 cards. He doesn't have 5 cards. Judge. Stream Judge. Judge, he overwhelmed.
Who?
He overwhelmed.
Who did? Jared did?
No. Alexander.
When he didn't have 5 cards in.
No, he just overwhelmed.
He just D-Magic. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you, Stream Judge. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate you.
Thank you for also being on top of it when I am clearly not.
I've been a blue player once or twice in my life, and like gone. Wow, I sure wish I had more cards in my drop area.
All right. Yeah, just get in the shuffle there too. So
is he gonna be able to kill him here?
Well, you get crit.
He also has leader optional crit too.
Yeah. I mean, wait. Okay, is this 10K token? Wait, hold up. Is it going to see the light of day? I
think he should Z Awaken.
Probably, yeah. It's crit,
right? It's crit, and you just every card here counts when he's down to 2. And the assumption is that like that's probably just 2 super combos. Because we saw Vegeta, right? He's not playing like Aandroidd 8, or he's not playing.
Well, we know one's Dimension Magic, thanks to his kind generosity.
Yep.
And
but he's only got 2 cards over there, so I mean, like literally here, he's not going to be able to get several. He's going to get several attacks off without.
Yeah.
That. Draw one.
Does Jared have 0 cards in hand? No.
Oh, he's got like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
He's using a super combo, just getting out, not bottom decking the card. It's got to be another super combo then, right?
No, it's a Dimension Magic.
Oh, you're right. So then why not bottom deck? Because I think what Jared's playing for is the Boo to kill here.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, there we go.
See, look, the token's coming in clutch, baby.
More impactful than Secret Rare. Go on. We're all in agreement here.
All right, and for 1. No, okay, yeah, just attacking. Yeah, I think he's got 4 cards in there now. Oh, there's a cooler. All right.
20, yep. And then he goes for Boo.
Yeah, Boo's a good card.
And then if Boo fails, right, because he's going to get D-Magic here.
Yeah.
Wait, is he?
No.
Oh, no, he's not, because he did not combo a card to get or he might have dead. It might be dead cards.
Yeah.
But he needed to have 1 more over there.
Okay.
No, he could have had it.
He's rather thinking, you know what? Okay.
Oh, wait a second. 35. Tap nothing because barrier. But he's at 50, so.
Did Jared get it?
I think Jared got it.
No.
No. Okay, so he had 1 by 5. That's not good. Overwhelm?
And then overwhelm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Woo! 6-0, 1 turn.
I mean, we started the round with Alexander using the crit pressure, and George's like, "That's pretty good." Let me.
I might try that out myself.
Yeah, that's a good tech. Let me bring up the boot. It is, by the way, it is. Let me see, where is he? It's this guy. It's from the set. Essentially, it's just a 1-drop double strike, 30K. That's also
it's so good. Double strike.
Why not?
He dropped deflect. The consequences of
making a generic card.
God seal plus Frieza 8 cost deflects.
Yeah, all you have to read is the active main of just if your leader is yellow, you have 4 more energy. That's it.
Right, the Unison does probably give you a slightly better blue matchup with like the control blue matchups, if only because you get access to Peel-Off Missile, which you can activate for free, and of course then, you know, Awakening, whatever have you. But Gohan go kind of crazy, you know.
I just always feel like they have a million cards in hand. Like it's just crazy how much they get to cycle and see, and 3 of them are always super combos at least. So
this man just said they as if he did not bring this to the first regional of that.
No. I'm saying the Gogeta players always have
literally starting the game with Gohan.
Yeah.
It is turn 1.
Well, you have 3 cards into your energy. You got a 20k double strike in turn 1. What are you gonna do? Take it? Yeah, of course. Like, what do you mean?
I'm actually kind of surprised. Well, I suppose he's not really at the position, but you don't really need to swing here. Right, like you
get to swing here.
Well, but I mean, you're just handing him a free cycle and a Z energy because he was already probably going to pick to 2 this turn.
Yeah, but then it just means like you have to like actually combo out of the stuff afterwards.
Oh, unfortunately, he drew into another ball, so he's only going to get to draw 1 off of his leader next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Gohan is it's for real. It gets so much value. It's been very, very strong today. Yeah, this one right here. It's just like you get so many easy reductions with it, and I think Sin is pivoted to just it can be used offensively, defensively. It's just almost always for one in this deck. It is fantastic. Like I'm not going to claim that my content is impactful enough to cause buyouts and such. However, if you guys like this deck now, buy it now, because let's say if some mediocre content creator made a video going over like I had a tournament and this card was broken, people might buy it.
Well, that's why you so infamously caused Chilai buyouts, right?
Yeah. Also, I caused it was not Chilai, it was the Oob buyout.
Oob. All right, so he's doing the classic Gogeta, draw a trillion cards, do a trillion things. He's got 1 energy up here. I'm not really sure what for. You know, I also just realized that Gohan really is also a Red Saiyan and therefore searchable in this deck too. And that's just so cool and fun.
Yeah, it is.
I love Red.
Yeah, Red is solid.
My favorite Red deck is Prison Frieza, which makes people not want to play with me.
You don't even want to play. Like, that's the person. They just want to hang out, chill, talk shit. Like, what do you mean?
Well, but then the thing is, like, it was honestly pretty solid, I felt, in Zenkai 1. And then they errata Violent Rays. And now I can't compete.
Because the Kikono and Unbreakable were both 4 costs that you could combo with, and then it gave you the ability to play Rush Attack Vegeta.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy? You could pay for a card. Minus 15.
As he literally just did Wolfang Fist for free. Yeah.
So I mean, that's still 15 of 15. Is he willing to combo a card here though?
No, he got it.
No. Oh no, he can't. It was into the Unison.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
He Wolfang Fist, but then he comboed up to it.
Unison.
Yeah, because minus 20 with leader effect after doing like the double strike with it. So
wow,
I rarely see that Unison removed by like
non black smoke.
Yeah. Top 4 decks in this event right now are we have SS4 versus Sin, and then on the other side of the bracket we have Jared on Trunksgeta versus Andrew on Android 21.
Really the four contenders. It's not another SS4.
Again, I want to say like Maverick on SS2 Trunks though. He did really, really well today, and undefeated in Swiss.
So surprised at how and he always looked like calm and composed in each of his matchups. I really felt like Android 21 might have been the tough draw, right? Just getting to use his cards.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's in general like the reason I don't think like maybe Android 21 might not be the best game design is not necessarily because the effects are too strong, but more so it's just going to create a lot of lopsided matchups for no good reason. You know what I mean? Like just coincidentally, like it targets these two decks without, as far as I know, making like doing it on purpose, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's those 3 Kabas, huh? 2 in energy, 1 on board.
Yep. And then he'll swing with Sin, go 19, then pass, restands itself.
There's one thing. So I know like where Wangpo is at. It's not people are committed to the game, but the product to player ratio is definitely in their favor, right? At least for like these TP packs. And that was like the one good thing. Like when I was living in Kansas, it's just like we have one tournament and like 6 people showed up. So I guess you're all winners. Just
everybody gets like 3 TPs, and top 2 of 6 gets the winner pack. Yeah.
It was like, well, and shout outs to my Kansas homies, but it's like West Coast has really humbled me to like how mediocre I am at this game at times, and it's there's a lot of good players out here.
Now I got to move to the West Coast. I found out my Arizona trip is actually to Tucson, so I will not be anywhere.
That's like the worst city of the 2.
Of the 2, yeah.
Yeah.
So I unfortunately don't think I'll really be able to go to any locals, which is really sad.
There's stuff in Tucson, but as far as I know, I think they have like more Digimon than like Phoenix is definitely a hub for Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm. If you want to send me some links for the Tucson stuff, I just don't know. Jared was not very insightful on that front. He was like, I don't know about Tucson, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I know a lot of Digimon players in Tucson, but not Dragon Ball players.
Well, good thing I'm gonna start playing Black War Greymon Anybody X.
Yeah.
I watched exactly finals of nationals.
Good.
Is he Broly crowning a Gogeta player, and he's gonna pick out this Topo that he's holding on to because we saw it last game, right?
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna be like this,
and then I guess this is like Topo.
There's Topo. I forgot I had it.
Oh no, he just doesn't have one.
Wow, he just didn't want to do anything. Like he didn't like what he wanted double Wolfang Fist. I mean that's good removal.
Pay for testing.
Yeah, because he doesn't have Unison because he got that removal of it.
He doesn't have any of the play guys either. He just has the draw ones.
Let's see. Yeah, when I was in Kansas City, like I don't want to start up old land wars, but yeah, I didn't mind like driving out to St. Joe for stuff, but that was like a once a month kind of thing, and it just never felt like it was the other way around where they came out to our locals, which was a real shame.
I will say, thankfully, Minnesota is pretty centralized. As far as I know, I've seen like one post from someone in Duluth, which is about 2.5 hours.
Rest in peace.
But yeah, everyone else is just like around the Twin Cities, and yeah, a bad locals drive could be like 45 minutes, pushing an hour, especially with traffic. But like, most people are within about 25, 30 minutes of every major local that we have. So it's really just about getting enough time and having enough days, which is 5 days a week. So I'm eternally grateful to Minnesota and the folks, and a lot of them were in chat earlier. You had someone playing at them earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I'm really fortunate out here. Every day of the week, there is a between the 3 card games. But I could
Something
go
for you to
there.
do.
There's some 20-person plus tournament. I went to a One Piece locals last night. 40 people. Like it's
That's wild.
insane how many people. Like it's just casually everyone showing up playing. It's there's a lot of card game players out here. It's so hot and sunny. There's nothing to do outside. Just geek out inside and
It's
play
like
some card
March,
games.
dude. April now. What do you mean it's too hot? Isn't it like 70 degrees, something like that? 60, 70?
Yeah, it's starting. I mean, yeah, it's starting to get there. And then
Yeah,
it's
you
like
poor
it gets
thing.
like 40 and 50 in the winter. Way too cold to stay outside. So you gotta stay inside for that too.
Yeah, 40, 50.
As I tell the guy who literally lost power to a
outage.
snowstorm last night. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta wear socks.
I had to leave my 28% phone charge or whatever, and I had to leave it on, so I had an alarm to wake up in the morning just in case the power didn't come back on.
Yeah.
And it didn't when I woke up.
Oh man, shouts to Dane, by the way. He sacrificed a lot just to be here. So shout out.
I could have gone 2-1 in a local. That's not true. It's Saturday. I might have won.
Is he noisy crazy? You did great. You did super great. And really, unlike I think of all the games I play right now, Dragon Ball is definitely the one who hits on time more. And I think it's just because the game's been around long enough that there's a lot of back and forth. And I specifically remember the core group of gamers probably like 2 years ago when like multicolor started to be a thing. Developers asked, there's like a generic question of what do you guys want? And the winner are like was more interaction. And oh boy, have we added more interaction in the last couple of years, which has gotten to the pitfall of every move takes a minute. And when you got 60 minutes, that's like 30 moves. So
noisy crazy. I think you did really, really well. The hard part is that ultimately your deck naturally wants to play thinner so that you have balls in life, which in this turn made it not great for you.
Yeah.
And then the end game result is that your deck does not play on turn 1.
No.
So you have exactly 1 turn to deal probably 4 damage to definitely win, 3 to maybe win, 2 doesn't do anything. I think the hard part here is that you can see from Wang Po's deck is that he's got access to this Gohan. And if you had access to, a 1-drop double striker that removes one of his threats, all of a sudden the game flips on its head, right? Because you're now able to apply the pressure and react to him. Whereas for him, he just had to get out of your unison attack because you were, still on the unison package. Whereas we can see right now that Wang Po is forcing him to use every card in his hand, and then next turn he's just going to slam Vegeta anyway.
Yeah. So, but when I would tell you, look at all the super combos. Like, it every time that they have to be there. Like,
it's really impressive. Yeah,
it's your starting hand has to have at least a super combo in this deck every time. It's silly. Yeah,
I mean, look at his board state, right? He's literally sitting on a dual attack, 2 double strikes, a sometimes double strike, and a 19k blocker restand. And this turn, oh my god, is he free playing his guy? No shot.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, when you 2 comboing that, yeah. So get him down to 2. So this is like the thing, like you put them down to 2, or from 2 to 1. Which means that then you can go in with Sin. Like if you do big Sin attack, triple strike, that's an easy, like I would lose if I don't go into it, right? But now you can pressure in the other way. Yeah, so using it to play the triple striker.
Look at what he's doing. This is turn 3, guys.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
Win turn. Yeah, attacking with that. And so now you have the decision. Do I... Yeah, he's going to use his own effect, to give him essentially plus 5k.
Plus 5. And then you give him every card. This is 40? 35, 40, and dead. He has exactly 40.
Yeah. So I think he's going to, instead Z Awaken, have a shot.
I mean, I guess because he has the secret rare, right?
I feel like he used it already. Or did he?
No. He's got the Vegeta.
Okay.
But if Wang Po is holding on to 2 negates, then that's just game, right?
Yeah, I mean that's probably what's going on.
Or actually, you know what? The
you only need one negate. Yeah, you only need one negate.
The A drop removes it.
You don't even need a negate. A drop will solo dolo remove the secret rare.
Oh, and he doesn't get to look, and it's not quad because he's at 3.
Oh man.
Yeah. Sure. This
No,
sure is a fun game we play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wang Po, they're just so used to it. He doesn't even get to look.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
And then charge Vegeta. Game.
All right.
Yep.
Wang Po taking game 1. Again, I had no idea that I would have probably hyped it up if more. I woke up at like 6 a.m. Yes, before 6, because I need to make sure everyone got checked in correctly, and there are a lot of people who were not checked in correctly, and especially since this is like the first time I've done a Discord tournament, so there's the growing pains for that. And I looked through the player list, and it's just like Wang Po submitted list, ready to go. And I had to message him, like, hey, really excited you're playing. 2, prizing's only free shipping to NA. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm just playing for fun. We'll pass it down. So actually, 9th place will get prizing today. So I'm not sure
grind.
we have that. But you will get a TP pack. And I'll figure out how. I mean, if he wins the whole thing, just whoever gets seconds gets the box, and we keep moving it down. But
And earlier, Eggman said that I get $150 US cash for this commentary gig, right?
yeah, I sure didn't.
No, you did. I have it in writing.
You're getting paid in exposure.
Oh, exposure. I have been needing some more of that.
It's like the unpaid internship kind of thing, right? Like, oh, well, I might tell Google that you did well, maybe. Like,
Machado gave me the opportunity for MomoCon if he can get it streaming, but we'll see about that. I don't know if I can make it anymore. But even beyond that.
Yeah, it's con is just so tough. Like, it's such a rough spot for that kind of stuff. Because the internet's bad, and like you were not even like the schedule holder for the event space you're in. You just kind of have to be like, you know what it is. And because there's just so many people there, like hotspots aren't as reliable either.
Mm-hmm. So there are a couple different opportunities I might have out for there, but I definitely would like to commentate a more regional based thing where you do the swap on and offs and talk all day. I had so much fun in Tennessee with Giancarlo. Raw time, baby. Shout outs to Giancarlo wherever he is if he's still in chat.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this foil Crimson Leader in my hand right now.
Hey,
there he goes.
Judge, you might have to head to table 1. That looks like there might be an issue with cameras.
That's not good.
Yeah. Also, if there's camera issues, Riddlebox, I might ask you to jump out of there, strictly because I don't want more affecting it. But yeah, if it was under a minute, they get a warning for it, and then after that, it's game losses. So we'll have to see if they call a judge and stuff too. But yeah, we might have to jump over there.
Not sure what sleeves Wang Po is using.
They look nice. Yeah, I noticed them. I didn't recognize the design, so yeah. Can Brian, would you be able to go to table 1, make sure that they're okay, and what they're doing okay?
So let's talk sideboard here for the red matchups here. Honestly, in a red Ditto, previously the almighty answer was Violent Rays, but now we're pushing like 6 months since the errata year, and I'm really not sure how the sideboard has evolved aside from like Shin Noble Supremacy, right?
Yeah.
Wang Po knows he's going second, so if he doesn't deal as much damage as he could have been, then he could know that Sin Shen or Shin.
Well, he went second. He went second game 1, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but he did start with the Gohan too.
Yeah.
It was a really big deal. Gohan came down and was also not removed.
And also had 3 balls, which currently has 1 ball and finding 2 more. So that could be pretty similar turn 2 or turn 1.
This time, not getting the value out of removing something at least.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. There you go. There. Yeah, I still think as you're saying though, since Sin can draw without having to attack, it's really nice. Alternatively, because of that too, if you do go more defensive, you don't attack into their leader, which looks like what this play is, meaning that they don't get the Frieza energy either.
Mm-hmm. The Frieza energy, and it's a free cycle to just find whatever card. I mean, we watched last game. He started going, all right, I'll combo this card I already wanted to combo.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, there's my secret rare. And that's just how it is. You just have to deal with the fact that they're going to see their secret rare, they're going to see their 8-drops, and you got to move on.
Yeah.
I wonder here if he's going to commit quite as much. So last game, he produced a Unison. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But this game, if he wants to protect that Unison, he's got to have a little bit more of a concrete plan, I think. For that is not... Oh, it's a red card. I was going to say not a red Saiyan, but nope, red card. We're playing Gogeta.
I still can't believe they printed that card. Even there's everything seems to be too much. Okay, you get to, if it was just draw 1, sure, whatever. But searching top 3, crazy for just a red card.
But it's a red card. You can't grab a black card out of there, Hayden.
Yeah, the markers are +2 for no good reason. For a plus, you get to play something for free, and +2 is usually for something that's not very good, but you get the points back for getting the markers, right? The extra marker. But this is just generically get to combo for free, and it's just silly.
I do think we are seeing an overextension right now from Gogeta here. He comboed a card at a -1 to be able to awaken and then pass, picking up 2 life that he otherwise might have been able to take.
Mm-hmm.
With that. And it's not, and one thing that he could do differently here, right, is that if he's going to do that, he could at least pay 1. And he's doing it to protect the Unison. You can pay 1, go into the Vegeta,
Mm-hmm.
surmounting the impossible, pick up a life, go to 5, and then boom, testing is online. But as is, what's the point of awakening here? You just give your opponent 2 less life for them to have to deal to you. And it's not like you're really making any more headway on protecting the Unison.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is one thing that a lot of players need to learn, is that and obviously this is probably not the case. He's in top 4, so he's probably doing just fine. He might just be miscalculating this exact spot. But in general, right, if you're an aggro deck that's normally picking up life and you're playing the mirror, you don't have to pick up life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They'll hit you. Don't question it. Let them do their thing. Because look at this 2 damage right here on board, 19 and 15.
Yeah.
That he otherwise could have just taken to the face if he just played it a little slower, maybe played cantrips this turn, instead of committing to his Unison that he can't protect. If he goes, I think he's thinking about how quickly he can get rid of stuff. Yep. This is really strong here. 19 into the Unison. Pop that. Get the draw right away.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let him play a Wolf Fang Fist game. And then go leader skill, -19 down to 4, minus a marker, and it's gone.
Man, Poe, he's just a bad influence. I want to re-sleeve this deck up again. It looks like it's just as solid as it was on release at this point. With the I can't imagine this deck if the critical was still around, but just being able to put a lot of pressure in something that's a little bit slower, it's very strong.
The new TP gives you both self-awakening and true defense.
Yeah, and the Gohan is super good too. Yeah, that like the only thing the deck was truly missing. I felt like sometimes like you'd have like 7 cards in life and like 2 cards in hand. Like that was kind of like the rough spot, but it's
But that's only after like 3 turns of pushing your opponent's face into.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Like I always like to traditionally say like I'm more of like a control but like at sometimes like it sounds dumb, but aggro is control in the sense that if they're dead, they can't do anything. You know what I mean? Like
it's hand control.
Yeah, it's hand control, right? And it's a wish deck, so like it hits at least.
And it's a wish deck. Yeah,
it's essentially a wish deck. It's a wish deck that they wanted
sort of Dragon
people
Ball.
to win with.
It plays an extra card, 0 cost that draws a card. That's a wish deck.
Yeah. It plays the Dragon Balls, all right? It's very thematic. Listen, if they didn't think the deck was cracked, they wouldn't have put in the cracked Dragon Balls.
I mean, they had to know. I know that they know about Gogeta. They pushed that deck. Sin, I could see being an accident, you know? I could see where they kind of like go, oh, crap, we didn't mean that. They meant for Gogeta to go crazy.
Yeah. I'm ready for them to decide which movie villain that they really like is going to get on green and be like, yes. But until then,
set has selling green, right?
Sure.
Because it's people who made a comeback during a fight. So it's Golden, Frieza, Majub, Cell, something like that.
All right, yeah, but we'll see. I generic cells. We'll see. I don't know. I don't want. I've been hurt too many times.
Okay, well, you ever just be watching them print Goku Black cards, and then they say things like, "If your leader is Goku Black," and you go, "Well, could have worked with Zamasus too, but thank you so much for limiting me."
I did see like, it's an expert deck, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy in marketing who wrote the description of the deck versus the guys who designed the deck have 2 way different grasps on the word expert.
Yeah,
I'll just say that.
The cards revealed today, I read them and went,
oh yeah?
Well.
I
mean, the counter is cool, but like, pay 5?
The Thor meme, is it though? You can you can use Baby Unison though, can't you? So we go back in time.
Except that if you want to do like the cool ramp stuff, you can only play 2 cost Unisons.
You're right.
So like, no,
just
you
go
can't.
Return to Xeno, baby. Get it 1 turn earlier. just that groan of like.
Okay, here's the thing: the new Goku Black deck can literally play Hit Unison or Android 17 and 18 on turn 1. So like, I'm fine with it. You know, you just go Cosmic Trader and then lead skill, and then you have 2 up, and you're like, all right, here's my Unison that draws a card every turn, or my Infinite Marker Unison. Do this.
Which, if you make sure that the thing you hit from energy is like a 5k, then you just get your 5k and drop for free, right?
Yep. And then it's just like, it's super value, especially if it's like you hit a Goku Black or something.
And then they hit you with the Black Smoke Dragon, right? And then cool, awesome, my one thing.
But that they spent turn 2 doing that, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I think the really hard part is going to be that Xeno exists, the new TP. The one that says pay 1, choose up to 12 gods or universe cards, ignoring barrier, ignoring indestructible, and send them to the warp. Yeah, I'm so excited to pay 3 and a Z energy and then lose to 1 buttony boy.
Yeah. It's just like, it never took off. But I remember when like World Martial Arts, they're like, there's the Piccolo that chooses 2 World Martial Arts from anywhere on the board, or like either, and like, oh, people, it's gonna be great. Can just destroy your opponent's cards for free, and then it never happened. Never happened.
But anyway, back to the Red Mirror.
Yeah, sorry.
It is a little different this game. It's in that Wang Po has just not seen a lot of 4-drop double strikes.
No. Oh, and having to use the unsurmounting to go down to 1 life. Go down 1 life to 3. A little impactful there too. So yeah, just definitely not the hand of gas that we saw game 1 for
In the
sure.
last game, yeah. Like he can still, he can still really push face here. Like there is one energy up, which is troublesome.
Yeah.
But realistically, he's got a double strike leader still incoming, and then he's got access to lead skill, play a 30k triple strike.
All right, and attacking with Vegeta.
Oh man,
that's how you know you're desperate. Yeah, and there's the imposing.
Well, I actually think it might be the right call.
It is because it plays around imposing, so you can get into the battle step. Because I'm thinking he needs 7Z energy, right? Since you only have the 6 right now.
I mean, he gets one with the token, but it dies immediately now.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Free swing-a-rooney. It's still a 10k.
Wait, so how did he play the one-hit wonder though?
I think he used the leader effect on his own.
Okay.
Let me make sure. Let me reread that card.
Because it definitely says if one of your opponents, but if he goes leader skill minus 15 to the 4-drop and then do that makes sense, and then it'll be 15 to 15 here, and he takes it. That is not kosher.
No, with currently potentially okay. Yeah, that's fine with the reinforcements. But that one token.
Sure, but now he goes like Z Awaken minus 20, right? Removing the Eunice marker, and then you play the
Sin for free. If you and then that's just gonna force them to go into Oh, it's the regular art though.
Oh, that does make it worse. It's true.
Yeah, it's true. And you lose the power, which means you gain the power. It's fun.
Actually, I don't think it can attack.
Why not? Oh, because it can't lose the power. That's right.
Correct. He has to
give it minus power something else.
If he can make it to a battle step, he can choose itself with his skill and then minus 5. But he has to make it to a battle step.
Just attack with your token then.
It dies immediately. It's a 5k.
Okay, you're right. Oh yeah, and he had to remove the balls for the effect.
Thanks, Javier. I appreciate that. I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
Except that he attacks and it dies immediately too.
And he also should have way more than 2 cards in his energy.
He has 3.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. We have a judge watching this one.
Double Broly card.
All right, so if you attack with Kaba, you can auto to take the life to.
Yes, but it dies.
Yeah.
He needed to play something bigger than 5. Hey, you know what? I remember a wise man once told me in Kansas City that he wants to play Videl in his Z deck, so he has access to a 1-cost 15k.
It wasn't me, was it?
It was you.
That's a stupid idea. That player sucks. That guy can't even get top 8 at a or what? I don't even remember. He got top 4 in a 40-person
I think you probably
tournament.
got top 4, right? Or you got top 8, right?
I got edged out by someone who lost their deck.
Oh, tough. Yeah, this is indeed looking bad. Javier is making the soul read indeed that if he just decides to
win, he wins.
Play Gogeta 8. True. I just chose to win.
Yeah.
If you play Gogeta 8, you just, the whole board's gone, and then you eat 2 super combos.
Yeah.
Yep, whole board. Bye-bye. And then 35k to lead.
And here's the thing: the super combos are not guaranteed on their. I guess they're pretty guaranteed on this interaction, but
I didn't see any. I haven't seen any yellow.
You can't
yellow cards yet.
Wait. You can't combo with non.
No. You can't activate skills.
Oh, skills. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So you can do the Deluge. Won't get out of it, but
Deluge is also only for battle cards.
That's true. Yep. You're right.
So he has to use a super combo for 10k and 10,000 more to go to 40. But I mean, he's just passing back, and I mean, ultimately, what do you kind of do here? Like, if he Z awakens, he just gets another instance of like, I'm going to rip a bunch of cards out of your hand.
Yeah.
Likewise, if he doesn't Z awaken, then he can slam another one and then just go again.
Yeah. So, but like, my guess is it's going to be a Z awaken here too. I mean, if he's got Vegeta, he uses it, right? And then he can clear the board and do a damage.
Well, but there is no board to clear. It's just Gogeta, which is unaffected.
That's true.
But also, if you pass into Gogeta tapped out like that. Okay, so look, there was the Shin. I knew it. I was like, look at that. And also, he clearly didn't need it. He just needed a KVIP. Okay. So, what does Wayne Poe do here, though?
I think he's got a judge call.
He does need to untap his leader, too. But... Sorry, switch his leader to active mode.
All right, I can just be a dumb guy. So why... Why can't you remove the Gogeta, SS4 Gogeta?
Because it is unaffected by your opponent's skills.
When this card is in battle.
No, they can't activate skill. It has a different permanent that says you can't. It is unaffected, straight up.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, there's their combo. Okay, yeah, that's right. Duh.
Not a max power Kamehameha. What the heck? Remember when max power was printed? We were like, "This is now the greatest negate."
Yeah, this is. Yeah,
we will all play this at 2 or 3 in our decks, and always have a negate.
I remember the foil ones just being really expensive, and like, yeah, it's essentially how it went.
And now it's playable in 2 decks, Hatch and Angel Coop.
Yeah, the most viable decks in the format. I would
be forced to agree with you, Iva. Wherever you are, me and you, buddy, we're climbing to the top.
All right, let me.
Okay, so let's talk about what Sin 4 can really do here. Sin probably needs to either force a Z Awaken, not let a Z Awaken happen. He needs to force a Z Awaken where Gogeta thinks that it was going to be fine and live, and then it finds out it isn't after it's used all of its cards in hand. Or it needs to basically just build advantage and then pass, right? I think that if you just like swing lead, leave it at 20, and he goes Z Awaken, I think you either lose or put yourself in a really bad spot.
Yeah. Also, table 1, game 1 just finished with not Jared, which is better to say Andrew C got that W. So they still have 30 minutes to go through game number 2, but definitely advantage to Andrew right now.
If they go game 3, it is slight advantage Trunksgeta, though.
Yes.
Because Aandroidd 21 has to pick up life so quickly.
Yeah, and you have that double strike on the leader, which can also
not bad in a leader that can't negate on turn 1 and 2.
Yes.
We can't use extra cards on the front side. Yeah.
Yes. You are correct there.
So that might end up being by time, but of course, Aandroidd 21 could just win game 2 here, or it goes to time. Wang Po tried to force his way through, but he basically just played Vegeta and then passed, and it went back to him. Gogeta's gone.
Yeah, didn't
Playing some basic defense here.
Didn't proc the Z leader, so that defense is always on there.
He's got a. He's got 5 energy here, so realistically, he could slam another Gogeta, but I don't think that's going to be really optimal here. I think that playing for a rush attack game, where we have yet to see a Unison or Wolfang Fist come out, I feel like having access to these rush attack Vegeta onslaughts is going to be really solid, which I think is what he's going to start here.
Yep, there's one. Oh, there it goes.
That's right, Javier. Better player alert. And that right there is the other better player alert, just immediately responding and taking out the first one. There is no onslaught today. My counterplay is better than yours.
Real quick, Gohan checks both players' Z energies. No. It counts the Z energy cost of your Z leader. Never mind.
Yep. So, yep.
Technically, it's -3.
Cool.
With one specified.
One specified red.
Yeah. I think
the Vegeta also reduces it by 2. Play.
I think that Gohan is. I mean, this is
Unreal.
This is a 30-person tournament, and Wangpo is literally top 4 player in the world right now. So yeah, he's got
kind of a bully, really. If you think about it.
Yeah. What a guy. Like, who does he think he is? But I mention this because he's a solid player. I would not say that his accomplishment is on the back of this single card.
Yeah.
However,
but today really helped out. Really.
That card is also pretty good, it seems.
So I mean, here's another thing is that I think into this attack with this single strike, he needed to play a it's getting negated. So, and here comes the Warp 4.
Yeah.
Add back that. So I think he really tough spot. He needed to be able to rival a Vegeta, so to say.
Yeah, but I think unsurmounting. That's so I'm guessing just digging for his secret rare at this point, right?
Yeah, because I think that's his out.
I think it's out, yeah.
Because now if you just pass it back, it's Vegeta. So that swings in. I mean, he might just be dumping. He doesn't have the lead swing still. So he's my goodness. Yeah, I love free defense.
I haven't seen Rage Shenron being played as much as I've seen it being played. And maybe it's just the fact that Double Strike doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, it's not as afraid. Yeah. But, like...
Charge Vegeta?
Yeah. And...
Dang. Some judges, got 30 some odd people to show up, including the legendary man himself, Wang Po-An. So everyone be sure to be thankful.
Who's already starting. It's just Sin Shenron stuff, so nothing that we're missing.
Turn one, yeah.
It's whatever.
Grab balls. Do that. But everybody still, one more shill here before we get into finals. Be sure to follow Eggman on Twitch. Give him a sub if you have Twitch Prime. It's a great opportunity. You can gift them. If you ever just want to spread the love, be sure to follow him subscribe on YouTube. You can catch content literally every day of the week now.
Every day of the week, yeah. So, unless you like only Dragon Ball Super content, then like once a
in
month.
Which case,
but we're working on it. All right, you got to make sure this game's gonna pass its 1 year budget thing, but. Or marketing. I don't know. This is a bad joke. I'm very tired. This is taking a lot out of me today.
Just wait until digital client drops.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I mean, you made Master Duel content for like months.
Yeah.
You can make Dragon Ball content for a while.
that will be, especially when the client was as fun as it is. Like, yeah, no question about it.
I was really still blown away by it. So, but into the finals match here, this is honestly kind of the expectation for this meta, right? is a red deck. In this case, we're looking at red Sin and a blue control. Specifically now, one of the Aandroids. In this case, the new Aandroidd 21 deck has risen to the top.
Yeah. Gamma
I think
is still not going anywhere, I don't think. Like
Aandroidd 16 is probably a lot worse, but probably not unplayable.
Yeah, I think
you still have both other Aandroidd 21s as well.
The Majin Buu losses, you get hit by that pretty hard though in Aandroidd 16.
Yep. The last piece thing that would be here to talk about is going to be what Red Sin Shenron has gotten this set. It has one direct support TP and an indirect piece of just red generic. We are looking at a new 4-drop, picks up life, kills your own cards more, -15 blocks.
Yeah, Red Sin looks very. I mean, again, we're watching Wong Po, top 4 in the world, play this deck, right? So most decks that you'd play, you'd think like, oh, it's the best deck in the world, right? But specifically this right now, it seems to have like a lot of gas.
And that new MVP would be
the Gohan facing the demon, defeating the demon, I think.
Facing the demon, I think, is actually the set 15 cards. But close though.
Thank you.
Maybe it might be defeating the demon though. I think we can pull it up here on stream, right? I think it is going to be an important. It's going to play a lot of relevance here because Wang Po knows that he gets to now wait for his opponent to commit into a 2-drop, right? Yeah. If you can respond and remove the 2-drop beforehand, get a lot of value.
Yeah.
Defeating the demon. Wow.
Look at me.
Look at you. Just kidding. It was your second try. Not good enough.
Yeah. Man, I'm terrible with like most other card games I play. Digimon, One Piece. It's literally just the name of the thing, right? It doesn't like almost annoyingly so. Yeah.
It's definitely. Hey, can you tell me the set 1 red Agumon? No, the other set 1 red Agumon. No, the third set 1 red Agumon.
Yeah, I can kind of remember years and sets, but like it's just like, oh, the 3-drop Agumon that searches top, like whatever. Like that's how I remember it anyways. I don't like Saiyan Instincts, like ironic, like took forever for me to be like, oh yeah, it's the draw 2 ape, right? Or the just the shortcuts. It's bad though. So you get punished in this game, but not in others, baby.
I mean, it was definitely really a treat when Jared played Aandroidd 16, and there were 6 different Aandroid 16s, and no one knew any of the names.
And they're just they have like
stalwart.
Yeah, it's just they have all the same art. Yeah, that's a pleasure. What else? What else was a hassle?
I felt at Worlds there's a lot of like in Gamma there's a lot of different Androids that are all like the same, but if you just say Aandroidd 17 or Aandroid this,
I mean, making sure that I know the difference between Aandroid 14 and 15, even I don't know, it took forever for me 17 and 18 just because like 17 doesn't, it's just a number to me. It's not like a name or characteristic.
It's okay. I'll quick regale a story from Sealed. Maybe others will feel this way. In this most recent set, I was playing, the Super 17, the green 6-drop.
Oh, man.
But in my mind, so I had been playing the 1-drop blue guy that searches for multicolors.
Yeah.
It did not even cross my mind that was an Aandroid 17 you could absorb on top of, because as soon as he puts on the Ranger outfit, different character.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just not the same dude.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Not knowing between 17 and Hellfighter 17 is pretty rough. You just kind of like, I mean, it's what he's wearing.
17 wears a jacket, right?
Yeah.
Regular 17 wears the jacket.
Yeah, but the Hellfighter wears the regular getup, which is like the worst.
Well, but 17 also wears the regular getup,
exactly,
right? He just also has the jacket.
Yeah, but specifically from that period of time, 17, regular 17 wears the jacket, and Hellfighter 17 looks like regular 17. So it's so rough.
It's a lot. So we see here, though, Aandroid 21 is just kind of building value. So gives him the pan, right? Gets 2 instances of blue charge out of it. Creates the mandatory gathering off of the first pan. And then immediately combos it away. Gets this value. He's going to be able to play a Total Annihilation. Draw 2. Produce a clone token. Swing 25 into... That's not where I was expecting that to go. But it went somewhere.
It moved.
I mean, he's got the 20. I figure with the 20k double strike out, that would be the main target, right? Power on the leader is really great, right? It is a 20k. And again, he swings face. I don't know.
Yeah, what are you
But
doing?
here he is. You know, he's in finals. We're not.
Yeah,
whatever.
surely. Right, make sure to give the pan back, and that's important just for, again, like, since if the pan is on your side of the board, it's used for reductions and stuff. But like, at what point do you
power
just
counter and wavering will?
Yeah, because those are counter attacks, right?
Wavering will is a counter play that costs 3 blue and 1.
Mm-hmm. So what's the issue with you like attacking and then just comboing with the pan? Why would you not want to do that?
So if they attack and you go full power counter,
mm-hmm.
that's going to tap the pan as cost.
Gotcha.
And then they'll be in rest mode.
Cool.
And it'll stay there, right? So if you give them the pan, you are basically saying, all right, like if you give them back the pan, you are announcing to them, I don't want you to use this pan defensively, but offensively, you will get another turn cycle with it. Does that make sense?
Interesting. Yeah, and you can only give the minus power to fellow Shadow Dragons, right?
Correct.
Okay.
On most cards, like
okay.
the leader specifically says choose a Shadow Dragon.
Gotcha. Okay. Because like if you could also use that as a different form of removal, that'd be pretty strong too.
That's going to play a clone token at the end of the next turn. Minus 20 to the total annihilator. Man, and the whole board is gone now. While still producing a little bit of pressure here. But the leader is Sensu Beamed, so these 15k is not going to do all that much work. You do have to make sure to combo. So Wingpo definitely going to throw the Oceanus on there. And I imagine the Z leader is probably going to come out here after that, right?
Yep, because you have the 3. I think the only... Yeah, you'd have to. It just means like unfortunately you're out of you can't use any Z battle cards. Like but that's not too big of a deal.
You know, especially when you're going first like this, like you're the aggressor, you're not really relying on Z battle cards when you have 20k double strike 1-drops. So he's already done his leader skill minus, I think, to draw with Nova. So what he'll do here is swing lead, hope that he doesn't negate, and then go for it.
No, it looks like he's doing a double strike from the Sin. Did you played that other Sin last turn, right?
Yes,
okay.
That was out prior.
Yeah.
Because we questioned why he wouldn't swing into it and said he went to face. So he's gonna Kusu. That is pretty big. Now, though, he could respond with Gohan here.
Yeah.
And that could be devastating if I'm being honest. If he goes Gohan into like remove Kusu and then push forward that double strike, he's at 2. So he has 2 lethal swings then, and that's before he does his leader ultimate.
Yeah, because is Andrew down to 2 life or 3?
Andrew is at, I think, 2.
Okay. Well, he's swinging like he's at 3 or more than 2 because he's attacking with a 15k first.
Well, I mean, he could also be setting up for Vegeta too.
Fair.
Either or, 25.
All right. Well, there's a magic card produced. So.
Okay. Is he at 4 then?
Yeah, he must have been at 4.
I just can't tell.
Let's see. Also, Mr. Moosey, thank you for the subscription. Do appreciate it.
Make sure to use your primes here at the Eggman channel. Man, we are seeing a really big dump here into this.
Mm-hmm. And do you think we're going to see... I mean, he hasn't even done the Z Awaken yet, right?
No, he has not, which I imagine will be coming here in just a moment. Because, I mean, if he's putting him to 1, then all he has to do is not die next turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's the 7.
I mean, you can still do this, and like then you can pressure with like the 8
the
drops
30K,
in, yeah, or even this clone token can swing for game.
True. Interesting that he makes it even higher than that. So that's 50,000. He's at base 20. It depends on really how many super combos he has.
Only if your opponent has 3 or more energy? Oh.
Oh, true.
True. Judge. Is it 3 or more? I thought it was only 3 more left. Let me...
No, I think it is 3 or more. If your opponent has 3 or more, because remember, you killed a bunch of your energy when we played in Kansas.
Yeah, that's right.
Swinging through and we double checked. Yeah.
All right, so...
That is actually like game determinative.
Yeah, that's really rough. I also want to remind you guys that Wangpo's like, he's been playing from midnight to 6 a.m. And
it's a true trooper.
I don't want to.
He had a whole day before he started playing.
Yeah. That's just a fact. I just want to throw out there. So yeah, that did potentially do 1 damage if he wants it.
And I think it did because he grabbed a card.
Yeah, so I think he's definitively down to 2 life now.
Yeah.
Which means you play the Gohan for 1, baby. Go for it.
He's probably passing with 1 up for like an after image or something similar.
Yeah.
That's right. He doesn't really have access to Cease right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just energy wise. If he had 2 pans out, he would, but he does not. So the best shot he has for damage is like playing Total Audacity twice.
I mean,
there's just gonna go for mandatory.
You obviously want to put them down to 1 if you can, but 2 is still solid, especially when you have as much double strike in this deck as you can. So like, there's a lot of avenues for you to still double strike to win. Just unfortunately, yeah. I think I've 1,000. I mean, I literally just did, but
yeah, there's a world where he like pressures there, but he definitely gave up an extra 2, probably 2 full cards more than he needed to.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think you did what, 2 super combos, 3?
2 super combos and 2 0-5s.
Yeah, so I mean, I would probably have saved this 1 of the super combos, but I think the pressure is still valid.
Yeah. So we just watched him grab an Aandroidd 17. He has the Z energy for it, so he does not need the Z battle card. I think this is really going to be tough to figure out where to go because like he can't kill him this turn unless he has a secret rare. If he has the secret rare,
yep.
There's a world where
also good because it will heal you for 2 easy just on the clone tokens alone.
So are those?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if Wangpo has the ability to not play the same sleeves as his tokens, but that's just, might just be a consequence of what's current house situation.
Don't worry, we fixed it.
And there it is. And I can't lie, I've been playing Aandroidd 21 type decks into Sin a lot recently, and this is how you win games: is live just long enough, secret rare board wipe, and then just get the game.
Yep.
So interesting. So he's got the token out. I think you might value the blocker more, to be honest. You could like swing lead to force something.
Yeah, I think the blocker is important right here, though.
Yeah, and that's fine. But right now, he's now committed to the blocker being gone, as opposed to just like passing. Just going to do Leader Awaken. Now, is there a specific reason you think he's doing this on his turn?
Yeah, in case he has like the Rage Shenron.
Oh, true. Which, like, you probably don't dump there if you don't have another one, especially you don't combo one that you've got.
Yeah, Rage Shenron.
You're so smart.
I got 1 prediction today. You've gone like a dozen. Like, you've already lived this day. It was just a couple days ago, so like your memory's a little hazy. But
I mean, if you can predict what your opponent's going to do, that's how you win, right? That's the
in a solid card game, yes. I've played a lot of other card games. Like, I know what my opponent's gonna do, and here I am just watching it happen, like a slow motion car crash. Just can't get out of the way. Just watch it burn.
Gets a little hazy. Oh, that was bad, Charles.
Hey,
also Wang, not Wan, right? Wang Po-An.
Wang Po-An. Oh, yep.
Thank you. Mr. Riddlebox, Matthew again.
My apologies.
So they all fix the game state.
Fix the game state and the name state.
Swings with the critical. He's trying to push, and there's the Aandroidd 17. Yep, you start with the battle card swing, right? If there's a battle card floodgate coming in, make sure to swing with that type of card.
Yeah.
Does he have a response here? Well, so if he goes Gohan, he can remove the secret rare, right? But I think I don't know, because Gohan goes -20, and then he goes leader minus rage minus Aandroidd 20, and then
I think so.
Play the A drop.
I think you're correct. Because it's not. It's a game. It's obviously. Do it. Love this card.
Boom. Counterplay -20. I mean, he can remove the cards from underneath it at first,
but it still gets. It still has 0 power. Yeah.
And then it triggers again and again and again and again. Just it's like with Triumph of Autos. You just discard your whole hand if you wanted to.
All right. Oh, okay. Attacking somewhere. Probably the leader. All right, Dimension Magic. All right, forcing it out. All right, and -40 for the, get rid of the secret rare.
He's got 2 up now. Okay, so because of the way his deck is constructed, there's totally a world where he goes like Sensu Bean, play Aandroidd 18, so swinging with like a Vegeta is kind of out of the question. I don't think it's a terrible idea to give Sin a drop a barrier here. I don't hate that.
Interesting that they decided to. Oh yeah, because you did the activate main to play it, and then also get the minus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think he's gonna minus the Gohan here.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, because you know what, he did that so he could get into battle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
So he goes -30 on Gohan, -8 on. Yeah. Oh nope, he's just gonna choose himself to get +5.
Okay, never mind. Because Gohan's not once per turn; it is unique. So if you can get rid of it, which you can in this deck anyways, by giving the minus with some effects, you can play it again. For like a 20k double strike for 1 that also removes something on play is pretty good.
I mean, this is going through, right? So like we know that he had the opportunity to dump there into Vegeta.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm a little shocked that he didn't put more into it.
Yeah, I mean this attack isn't technically going to go for game on its spot, right? Like Omega Shenron would be able to do that.
Well, but that's where Vegeta comes in, right? Because this is for, or is he at 4 still?
I think he's at. No, he might be at 4. I could be wrong.
Bottom deck's 1. Oh man, I hope he. Okay. He's got the D magic. Okay.
When the magic is dimensional.
Okay, so he goes.
Okay, Kaba. Love it.
Kusu,
yeah. All right.
Yep.
Fair enough.
And then.
Yeah, and that is game number 1.
Going to Aandroidd 21.
Going to Aandroidd 21.
I really, those 2 extra cards in hand would go really far here.
Yeah, I agree. And if they were at 4, I could imagine seeing like you just doing the Defender of Life, also to get that extra life damage. So that's something that's you're back in range, which is really weird, but. We'll see. Oh, Jared messaged me. He just messaged me. He forgot to shuffle his secret back into his deck after game 2 because he removed it from game.
Oh no!
Oh.
That is that's. I put my secret. I put my remove from game cards underneath my deck.
Yeah. Well, it's so rough because like sometimes like people put underneath leader and stuff, but now some leaders like represent that. It's what it is. Yeah, you 100% can't put them under deck. Yeah, I think you're saying like under like the.
Yeah, no. So if you go perpendicular, right?
Perpendicular ups and down. I could probably see that.
They're face up, right? So they cannot possibly be in the same direction.
However, that's still a little risque.
All right, I'll move it 2 inches out. Sorry.
Yeah, you got exposed on stream.
Yeah, I played with fashion. I moved it that way.
Yeah, known illegal playmaker.
There was one that I realized. Oh, it was not an illegal play, but I guess no, that's when I played at what's it called? I actually picked up a D-Magic Life when there was a Mai on board. There were 2 Mai's on board, and my opponent just didn't do it. We had both forgotten. They had just been there the whole time. And I reset energy, and he definitely could have just been like, it was the guy who was playing Red Blue Sin.
Yeah.
Then it says up to. On next keeps there 2 smooth dexterity. But these are, remove from play only affects secret rares, Koitsukai, and Z battle cards, right? And those are known quantities in the deck. Like that's at least from my perspective. Obviously, like I'm sure, if it's illegal, whatever, I'll just move them over. But yeah. I think if I played a secret rare twice in a game, I think my opponent might notice.
Yeah, especially now with how like there were like times where you could have potentially have done a double secret rare because it wasn't
Xeno blue.
Yeah.
Baby Hatch and Aandroidd 21 like we had talked about.
Yeah, because and I feel like there's a way wasn't there some way to get Pan to trigger more than once? I feel like there's a way to bounce it back somehow.
I don't know. Your opponent could bounce it back.
Yeah.
But you can't, but the counter is only once per game.
Yeah.
It says then you can't activate this counter for the rest of the game.
Because that was just showing the age of before the ultimate tag didn't specify in the rules that they got removed from game after.
But it was still on most secret rares that were printed.
It was on the ones that they expected to potentially get bounced, but Pan was not one, which is why they gave it the once per game.
And they gave it to Wicked and stuff too. You have to remove them from the game instead of from your drop. But yeah. So here we are going into game 2. Wingpo definitely a little bit more of an advantageous spot. In game 2, right, Aandroidd 21 has to pick up life to be able to gain advantage on the front side. Grabs a super combo. That's a little annoying, admittedly, for him. I'm interested to see if he's going to swing here on turn 1. I know that last game he was pretty aggressive, pushing life really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knowing that he has the Aandroidd 21 secret rare to back it up.
Sure.
But even still, it's one of those ones where I would generally advise to not swing and play a slightly slower game so that way they can't get the Z Awaken turn. But that's how it goes. This measure Trunks before it's banned against Pan. It would still get the counter effects, and you could play it offensively under turn. Yes, correct. So there's balls 2 and 4, or 3 and 4. Question is did he find the other 2?
Yeah, this would be the first. Okay, yeah. I'd be like, well, he hasn't. He's woken, I think, on turn 2 every game. So that's just how consistent this deck can be at times.
Yeah, he got there though. Play Droste.
Yep.
Man, not being able to play.
That is double strike.
That was not the double strike we were expecting, but it is a double strike. And honestly,
Might even be better.
No, I think it might actually be worse, right? Because he has to he'll combo a card here.
Yeah.
But had he not been able to combo a card, to just go super combo, get out.
Yeah, because this is 20k to 20k double to 10K.
10, no extra cards. Interesting that he is playing Scholarly Gambit here. We can see it in the energy. For those unaware, normally that's for the clone token based deck. And it basically says when your opponent would play a battle card with a cost bigger than their energy, you can choose it. Bottom deck this card and that card. And then otherwise she is just a barrier blocker that you can play for free by removing a clone token.
Let's see. Yeah, so Silk, it was good to see you as well in at Worlds, and just everyone at Worlds. Worlds was, I think the attendance was maybe like a little underwhelming, but it was cool to see everyone there. Like the event production and everything around it was really, really good.
It is really good against the Vegeta Secret Rare. That's a true point. Actually, I mean, it basically beats it, right? It basically says I'm immune to that card.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's once per turn. I'd have to read where the once per turn is on it. Man. What is it about attendance? Oh, this week it was 30-ish people, Silk, that were in attendance.
No, attendance at Worlds. Yeah.
100,
about half their cap.
Yeah. I was gonna say like one.
What I was saying about it was I wish there's a couple more people who showed up, but
yeah, I mean it's also really hard because the way they made it sounded like it was basically capped.
Yeah,
right. And I think that is basically what happened is that since it was a free event, that many people signed up for it and then just went, oh, I can't go. Oh well, and then that was it, which unfortunately leads to scenarios where several people were on like the wait list and showed up and then got in, but that also means that there were probably a bunch of people on the wait list who would have gone, but then did not go. So I mean, Worlds was just truly a great spectacle.
Yeah,
he's gonna play that. Oh my goodness, he's got it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay, tell me why you're groaning right now. What is the
okay? So Gohan
I
is
know
the
answer
cost
for this one for once. So keep going.
Yeah, Gohan's a 1 cost during your opponent's turn and on your turn, but it's also a counterplay. And its auto is to choose one of your opponent's battle cards -20. Aandroidd 21 really needed this Z battle card to go off.
No. You don't know. Okay, so you can Z stack one of the cards, right?
Yeah, but it's an auto. But
can you steal? Is it the auto on play or is an auto just
Z stack is a when this card is played from your Z deck? Charles.
Okay. So counterplay on the Gohan, and then you can steal the Gohan, right? I could be wrong on this. And then since you own the Gohan, you get to resolve it.
The 4-drop is the one that can take your opponent's.
Oh, this is the 2-drop. Okay, that's my okay. That's where my disconnect is. Yeah. Because if it's a 4-drop, then if I was thinking Wangpo played into that, and then he loses the Gohan, and then his opponent would be able to activate and resolve the -20K. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. That is on me. Okay. That's what I thought we were talking about. That's on me. Let me get the
silly Eggman.
Yeah, I know. I was so excited. I'm like, oh, finally, my time to shine.
I will get to be right now.
I will be Yeah. No.
He swings lead. He blocks 20. He's thinking about comboing. I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. So important here. He is no longer. He is. Yeah. This is. He's gonna get hit a lot. So Okay, so the way that autos work, the unfortunate thing is that right here he probably could have picked up a life, gone down to 4, and then awakened and passed with 1 up and not died, or not gone from 5 to
3. Yeah,
probably to 2. No, there's no reason I don't think that Wang Po wouldn't play
that Mr. Triple
an
Strike
8 drop.
Yeah.
And that's gonna really cost him here because it's the obvious right choice now. I feel at this point. Because he was going to be able to just get away with double strikes, but no, we'll go for the triple strike. Go for the triple strike. Get him. Hit him, finish him, and diminish him.
No, looks like just the double, right?
But yeah, so like you can, because it's an auto timing, you can still just like choose to pick up the life, go to 4, and then awaken naturally, which also would have given you, you get the energy back, but you also get an extra draw like that. Because you get to, restand on your opponent's card. And then you also would have been 20 swinging into the Gohan if he blocks, or 20 swinging into the leader. But instead, you were just 15 and did not get the... I mean, of course, this is also assuming he's even at 5. I have no clue what his life is at any given point.
That is, yeah. Wang Po definitely, like, we get to see his... He's easily at 6, right?
Yep, 6. But that's just 2 pink blobs.
Yeah.
One is slightly skinnier blob than the other.
It's an odd number. So 5, I think, is a good guess.
And that's exactly right, Brandon Syndro. Basically, because he couldn't use extra cards, he was just forced to eat a double strike, which I thought that Wang Po was going to produce a triple strike instead, because putting them to 2 is... that's a kill shot for half of his board. But instead, he just kind of went a slightly slower route. We're going for the double, which is totally fine, right? Double into Vegeta is still game. That's going to be really bad, though. Pay 1, get rid of a 4 drop. Yep. Okay, but triple strike. Triple strike. Mai's good here.
You gotta stop.
You can't unstoppable.
Yeah, you gotta stop trying to make triple strike happen. It's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen. You know how many triple strike crits I took in my day? You guys don't know what it was like.
All right, so attacking with Kaba. So having that Mai in the adjustment for game number 2 is super big. So it means that the Dimension Magic, they lose that too. So 20k with Deluge. 35k double. Yeah, this is a totally different game on this one.
Yeah. 35 seems fine, right? Because that's 2 super combos and a 5k.
Yep.
Or two 10ks because he's got ceaseless.
Extra 5 just for a little, just get right there.
Just to be sure. Just 3 10ks out of his hand is really tough to deal with. That looked like about 10 cards.
Yeah, and remember you were like, I don't know how I feel about Kaba, and it is.
Well, he had like 4 of them. What do you mean? We looked at his board. There were 2 in his energy, 1 in his Z energy, and 1 in hand, or 1 on board.
Yeah, but you found it when you needed to. I don't know. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, running like 2 makes sense. I was just a little shocked. But honestly, again, right, when you're not running the Unison package, suddenly you're not running any Natterons.
Mm-hmm.
You're not running any Unisons, obviously, itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just 3 0-10s. That's wild. And then you're not running any of the other thing that I can't think of that you would be able to name for me real quick.
Nope, sure can't.
Pilaf Missile, or Moment of Awakening.
Yep, Pilaf Missile. Named it for you.
Yep, so that's like that's just a lot of cards that you now have space for. Because you're going to put in your 4 new 4 drops, and then you're going to put in some Gohans, probably 4 of them. Yeah. And you're going to move on with your day.
So right here, this is going to... I'm going to hard assume that Andrew's at 2 life. It's going to let the attack go through. I mean, if you do damage here, you can win with... Okay, just 5k out. And then, double strike. Give it... No. No way, right? No. But maybe? Maybe? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. He's back. Man,
Is this the end of the game?
I so forgot that card, Drew, for a long time. And I was
part of the activate main.
Yeah, part of the activate main. Yeah, I swore.
So he picks up a life, waiting to see if he's going to restand, choosing not to. Smart. All right, now if Wang Po's really brave,
Yeah, I mean,
there's a Mai right there.
There is, and here's the other thing too. Like most people say, oh, he's going to be at 4 energy next turn. You can just secret rare, burn the game. But you also have a wide board, and so if there's a secret rare on the other side, that will prevent the
that
lethal,
was
right?
that was literally my exact thought. Was like he might have to swing with Mai here because if he passes and gets secret rared, his board's gone. He just spent a bunch of cards in hand, and his opponent rejuves back up.
Yeah, we'll see if that's a thing.
So lead skill, restand some stuff, right?
All right, hear me out. What if like every game you just started with secret rare in your hand? That was like the game. How
that was how the game worked. But you have to reveal it to your opponent.
Yeah, you'd have to reveal it to your opponent, but it's one of your starting 6 cards in hand.
I don't like starting 6 cards in hand, but I get you.
And the reason I say it is that like I've just been noticing so often.
Games come down to
games just comes down to if everyone has their secret rare, right? And yeah, like in Aandroidd 21, yeah, it's very easy to search your secret rare too.
Well, I mean, in this version, right, only the leader can.
Yeah, but it's still a way to search it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. I think it's obviously not like a great idea. Stuff's going to be broken, but it's more just to illuminate how rough how just you both could have your secret rare and one of you see it and the other one doesn't. It's just like, cool.
I mean, even sometimes going first, right? Like if you play a blue mirror into a blue deck with a Gohan and you have Hachiyak, but your Hachiyak isn't online because they went first.
Yeah.
That's, that could just be the difference between winning and losing.
Yep. Because both need to have you yourself be at 3, and that's not the case.
Untapping 3.
Leaving the Kaba because, scared of it, obviously.
Well, you can swing into Kaba, but also Gohan's a blocker.
True.
So that was... If he goes for the ramp lady, it costs 2. He can... Let's see. So what would he get to do? He would bottom deck Nova and then eat the 4 drops double strikers and then ramp 1 and then be a blocker.
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty solid. But now he's gone for a mandatory gathering here. I don't know if he's trying to dig for secret rare and he's unaware that mandatory can't find the secret rare, but this is bad. This is really bad. I think he needs to go for the ramp lady, and I think he needed to keep 1 up so that way he could bean or something.
Yeah. Oh, is that a pass?
Uh-oh.
All right. Did Wong Po find their secret rare? They sure did. Yeah. All right. Game 3, baby. Let's go.
I definitely feel like that while Wang Po gets to go first, I feel like the sideboard is just so heavily skewed in his favor because of how many anti-blue cards there are.
Who went first game 1, though? I think Wang Po.
Aandroidd 21.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think so, yeah. I mean, either way, right? I didn't feel that like going first was the end all be all. It obviously helped.
Yeah.
But I really felt like the deciding factors were on a push turn. Because normally that's where they just go, all right, I'll D-Magic or, do whatever. But if you say have Xeno or die,
yeah,
a little tougher. I really appreciated watching other people play Aandroidd 21, though. Yeah. So far, I've really only watched myself play it and like what I think is best.
For sure.
And seeing the power of the 4-drop just played for 2 like that is a lot stronger. I had been playing the critical one most frequently. And I feel like maybe I could reduce that down to 1 and then play 2 of the 4-drops and then get another spot in my Z deck.
Yeah, it's really, I don't know, I'm not trying to say like self-report that I plagiarized, but like a lot of the time when I think of a good deck or when I look through stuff, you know, there's a lot of ways to get inspiration. It's like, oh, like this is one interaction I didn't understand, and because of that, I'm going to help build a deck around that interaction, right, or that kind of stuff. And so it's just really invaluable. And you know, this is a game where you will see two people play the exact same deck, but they'll play it completely differently, right? There's a lot more room for that compared to, I think, a lot of other card games that are out there right now, where you get to personalize what you want your deck to do and what you find important and push for.
Certainly. And I think that's the beauty of the game, is just how freeform it is. The fact that, it's a pain in the butt that like every attack represents like four or 5 points of interaction and decision making.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, you just get, it's where the skill expression comes into play, like the player expression as well as skill.
Yeah.
It's just so valuable there. And he just started with 2 super combos in hand, which is really going to mitigate the offense from Wang.
Yeah. And just the fact, like, it stinks like when that super combo sometimes gets to energy and you don't have like as much energy fixing in this deck, especially since sometimes you need to just put Bad Omen into your energy. But the fact that it's always online, it's just always a 10k that essentially makes your opponent discard 1, and if you do that early game, it can be really devastating.
Yeah, definitely helps with probably the more aggressive matchups a lot. Probably a lot worse in the control matchups where they don't really necessarily care about having 3 less cards through the course of the game.
For sure.
But, you know, like Wang Po is going to be in a spot where if he wants to push a double strike through, if he just goes, all right, double super combo and my 5k on board, I mean, your 10 card hand that was looking great is now 8 cards, and the double strike didn't go through. So I think that, you know, this is really interesting, and I'm really happy with the way Sin is right now. I think the deck, even with this new Gohan stuff, is as silly as that card is. This is a much more fair version. I just don't feel like aggro decks should ever really have access to critical. And right now we're really seeing. I'm sorry, that is no Oceanus.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I mean, that's the first time all day I've seen him not start with it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty pivotal game, I'd say.
Or any point of interaction, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's holding up that he probably is doing that, right? Like he's got the 3 balls, so he's trying to prevent him from.
Yeah, maybe he's afraid of the 2-cost Z battle card, and so he still wants to be able to respond to it if he decides to go into it.
Yeah. Gonna go 15 lead. I don't know, comboing the Aandroidd 18 from board and then also using that Z energy immediately feels pretty wasteful, but it is what it is.
I think that's what he's trying to aim towards.
I think he's about to just walk right into it. No, dude, he just showed it to you.
Yeah, and he
And he kind of threw up his arms.
And he didn't even put it in the board. He asked if he had it, and I think he was just like, this is the only play I have. I can't play around it, and just
3Z energy is all it takes.
3Z energy is so good. Yeah. Yep. I honestly like the fact that like Sin just breaks a lot of most of the balancing for Z energy is so. It's what makes it so strong. Like that, and like with the
rush attack super early.
Vegeta, just you get the 2 swings early before your opponent even has like a chance to have anything online for the activate battle and stuff. Like,
at Nationals turn 2 going second, my opponent played turn 2 he went first.
Sure.
He played his Sin Awakened, and then it produced a rush attack Vegeta, and so I took a 20 double crit and then a 20k and then a 30 double strike and his leader swing, and I'm like, that was turn 2, and all I have done is play a cantrip.
Yeah, and you're at like 6 health now, right? Or like, you taking 6 damage, right? Like, it's crazy.
I actually, in that very specific spot, I actually left 1 up for Nova or Ice, so I had Fierce Destroys. But like in theory, I should have taken 6 damage.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's really interesting that such a niche thing. Like, it's just like you say, right? Like most of the time, people aren't going to have
3 or more Z energy until whatever, right? Because if this card is probably mostly intended for like Pan.
I think so, or like I honestly don't know because it's kind of like a GT Gohan like art style, right? So
No, it's a Broly second coming.
Broly, yeah, sorry. So like there's like the not the father son, but like the triple
Goten.
yeah, that leader, which that era, like maybe it's supposed to, and maybe the fact that it's a 4-drop Gohan like has like benefits for like EX evolves, and so I think that I kind of remember there being like a need to get a 4-cost Gohan out to be able to do like an extension or something, right? But the fact that it's so ease of access, I mean, just even this restricted to a Saiyan leader, right? Because then Sin would be able to steal it, but it's so good in Sin.
And so like it's Pan would normally be able to resolve that on like turns 3 probably going first maybe, right? Or after you've played Defender of Life, but. Sure. I mean, we're just watching Sin really go to town here, and this is another double strike incoming, and that looks like a 5 or 6 card hand from Aandroidd 21.
Yeah, and I think a lot of like I can expect this card to be very good with like Vegeta. I mean, it's not being played as much right now, but Vegeta can definitely use it too as a leader that's always like Z awakened, like you because it's like the double reduction too, which is
also if you have the 1 Z energy.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the 1 from the leader, so that's always going to reduce it by 1. So if you just have 2 Z energy or whatnot, is that just 3 double strikes on turn 2?
I think so.
Yeah. And then if any of these go through, you just give it a little gas, and then you're at 2. Pretty sure he's already used 3 super combos too. The Aandroidd 21.
I also don't know why the card has double strike, though. I'll be honest. Like that just seems like
that's just a little silly. Yeah,
we're just gonna give a couple keywords and then we'll take off, which we don't like, and then they forgot that last step.
So I can't tell if he is at 3 or at 2. I think that's 3. But then a deluge here on the Nova, really gonna push that.
Yeah, and here's like when you can't activate stuff like. Now you're forced to awaken, and even here, like you went from 5 to 3, and then you still have to awaken to get out of this, and you still couldn't have negated that, right? Until after you awaken during this battle.
And this is where like the one unfortunate thing about the non-extra cards is that it makes UI and like other cards feel really bad. Okay, see, but now why not just spend the? Oh, he's got the leader.
Yeah. So we'll probably use the negate of some kind, or.
I was going to say, why not spend the Gohan to get rid of one of the double strikes? But he's got to have Secret Rare this game. Otherwise, I just don't see it. But yeah, like, so, you know, you don't want to run UI or Beerus Destroys or like too many D Magics and stuff. But like, if you flip there, you need to have Battle Tricks too, like ready to go. And if you don't, you're just going to get eaten alive by, you know, that properly timed kill move.
Yeah, so many double strikes for 15, 20k, just obnoxious numbers, especially unawakened.
Okay, so if he has a Pan, which I think is what he's playing, draw 1, and then he gives Pan to his opponent.
There you go.
Leader skill, restand 3. Okay, well, you get to spend that first. Get an extra 5k. And we just know that he's like already out of super combos, so this is really tough. And then he's going to measure the strength, hopefully find the last one here for himself. Just 1 left. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5. He probably would have windmill slammed it, so he's thinking speedy sub, sure. All right, so if he's got Secret Rare, he'll restand Pan and 2 others, and then he'll pay his own green, Pan, and 2 for Secret Rare. Right?
I don't know. It doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like he would have already done it, right?
Yeah. He's looking at the cards, making sure he doesn't. It's rough. Because again, like the cost is that like the board is super wide, so this would be a heal 2, which is fantastic. And
he does technically he'll tap out for it because then he could D-Magic or something, but he could Speedy Sub here because Speedy Sub can find it.
Yeah, and you can't like. I think what happened last turn too is that like I think he tapped out thinking Dimension Magic would save him, and then Mai got played, and he's like, I can't. That is too bad for me.
I think he might restand one more here.
Yeah, and I think that's like the issue with running, assumingly only Aandroidd 17s. I'm not going to say it outright because I don't remember and don't want to dox their deck list like that. But seeing no Xenos mean that they're probably not running it, and sometimes just having an energy on tap is worth it.
I think most blue decks really benefit from just at least the one of Xeno.
Yeah.
With UI, Beerus Destroys, Unbreakable, with all like the baseline defense that blue has in the combo step right now, having the ability to untap when you're tapped out is so critical because every color has access to a good trait, good name barrier that draws a card.
Yeah, and like the Android, I mean, yes, the Aandroidd 18 is searchable, but like you're also not cycling with it. You're just making your opponent discard one. And additionally too, like sometimes like you like the draw super combo, like, oh, I go +1, but if the card you draw is dead, you did nothing. It was just a 10k. So Xeno being able to at least help guarantee that you can unbrick a bad card is essentially a draw 1/2.
Yep, 100% agree.
All right, we're really getting down to it though.
I think this is a pretty tough spot. I mean, he's going to pass here probably. He's got the Z energy for Aandroidd 17. If he spends that energy, I think he's doomed though, because I think he needs to like Floodgate and then Bean, right? Like that's ultimately his.
Yeah, you have to Aandroidd 17, Bean,
and then hold up 2 more negates probably.
Yeah.
Man, what the heck do you do here?
Yeah, so passing there, 2 open. Probably start with attacking with Sin, yeah.
Yeah, and every card is still on board. Every one of them. And he can Z-Awaken this turn, truly. He could
actually this time, yeah.
Yeah, because he can pick up a life with Kaba, and then he could either play another Kaba, pick up a life, or use the 4-drop Sin to pick up life, or even the Z-Deck Vegeta.
Yeah, surmounting, yeah. Yeah, it's very easy for you to get the double strike on leader. So we're going to see an Aandroidd. Yep, not too much
we know.
In there.
We know he's going to start there. Again, very good on Wing Po, making sure to start with a inconsequential swing.
Yeah.
Knowing that it would be there. So Pan is still on his board in active mode. So he's going to go leader skill, pop Nova, draw 1.
Yeah. Yeah, which just means you get more. I mean, half these cards draw when they attack anyways, so that it sucks, but like not. It could be way worse.
Yeah. I mean, his hand has definitely taken a bit of a hit because of the extreme super combos, right? He's probably looking at like 8-ish cards as opposed to say 12, 13 that a Sin at this point would normally have. But even still, it's just one of those. If you 1-for-1 with your opponent and you have more cards than them. Yeah.
All right. There's D-Magic.
I think you still choose to take the life, right? Because of the Z-Awaken threat?
They do not agree. And or it might just be a case where even if they untap 2, I don't think they're like, there's no benefit. 2 energy and 3 energy is the same for me right now.
Yep. Oh, I meant for Wing Po.
Oh, yeah.
On the Kaba auto.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Bottom deck 1.
D-Magic number 2. Oh.
Nope, Aandroidd 17, but it is limit 1.
Limit 1 on the Floodgate effect, yeah.
Yep. Negate can happen as many times as you want.
Yeah, but you can only make them the discard 1 happen once. Yeah, I agree. I think you take the card because now you're kind of in a tough spot where you can't. Okay.
And the card in hand might have made a difference too, right?
Yeah. Oh, this still is like a double strike.
Yeah. Go again. Bottom deck 1.
And okay.
Yep, last one. And so now any double strike that goes through should be game.
And we do have a double strike on that board.
He gets to swing lead to potentially draw 1 more card here.
Yeah. Agreed.
He's going to take it to try to pick up anything that would help out. Gohan swings in, bottom one. And then dump hand.
Yep. Here it is. All right, super combo number 1.
Oh, that was a really good card to pick up there too.
Oh yeah, especially
You don't even have to.
No, you do not. And Wongpo gets it. Bean, last card in life, and after 8 hours, we have our winner day. Wongpo, all the way from Asia. All right, I think. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hey, how are you
Hey,
doing,
bud? Congratulations.
Tired?
Yeah, you tired? Just a little bit,
Yep.
just smidge.
It's like 7 a.m. here.
yeah. Because you played midnight through the night for this. So we'll keep this very quick. But first, congratulations. And I know also you have like a One Piece tournament, so hopefully you can remember and not mix up the rules for both these games. But what are your was Sin just do you think it's like one of the best decks in the format right now, or was it just something that you knew that was just easy to build and put together, or what are your thoughts right now?
I mean, Android 21 should be like the monster in the room right now. Like it is really good versus other blue decks, and even if you see the Trunks really struggles versus it, like yellow also struggles versus 21 a lot. Like 21, the only thing that actually really beat 21 consistently is Sin. And to me, Sin doesn't really have any bad matchups. For say, like if you join a regionalist, you want to have a deck that has no bad matchup. So I mean, if and the meta now is actually pretty okay because you can't specifically just tag for Sin. You have to tag for A21 too. So to me, it's like something like a 2-deck format, 21 and Sin.
Do you feel like maybe Blue Saiyans were kind of the antithesis to Red Sin, right? We saw obviously previously Crimson was the best deck that would handle it, but today we did see, Maverick came in with Trunks and went undefeated in Swiss, beating Shenron and Gogeta.
Yep, that Trunks deck took me by surprise. I thought he was playing a yellow Trunks, so I sided out my Broly account. Then he charges a blue energy. Like, oops, I oops, that was the blue Trunks. But I knew it would be hard going because that deck is like. Even back before like this set, it was really one of the best decks against Sin because it was like, if not for Crimson, it would be the best deck versus Sin, but specifically only versus Sin. So
because you can make it whenever.
That's one. And previously on the old version of Sin, you just can't crit him. So if you can't crit him, he doesn't lose any hand advantage versus Sin. So you just eventually grind the Sin down. That's why my game plan versus him was just playing the Z-Weather card all the way because it was the most card efficient way to do with it.
Yeah. And we were on stream today, we were talking a lot about that new Gohan promo. It looks like it just works in that deck so well for so many ways.
I mean, the card should get either banned or errated. It
Right
shouldn't work like this. I mean,
we were thinking it should be, for Saiyans or something, even just for Pan.
At least, or you count the Z energy, only counts like better card Z energy or something. Just don't count the balls. So it's not active on turn 1.
That seems really silly.
Yeah, it's very silly that you can have it turn 1 to counterplay some guy. Like I just counterplay on turn 1 and get a 20k double strike body that blocks
Yeah, in worst case, you still play 1 for 20k double strike. And it just seems really good.
It's too good.
So, well, cool. Well, you're either going to cause a buyout or for the card to get banned. So, congratulations on that.
I mean, that card is really too broken. I mean, like the other 4-cost Sin, I think was a pretty good design choice. This one, is a pretty good design choice.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not very broken. It has its users, so that's how a card should be. Like.
It picks up life.
Yeah,
that's really huge. Up life. So it's very situationally very good. The life part is situationally very good. It's just another 4-cost in case you don't draw the other 4-costs to combo with your Nova and stuff. But overall, it's pretty balanced compared to like the Gohan. One cost double strike is fine, but it's still a counter player.
Mhm. Minus 20 blocker too.
Yes,
Five
blocker
combo,
too. I mean,
Well,
Yep.
we'll let you go. Any closing remarks before we do?
Closing remarks. Thanks to my Singapore friends like Elton and Chichen. They're one that lends me the promos. Yes,
Okay.
there's no way you get all the promos so fast.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
all the promos are like we like borrow from everywhere just for me to make this deck so that I can go to Hong Kong and win some things back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks to all of them, and thanks for you for hosting this tournament. Like
Appreciate.
I haven't enjoyed myself playing like online tournaments since like don't know how long ago.
Yeah, this hopefully more of these. Next month in North America, there's a lot of weekend tournaments. So I just happen to have this weekend free, but I will definitely make sure that it's on Twitter, it's on Discord and everything, so you guys can make that. But thank you very much. I hope you get some rest and some food before the One Piece tournament, and good luck with that. Let me know how you do in that tournament too.
Yep. I hope so. Thank you.
All right.
Good luck and congratulations.
Bye.
Damn it. Damn it.